We'll be getting started in just a minute, folks. We're just giving it a moment here. It looks like CTN is broadcasting a different room. So if we're interested in the Judiciary Committee hearing, we can view it on the television screen, but we will wait just a moment. And here we go. Just a few minutes.
Well, at least we have the right committee colleague on TV.
Looks like we are up and rolling. I will turn it over to my co-chair for any opening remarks.
Good morning. Let's go.
Any remarks, Representative Kennedy?
Let's rock and roll. Commissioner's ready.
All right. Any remarks, Senator Wong?
Echo. Move on.
All
Welcome,
right.
Commissioner.
All right. Thanks for being here, everybody. I will just say, as we start this meeting, there are a significant number of folks signed up to testify. If you are here on an issue that is the same as a partner or a colleague, and you'd like to come up as a panel, you will be promoted to the first person in your group. You can just go see the clerk and let them know that you'd like to testify as a panel. A panel will receive 6 minutes to testify. All others will receive 3 minutes to testify, and you will get a warning from the clerks to wrap up when your time has been complete. We will be starting off with our agencies. I will also say we have a group of students with us, and in an effort to get them back to school, we will be moving their panel up after the agencies this morning and before the elected public officials. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've missed. I don't think so. If I think of anything, I will let you know as we go along. And with that, welcome, Commissioner of the DMV.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Javallo, Senator Lopes, Representative Brown, Senator Wong, and Representative Kennedy, and distinguished members of this Transportation Committee. My name is Tony Guerrero. I am the Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today. I have submitted written testimony for your review, and I'm happy to answer any questions after, if I may, a few brief comments. I'm very excited about what the DMV has done over a number of the last 4 to 5 years here. I am confident that we have an excellent team in place, a relentless focus on customer service, and a core dedication of employees at the center of our operations. And I truly mean that, folks. The employees at the Department of Motor Vehicles are top-notch. We have done so much over the last few years here with our appointment systems, with the walk-ins, with the Real ID. We're collaborating with different agencies as corrections. We are the front door, obviously, when it comes to the state of Connecticut. As you know, we've opened a new branch in Stamford at the government center there. We are doing more and more inspections out there when it comes to buses and tractor trailers. In fact, we have done over almost close to 11,000 inspections this year. Our mainframe is being upgraded right now. That's our computer system, and we look forward to doing that. That should be done by the end of 2027. And I will say that with the Real ID, folks, we are probably close to 80% compliant in Real ID. And as you know, back in May of last year, when the TSA said that they weren't allowing anybody on planes unless they had the Real ID, we had a huge amount of people coming to our agencies. And what we did is we decided to have an open door policy in the mornings that allow people to come in. And if you looked across the United States, the DMV in Connecticut had very, very short lines and people were being taken care of, while other states had lines around the block. So again, that's because of our team thinking outside the box and how we can accommodate individuals when they need to be accommodated. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. Our bill is very short, as you can see. If there's any questions, I'd be more than glad to answer them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I wonder if you could touch on, we have another bill before us, SB 234, which would permit 16 and 17-year-old drivers to transport their siblings. I wonder if you could comment on that.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. This is a bill I think many people in this room know is near and dear to my heart. I was in your position, Representative Burger Giavalo at the time, and back in 2008, where we had a crisis in the state of Connecticut with teens, accidents, fatalities, and there was a task force presented at the time, and we put laws into place, Senator Cohen, to make sure that we try to help save lives, and we have done a remarkable job. All right, this committee has done a remarkable job over the years in regards to saving lives. It is my opinion that there are times where people will have an inconvenience, all right? But the outcome of that inconvenience is that someone is coming home safely. And to me, that means everything. Statistics have shown that for every one passenger under 21, the risk is almost greater than 44% of an accident. It's difficult because we have done so much work on this. And I know at times that people feel as though that it is an inconvenience. And I understand that. Believe it or not, at the time when these laws were in place, I wasn't the most popular legislator in my daughter's high school because this had to affect her. All right. But today she's now 35 years old and she says, those were very good laws, Dad. All right. We saved a lot of lives. And when I was there, the testimonies of families, mothers, fathers was heartbreaking. Nobody wants to see an officer come to the door and tell them that they've lost their loved one in an accident. So again, I don't think we should be touching this bill. That's my own personal opinion. And those are the reasons why.
I appreciate that. I come at this from sort of a different angle. I have 3 kids and my youngest is about to get her license. So that my children would not be impacted by this, but they were impacted by it. Kids traveling to school together, they could have traveled to school together, but they couldn't because it was against the law, or going to a sports practice. And, in light of working families and different things of that nature, I see both sides of this, right? I got my license eons ago. So when I got my license, we could have anybody in the car. The minute we turned 16, we got our license, we, filled it up. But arguably, there are a lot of other factors at play here. And I know the DOT commissioner would say this as well. There's a lot of distracted driving, right? There's much more. Kids have their cell phones, all sorts of things. Before it was just the radio, right? And blasting the radio, and maybe that was a distraction. So I definitely see both sides of this. And I think it'll be interesting as we move forward and have this discussion as to where it pans out. Do you believe that there's space where parents could make this determination on their own? Seek some sort of waiver, special circumstances, that sort of thing? Do you see any path for something like that?
Thank you for that question, Senator Cohen. And I understand completely what parents go through. I really do. I don't see that in regards to any waivers or anything.
Commissioner, I'm sorry. Can you move the mic closer to your,
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? I don't see any types of waivers. In fact, when this bill came out, you have some conversations with fellow colleagues and so forth. And some people were telling me that, again, that if it's a brother and sister, or sister and sister in the car, or brother and brother in the car, they tend to fight more than having friends in the car, and the distractions are even worse. So again, it's just about the distractions, Senator Cohen. And again, obviously, I got my license a long time ago. all right? And we did have radios back then, okay? And even 8-track players and so forth. But again, there was no, electronics in the car. There was no GPS in the car, looking at it and so forth. And so many gadgets now in these cars. In fact, now even the automobile manufacturers are starting to take a look at it and say, maybe we need to get less electronics in the car because it is so distracting. So again, I don't believe that is something we should be the path going down. But I guess when you hear your testimony today, that will hopefully make your decision.
All right, I appreciate that. I see we have a question from my co-chair, Representative Berger Javala.
Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair. And Commissioner, it's great to see you.
Thank you.
One quick clarifying question. You mentioned a percentage increase in fatality for under 21. Was that 44%? Is that what you said?
One passenger under 21 is associated with a 44% greater risk per mile driven of being killed in a crash compared to having no passengers.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that harrowing
And
clarification.
that came from UConn, Eric Jackson.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for your public service on the Transportation Committee and also your leadership at the DMV. We appreciate having you. Going back to the sibling and 16, 17-year-old, obviously this is a bill that has appeared in this committee since the law has been implemented. And we see both sides of the matter. And as the good chairwoman articulated earlier, it's a matter of convenience, but also just logistics. But what you emphasize and what I remember hearing many times in the past is the numbers do not lie in regards to young drivers, 16 and 17, beginning this process. It's not just the siblings, but it's with any other distraction in the car. Can you articulate what the current law is beyond siblings for new drivers that are 16 and what the progression is before they can have any passengers and distractions on there?
Well, it's 6 months. Thank you, Senator Wong, by the way. I believe it's 6 months for any siblings, and it's 1 year for their friends to be in the vehicle. And that is the basis why we did that. I think I don't know if you were there at the time, Senator Wong, when we did that, but it gave a time frame for those individuals driving those vehicles to clearly understand how to maneuver vehicles, how to use it, and to concentrate on using that vehicle without any distractions at that time.
I believe I was in the General Assembly and you were the chair. And I think one of the feedback that I got was, the law as it relates to any other passenger for a whole year was the distraction, the interaction, the social dynamics. But one of the nuances about this is, siblings know each other. They're less inclined to talk to each other. But I also think that siblings kind of create kind of the much more dynamic interaction that's equally a concern. Maybe it's psychological. Maybe do you have any data kind of providing this committee in regards to the real numbers of risk in regards to 16 and 17-year-olds as they begin driving, and that any form of distraction? Because I remember when our kids took the classes that they're actually not supposed to turn on the radio as part of the statutory requirements, right? Would that be correct?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And again, the statistics, I'm sure that if you contact Eric Jackson from UConn, they can give you the majority of those stats. Again, from the stats that we have received, right, and this is from the CDC, the Center of Disease Control, that says that 2 passengers under 21 is associated with double the risk of being killed in a crash compared to no passengers. 3 or more passengers under 21 was roughly associated with a quadruple risk of being killed in a crash.
If you could share that data point with the committee and the clerk, that would be very helpful. But we're not talking about just about the tragedy of fatalities, but fender benders, little distractions that we've seen so many occurring as a result of this legislative committee's focus on Vision Zero and distracted driving as an impact on our roadways. Um, as the good chair mentioned earlier, is there any consideration for waivers from a standpoint of driving siblings to school as they're going to the same school, or to a sporting event, or a school based event that it's a short interval from less than about 2 or 3 miles? Is there any consideration of waiver, as a good chair mentioned earlier, to be able to consider that, like a 5 mile radius, or to an event, to school or back from school? Any thoughts on that, sir?
You know, and thank you for that, Senator Wong. I think we have to look at this in regards to what does the waiver do? What is signing a piece of paper saying that I'm allowing my sibling to go in the car and I'm taking full responsibility for this? If that's the path we're going, we got to be very clear of what we're saying here. Is that when you sign that waiver, there are risks involved. And the risks are clearly documented, and we have to be conscious of that. So I just think that we need to, again, this committee, which are very smart members on this committee, should really look at this and understand it before they move forward.
I really appreciate that, and I appreciate your insight and perspective. And I think one of the things that kind of I struggle with is I hear many of our parents with very busy and logistical, complex matrix and transporting their families. But also on the other end, I think we're in a committee of cognizance that focused on Vision Zero and distracted driving and roadway safety, that we've imposed many of the legislation that says, for the greater good of public safety, that some of my colleagues may be opposed to, but we realize it's all about roadway safety. And I think, if I may, that this consistency of not allowing 16, 17-year-olds to have siblings or anybody in their car is a focus on that. And it is a little bit of an encroachment in regards to personal liberties, but it definitely, the data shows that it's safe and it prevents potential risk and danger on our roadways. Is that your theme in regards to your testimony on that, as a matter of policy and principle, that you believe the law should remain as it is?
I stand firm on that, Senator.
Thank you very much for your service and your insight on the matter. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
So changing over to the real IDs.
Yes.
Just for clarification, possibly I should know this, but is the DMV, if someone has not changed over to the real ID, is your office sending out notices to those individuals?
Well, thank you for that question. Every time it's a time for a renewal, all right, we always stay in it. If you don't have the real ID, make sure you bring the proper documentation and so forth, and we can do the real ID at that time. Because it's not mandatory that you have a real ID. It's your option.
Okay, I thought it was mandatory at
No,
this
it's
point. I thought we were at the point where it was. Okay, so that answers that.
We
question for me.
encourage it, but it's not mandatory.
I see, okay. And, okay, that was really my only question for you. Thank you very much for
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions, but I have another question. So we have another bill, SB 235 on driver education. I'm not sure if you had a chance to review it, but this deals with allowing those who are taking driver's ed from an organization to choose the gender of the instructor, to require vehicles to be equipped with electronic monitoring in the vehicle, and thirdly, to provide behind the wheel instruction on how to respond to a traffic stop with law enforcement. So the premise of this bill is there's really not many circumstances, if any, that I can think of where there is one adult interacting with a youth and there is not some type of protection in place. Like think schools, think youth organizations, youth groups. You always need to have a second adult in the room or going someplace with the youth. And driver's ed, that is not the case. So I wonder if you might comment on this proposal. If you're not prepared to do so, I certainly understand, but I would welcome commentary from the DMV on their thoughts on this and whether or not you've received any questions or comments from parents as the regulatory body.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Cohen. I'm not familiar with this, but I will look into it. But in regards to the DMV, we rarely have individuals asking for whether a different gender to take them out. I did hear what you say about, are you concerned about the safety of these individuals when they're in the car? And are there cameras in the driving school cars? Do they have those?
Yes, so it's not required right now. Some schools do have them. I think we'll hear from some driver's education programs later today. But I did want to just understand your position on this. It is out of concern for
Okay.
particularly the youth involved.
Okay. I will definitely take a look at it and I'll send you a written testimony on it. How's that?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You got it.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you for being here, Commissioner.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice seeing everyone.
Next, we have Commissioner Euclidito of the Department of Transportation. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Cohen, Representative Burger Javallo, Senator Wong, Representative Kenny, and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Garrett Euclidito, Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Thanks for the opportunity to testify in front of the committee today and answer questions you may have. I have submitted written testimony on 4 bills before you. I'm going to try and summarize briefly on each of those. In Senate Bill 9, ConnDOT appreciates and supports the intent of Senate Bill 9. We have efforts underway to expand transit-oriented development across the state as we're reviewing state-owned parcels near 18 rail and bus rapid transit stations as part of a federally funded initiative. As part of this work, we submit regular reports to the federal government. If this bill moves forward, we'd like to make sure to coordinate reporting requirements so those reporting requirements are complementary and not duplicative of existing efforts. As part of our efforts to expand TOD in Connecticut, we have identified planning and pre-development costs often are the biggest hurdles for developers. We would welcome the opportunity to discuss these challenges in more detail with any members interested in learning what we have learned so far. We also appreciate the desire to continue the microtransit program as it remains an important tool to fill mobility gaps. However, funding is not provided for in the governor's midterm budget adjustments. Based on our experience, extending all the existing pilots an additional year would require at least $10.5 million. We have seen successes with the program as well as challenges, and we'd like to ensure that should this bill move forward, any new or continued microtransit programs do not duplicate service provided by fixed route public transportation and rather remain focused on unserved and underserved areas of the state. On Senate Bill 237, enacted serving public transportation, we appreciate the intent behind this and the committee's continued dedication to all forms of public transportation. With respect to restoring Shoreline East service to pre-COVID levels, that would require significantly more resources today than what it cost in 2019. As in 2019, there were significantly reduced number of trains traveling all the way to New London. Current service levels are around almost 60% of 2019 service levels for territories west of Old Saybrook or west of New London. The bill also proposes expanding or creating new transit routes and services, but these are not funded in the current budget. I would point out that there are other potential more cost-effective ways to achieve the intent of these. Lastly, do appreciate the committee raising ConnDOT's proposal to modernize public outreach requirements for fare changes to make them more cost-effective and targeted. with House Bill 5235, dealing with individuals who are unhoused. It would require the development of plan and response for people experiencing homelessness on property under the control of CONDOT in collaboration with relevant state and local partners. In 2022, we already formally adopted an internal policy procedure, interagency communication, and site management practices to address encampments and related public safety and infrastructure concerns on our property. While this policy is for a minimum of 72 hours notice, in almost every case, individuals are provided multiple weeks notice. CONDOT recognizes the importance of coordinated response, and we're encouraged by the progress that's been made through our work with other agencies in these past several years. We have established partnerships with Department of Housing, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, local communities, and local social service providers, and work to find shelter for individuals and connect them with the services they need. That said, without additional staffing and resources, we're not in a position to expand, efforts. And generally, we do not seek to clear encampments unless there's a specific request that comes in from a municipality or from a legislator. On HB 5236, workplace safety in the transit space, CONDOT supports the intent of this bill as we continue to look for ways to keep our transit workers safe. However, as written, the bill overlaps with existing federal safety requirements and current collective bargaining agreements, and would create new administrative and operational burdens for transit districts of different sizes across the state. It would also carry significant costs that are not included in the proposed state budget. So for these reasons, we cannot support the bill as drafted. Our submitted testimony is pretty extensive, so there's a lot more detail in those, but I want to try and keep it as short as possible to open time for questions, and happy to answer any questions you have on these or anything else that I'm sure will come up. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. As you know, I am bound to have a lot of questions on this topic. So just starting off with SB 9, in terms of microtransit, it is my understanding that, and I can speak from experience in that we do have one of the pilots in my district that has been wildly popular. It is my understanding that by and large, the pilot program has been very popular. We sort of disperse the pilot programs throughout the state, some in more rural areas, some in urban areas, and some in suburban areas. This was a federally funded program, correct? Is that correct? No.
No, we used state funds for this.
Okay, so we use state funds. It was a 2-year program. Those funds are going to be running out as of June 30th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I fully understand the concern about cannibalizing fixed routes. My understanding from the transit districts is that there is the ability to direct people to fixed route service and to completely shut down the option of this on-demand microtransit if there is a fixed route available for what they're seeking. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is. So there are some of the services out there today that are putting that into effect where they do, if someone puts in a route that they want to take or someplace they want to go, the app will tell them, hey, actually there's a bus route that can take you there. So take that instead. So that is a best practice that we're seeing in a few of the locations here in Connecticut, as well as across the country.
Okay. And the committee has proposed within SB 9 also a tax credit for businesses who subsidize public transit for their employees. It's a program that we have had in the past. However, there was not a lot of uptake to the program, whether that be because of awareness about the program, whether it be because it wasn't as enticing perhaps as it should be. Do you have any thoughts on offering a tax credit to businesses?
So I don't. I would need to see the fiscal impact and then let OPM respond to that. I will say, I know in the past, these types of transportation demand management type tools were very effective with commuters to help get them into carpools or get them to public transportation. So it is a good practice to try and alter congestion and alleviate congestion. But I think we need to see a fiscal note and then let the governor's budget office respond to that. But it is a best practice to try and get people out of single occupant vehicles and into either shared rides, carpools, or public transportation.
Okay, yep, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. And the third component of that bill is with respect to state-owned land, particularly DOT-owned land, and even more particularly around public transit areas, the opportunity to lease air rights so that developers could in fact create transit-oriented development. Is this concept something that you're seeing employed elsewhere outside of the state of Connecticut? And do you think that this is something I hear that there's 18 perhaps locations that would be desirable for the state to move forward with. Obviously, those dollars secured from the lease of air rights in those areas would go into the Special Transportation Fund. I wonder if you could speak to this a little bit and what sort of, if there are other states doing it, what are they doing best practice wise that we could be employing here in the state of Connecticut? And what are some of the hurdles that you're experiencing as you sort of go down this road?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Alicia King to come up and help me answer this one because she's been leading these efforts. But it is a best practice that we've seen in other places. And so we did apply for a federal grant and did receive that federal grant to support our efforts to analyze parcels adjacent to our transit stations. And she can talk about some of the hurdles we're seeing.
Good afternoon. So the TOD bill that you guys passed several years ago gives us a lot of flexibility in terms of how we approach the deals with folks who are interested in developing our land. Doing long-term leases of air rights is definitely an option. And that's something that we've been pursuing, as well as long-term ground leases. Those are two options that we have in terms of moving forward, and both of them can work well. As you mentioned, and as the commissioner mentioned, we've just completed a study of 18 properties up and down the rail line. And we're really looking at what the conditions of those properties are, what the environmental conditions are, what the zoning is. We're looking at the market in those areas. And what we're identifying is that a lot of these properties have significant challenges to being developed. And there's a lot of pre-development work that we would like to do to have a better understanding of what the conditions of those properties are and what it would take to move forward with a development that we could attract enough interested developers so that we could have some choices and really make sure that we're getting the best bang for the state's buck for those properties. And that's where we're facing some issues, is that it's expensive to do the pre-development work. We need to do environmental testing. We need to really get an understanding of what the hydraulics and the potential flooding and wetlands issues are. So that is something that would be really helpful for us if we had kind of a pot of money that we could use for pre-development. The other thing that's been a best practice in other states is there are a lot of programs available to support affordable housing. There are not very many programs at a state level to support market rate housing. One of the things that we are trying to do is really create mixed use developments in these areas that could combine a mix of incomes at our transportation hubs. And it's been somewhat difficult for developers to put together their capital stacks in a way that would allow them to do that because of the lack of programs to support market rate housing, particularly on these very challenging sites.
Are there any, thank you, Deputy Commissioner King. I really appreciate that testimony. Are there any federal programs that would allow us to take advantage of dollars for pre-development work when it comes to TOD?
So there are some, and we're taking full advantage. The grant that the commissioner mentioned earlier that we used to do our initial asset scan of those 18 locations is a great program. It's an annual program. We've applied to it again for this coming year, which will hopefully provide us some additional funds to do more in-depth studies. But these 18 sites are just the first 18 sites. There are a lot of properties that the state owns that are within a half mile of our transportation infrastructure. So having some additional state support would go a long way.
All right, I appreciate that. I'm going to move on to just in an effort to save time. There's a lot of bills here that pertain to the Department of Transportation. So forgive me for all the questions, and I know other committee members have questions as well. Shoreline East. Arguably, a lot has changed over with Shoreline East over the years. I was just looking at, ridership going back many, many years. And there's been a lot of events that have sort of changed and determined ridership over the years, including the pandemic, which had a tremendous impact. We scaled back every line across the state, rightfully so. People just weren't riding public transportation. They weren't even riding in their cars for a time. It is the only line that we didn't restore at all post-pandemic. We've restored it differently, but we really didn't bring service back to pre-pandemic levels. And then we further cut Shoreline East, and we continue to have problems. I mean, we're making the line less attractive, some would say. The schedules are very, very difficult to manage. There's very connectivity, as you know, Commissioner. You could roll into New Haven Station 2 minutes after the express has left for Grand Central, which is really frustrating to riders. But I will say, on a positive note, we have secured dollars, and I thank you and your team for what you've been able to do with a very small amount of dollars compared to what we need in order to fully restore Shoreline East to its glory, and even beyond its glory, because some might say ridership was never really where it should have been. But with those dollars, you were able to establish the through train. I will say, still an issue getting back east. We'd love to have that through train coming back at a time that is conducive to a typical workday. But things have changed in the past couple of years. We are seeing more TOD. We're seeing, the argument's always been about density. We're seeing, with encouragement and housing grants, we're seeing more and more housing being built along this line. We are seeing businesses open up and expand, booming along the line. And particularly, we're hearing about Electric Boat hiring so many folks. I talked to an employee who said that they were doing on a hiring spree from New Haven. So getting east is very difficult. I know that there is a representative here whose son was just hired at Electric Boat and was telling me that it's very difficult to go east, to go to New London at any time. You either arrive at 7 o'clock in the morning or you arrive after 9 o'clock in the morning. So obviously not really, again, conducive to a typical workday. I'm wondering what you can tell me about what we could do. I mean, we continue to introduce this bill. It's a passion of mine. It's no secret. I represent a lot of the communities impacted, riders that ride Shoreline East, and I want to see us do more. I truly believe in this rail line. I see things changing for the better along the line. Tell me a little bit about the challenges with expansion. And Commissioner, you and I were on a call with my co-chair and others. There's a lot of excitement over the potential of expanding the line into Rhode Island. We've got Rhode Island senators who are hot to trot on it, the governor, the lieutenant governor of Rhode Island, really wanting to see us expand into Rhode Island. What do we need to do, and what are the challenges that you face in terms of expansion of this line?
Thank you for the question. I know you are the biggest advocate for Shoreline East. So there's a few hurdles there, right? So currently 132 trains per week, whereas in 2019 there were 222 trains per week. The other lines in the state have seen their trains per week generally all close to where they were pre-COVID. The Danbury branch has 10 fewer this per week than they did pre-COVID. Same with the main line, has around 31 fewer per week, but percentage-wise, it's a drop in the bucket compared to Shoreline East in the terms of reduction. The biggest hurdle is really costs. The cost to provide rail service is very expensive in terms of labor costs, in terms of cost to travel over territory that we don't own, which is owned by Amtrak. You have to pay for access fees essentially to enter their territory and use their infrastructure. And it was built around the concept of being a commuter railroad that would take people in the morning from Eastern Connecticut into New Haven, to continue to serve that purpose while also serving the purpose of getting people in the morning to Eastern Connecticut from the New Haven region would require even more equipment and infrastructure, or equipment and crew costs, because you would essentially need to have a second base of operations. Because in the morning, what we do is we run very early in the morning, get equipment out from the New Haven rail yard where it's all based out of and where crews report. You run it in the morning out to New London, and start the day there early enough to get people into New Haven early enough so that they can either go to work in New Haven or get on a train to go to New York, to also then serve the purpose of getting people after 7 a.m. into New London to be able to work at one of the growing companies there. You'd essentially need to position equipment in both locations, or have equipment based in New London that can take people in the morning into New Haven and vice versa. So it would require a different layout and structure. It's kind of like the Danbury branch line today really is built to take people in the morning down south and get them into the Norwalk and then on to New York. Same thing with the Waterbury branch line. It's built on that old mindset of commuter rail. We have started a process internally under our rail administrator and our new bureau chief of public transportation to kind of do a fresh start on rail transportation, toss out all the old schedules, look at, with the equipment we have and with the budget available, what can you do if previous schedules were not a restriction. If you had to build your rail system today, what would that schedule look like to reflect the riders of today? It's very different because people expect 100% of the trains that they had in 2019, but they only want to take it 2 days a week. So that creates a fiscal impact that the state is going to have to grapple with. Every commuter rail system in the country is grappling with that. And how do you provide the same level of service they had previously with essentially 40% of the riders, or 60% of the riders some days? So that's what Connecticut is going to have to grapple with, just like Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and all others are trying to grapple with. So we know the schedule is not ideal, and we want to try and figure out how can we do two things. One, work with the existing schedule to try and fill that very large gap that might exist right now. If someone comes in and misses a train going east and they have to wait a couple hours till the next train, 2.5 hours to the next train, how can we address that gap? And then also do the clean slate refresh, look at the entire rail system.
And do you feel as though, in terms of sort of bridging that gap in the morning or in the afternoon for that matter, is Amtrak a too big a hurdle to overcome, or is there an opportunity to use those rails at that time?
So it's always a negotiation with them. because they like to protect, there's limited, it's a 2-track territory east of New Haven. And they want to make sure that they're protecting their slots to be able to run increased Northeast regional service as well as increased Acela service. So if we come in and say, hey, we want a few additional slots on the train tracks during this multi-hour period in the morning, they're going to look at us and question, well, how does that impact our need for Amtrak services? And so they'll never give you an answer up front. It's always show us a proposal and then they'll respond to it.
And I have 2 more questions. I actually have a lot more questions, but I'm going to, after these 2, particular to Shoreline East, I'll take questions from committee members because I recognize that I have been asking a lot of questions and this has been taking some time. But my 2 questions are this. In terms of going east, you mentioned really needing another second base of operations. Is there an opportunity for either federal dollars there or looking into private partnerships, private public partnerships?
I don't know if the public-private partnerships would be an opportunity because, for a real P3, it needs to be a revenue generator. And so how would we ensure that a private partner is generating revenue to support themselves based on when we have a commuter rail system, which, by its nature, every commuter rail system requires a subsidy to operate. Prior to COVID, there was look at could we build a yard in the Old Saybrook territory, because at the time, most trains terminated and turned around in Old Saybrook to head back west. Most trains did not continue to New London because of infrastructure constraints. So that was something we looked at the time. That parcel and property is no longer available for us, but it is something that federal funds could be available for. You need to first begin the pre-planning process, and then you could use some federal funds to do design and construction through federal grant opportunities.
And did the bid, when we bid out Shoreline East, and that just recently happened, was that a money-saving venture for us?
It is less of an increase than it would have been under the previous service provider.
Okay. I really thank you for your questions, Commissioner, and for being here. I get frustrated because, transportation in general is highly subsidized. I think we need to stop talking about how much money this costs us and think about all of the ancillary benefits. I know I'm preaching to the choir with you, Commissioner, but it's frustrating when, we recognize we subsidize transportation infrastructure because of all of the other benefits, right? There's environmental benefits. There are certainly economic benefits. We get people to where they need to be quickly. So there's quality of life benefits. And so we need to stop talking about how highly subsidized this line is in particular, because this is about, so many more ancillary benefits than just, being a money-making venture for the state of Connecticut. It shouldn't be about that. Transportation never is. And so I am frustrated by that. I want to see us grow and expand and enhance this line and get it back to where it needs to be, so folks can hop on and enjoy the rails and take care of our environment and get off the road and reduce congestion and improve their quality of life as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Senator Wong.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome again, Commissioner Euclid. I want to thank you for your tremendous leadership and your testimony. I've read. You put them each individual bill, so we have to go to each individual bill, which is kind of unique. But more importantly, it's on a bill that you did not offer testimony on, is Senate Bill 234, 16, 17-year-olds with transport siblings. We had Commissioner from DMV articulate from when he was chair and a member of the Transportation Committee when the bill was implemented. It's focused on something that I wanted to ask of you. You've been a remarkable leader and passionate advocate on roadway safety through the Vision Zero initiative. I've been very supportive of that, even to the counter of some of the people that said this is an inconvenience and encroachment in some aspects. But we've always based it on the fact that this is about roadway safety. So I love to be able to get your thoughts in regards to the 16 and 17-year-old. We heard from the DMV in regards to data points, in regards to distracted driving. I'd like to be able to hear from you, your thoughts and your expertise in regards to roadway safety, of how this bill and the change in the potential legislation proposed on 234 could be an impact on roadway safety, and if there's any possible waiver methodologies to that.
Thank you, Senator. So I admit did not review that piece of that piece of legislation, as licensing falls outside of the DOT's purview. Generally, we allow the DMV to respond to those. My only comment would be, I'd want to make sure to look at the data, work with partners at UConn, I think before any laws are changed, to see has there been a net safety benefit due to laws that were passed or not. Sometimes it's difficult to parse that out, but if anyone can parse out the safety data, UConn and Dr. Jackson and his team generally are able to. So I'd defer to Commissioner Guerrera, Dr. Jackson, to see if the laws that were passed previously had a net safety benefit or not, and then I'd let the data speak for itself.
I appreciate that, and maybe perhaps we can consider commissioning a study related to that. As you mentioned at UConn, I didn't see any data points provided on that. I know the DMV commissioner provided some data points in regards to youthful driving initiatives, why the current legislation is in place not only for siblings, but also for any passenger in our car, as well as aspects of distracted driving for new drivers. So perhaps maybe a leeway would be to get more study to see if safety data, but safety is a paramount if we were ever to consider this bill. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think, we received the marching orders, rightfully so, from the legislature several years ago to focus on Vision Zero. So everything we do is trying to, eliminate fatalities and get to the point where we can eliminate serious injuries on our roadways. So that's our focus. And I think that we should continue to focus on that.
Thank you. And I'm going to pivot to House Bill 5236 in regards to public transit worker. And let me be clear. You are fully aware and fully committed to ensuring workplace safety and all aspects of protecting our public transit workers. And I want to be sure that that is clear. In my many conversations with you, you understand that your DOT staff and the road workers and the people that do the public work of transportation deserves every aspect of our protection and safety. So that is clear, and I want to be sure that that is clearly emphasized in your support of that. Your testimony in regards to this bill is that this is already existing federal statute, and that the DOT is in fact implementing and in ensuring efforts to public transit safety, worker safety.
Yes, so just to qualify though, so Connecticut DOT does not necessarily regulate transit districts. The Federal Transit Administration, there was a federal law that was passed requiring the establishment of public transportation agency safety programs. Those are in place. The Federal Transit Administration, or FTA, has regulatory oversight over the PTASPs. For CONDOT's purpose, we fund transit districts and transit and public transportation in Connecticut. But in many of the transit districts in which operate in this state, they are overseen by a board of directors, which are appointed by local governments, and they're considered local governments or municipal governments by statutory function. So while we support them, we provide them with technical advice, we provide them with funding. They are private entities or public entities operated at the local level. with a board of directors, and they also have collective bargaining agreements in place. So we fully support all efforts to protect our public transit operators who are essential to continuing moving the state of Connecticut. But there is this bill as drafted is duplicative and supersedes, if you will, some of the P tasks that are in place, as well as some of the collective bargaining agreements that are in place.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. And so, my last question is related to Senate Bill 9, the microtransit. It is an important and needed aspect for the last mile. And again, in my many conversations with you, you've articulated that as an important part of not only transportation efficiency, but economic development and equity in regards to access. But the devil's in the detail in regards to your testimony articulating that to kind of look at pilots and do the studies on that, it would require at least 10.5 million for a viability study. It's not in the budget right now. It's not included from this extension, but I anticipate that if we're looking at micro transit for many of the municipalities, that would really benefit. And there's no doubt in my mind, I support the idea of micro transit for the last mile. But I think when you say at least 10.5, I got to think it's more than that from a funding component. The second part of that follow-up question is, has the ranking member on the Special Transportation Fund bonding, we anticipate a shortfall in the STF bonding moving forward. All of this, if it moves forward, if we can find money for that to begin with, is going to be a significant budgetary or a bonding cost moving forward, as the microtransit language articulates. Great idea, fully supportive of it, understand why, but nevertheless, I think if we were to move forward on this, the cost and the budget bonding implications are one that we've not calculated from a fiscal note.
Yeah, Senator. So you're correct. Our anticipation is to extend it an additional year. The pilots an additional year would cost around 10.5 million. You also are correct. The Special Transportation Fund in the next several years will be facing some significant headwinds. The Appropriations Committee faces two difficulties. One is the statewide spending cap, which all expenditures to the Department of Transportation have to fall under that, as well as covenants for special tax obligation bonds, which require double the revenue to come into the STF than what we have in debt service payments out. So there's a whole bunch of different red tape around transportation funding as opposed to general fund funding for things. So that creates an additional level of difficulty. But I do agree that there are benefits that come from microtransit, especially for unserved and underserved areas of the state that historically have not had fixed route public transportation.
But the challenge I have with SB 9 is, on a fiscal note, I don't disagree with the critical aspect for many of the municipalities and communities. But nevertheless, I think we have an STF bonding shortfall in the upcoming years, and we have a list of infrastructure projects that are ongoing, that this could potentially impact where the money's coming from, but also potentially, if we reallocate, it would kind of put a stop and go, which has plagued our transportation infrastructure implementation for years in the past. I think it's important to note, and you've been an incredible kind of insightful leader on that, is that we need to maintain and move on a steady, predictable funding mechanism for these projects to continue toward fruition and completion. This added funding mechanism is a point of concern in regards to the ongoing project. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, Senator. I do think Connecticut is a little bit unique, due to the fact that most public transportation, and in this case, microtransit, is almost entirely borne by the state. expenditures, whereas in other parts of the country, you have county governments, local governments and transit authorities that have taxing power to help pay for their services, whereas Connecticut, the state appropriations are carrying the full cost.
All right, I appreciate that insight, and it's something that I can move on and try to help our municipalities on microtransit in regards to, again, the collaboration between local governance, municipal governance, state, and possibly federal. So I appreciate this, and I appreciate your time and testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the length and the opportunity to ask these questions. Thank you, and thank you for your great work and your department's great work, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Next, my co-chair, Representative Burger Javallo, followed by Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I apologize for stepping out of the room briefly before. Just wanted to follow up with a few questions, and my last question will be, would love to have Deputy Commissioner King back to the podium at that moment. So going into 5236, workplace safety, could you talk a little bit about stepping back? A lot of the inspiration for that comes from, I think, some misunderstanding about what is already in place. Would you be able to speak to some of the safety and security measures that the bill is asking for that already exist?
Yeah, and I can largely speak to the CT Transit side of the house, which is Hartford, New Haven, Stamford, Waterbury, Meriden, Wallingford. I'd want the transit, the executive directors of the different transit authorities to talk about their districts. I don't want to speak for them, but I can talk about the CT Transit umbrella. So as I mentioned, the Federal Transit Administration does have a public transportation agency safety program, which was a part of federal law, which requires each entity, the only ones that do not, which are Northwest Connecticut, Windham, and Northeastern Connecticut. They are considered small rural operations, and they are not direct recipients of FTA funds, so they don't have to have a PTASP, whereas everyone else in the state does, as well as Connecticut DOT. And so these systems are in place for labor and management to essentially establish a safety management system and address and proactively manage risks of that system. It has to be approved or it has to be submitted to the federal government, accepted and adopted at the local level and signed off on by the head of that agency or the board. And it documents the processes and activities related to the SMS and safety management system implementation. There is a committee that labor management discussions occur. And part of the big piece of this was focused on routes or how routes should be structured, how people should be. The way the legislation is drafted, it talks about trying to create uniform standards across the state, which is very difficult for a state like Connecticut, where you have very different transit agencies operating in different parts of the state. Some are fixed route with bus stops, fixed bus stops, whereas others are more flagging down. So you'll have someone on the side of the road, they'll flag down that they want the bus to stop for them. And that's just based on the nature of that route and the nature of that transit district. All of the CT Transit ones all have baked into their schedules opportunities for operators to, they know the locations where they can pull over to take breaks if they need to for biological breaks. Every single public transit bus in the state has a barrier in place to protect the operators. The only ones that do not right now are a handful on the CT Transit side that are awaiting decommissioning. Federal Transit Administration has a 12-year useful life of transit equipment that we purchase. So these ones are beyond the useful life. Some of them are 15 years or older and waiting to retire the equipment and dispose of the equipment. So those do not have the barriers in place, but everything else does. And we constantly are updating the technology of those barriers, where when we buy new buses, we look at what new barriers are available on the market. CT Transit will update that to get those new types of barriers. And so I think that largely covers most of it. So.
I appreciate the thorough response. I know that that was something that you wanted to be able to speak on, given um, your opposition. It's not opposition to the concept of safety.
Right.
Uh, I also wanted to get back to my co-chair's Shoreline East piece, and this is entirely not scientific. I had to take a train back from the city the other day from 125th Street. I have to go into New York State because the Danbury line, which is closest to me, never operates. So I just wanted to let you know that the entire platform emptied before me to get onto that train going to New Haven to take that Shoreline East. So my non-scientific estimation is we really need some more coverage in that space. So thank you very much. I am done with that. You're very welcome. The 5235, the issue of clearing spaces that are occupied by unhoused folks. So you mentioned that your practice is to give 2-week notice. However, there are some municipalities that ask for that to be expedited. I know that some of those municipalities are where some of this opposition to that really short window of time comes from. Would you have any opposition or any concern if we made that 2-week standard, if that was something that we could try and accomplish in this?
So as long as there's exemptions for operational and safety needs, in some cases, I think there's, so for instance, I did see some of the testimony flagging a location in the city of New Haven up in the Pond Lily area where it claims that we only gave 72 hours notice. Whereas in fact, I spoke to our staff who lead our homeless outreach efforts, and there was in excess of a month of outreach staff going to that location and talking with the individuals. And so I think there's what does the definition of giving notice mean? Is it the notice that they will be removed on this certain date? In that case, potentially yes, though there was in excess of a month of outreach workers going there routinely multiple times a week, talking to the individuals, trying to line up shelter for them. I think there's everything that is in the testimony that I saw online is already things we are doing. And no one has spoken to us about any concerns of what we're doing or how we operate. And we actually sit on the interagency council that's represented or mentioned in the bill, and no concerns have been raised with our representatives sitting on the council. So that's why, no, on that aspect, as long as there's operational flexibility for safety and emergencies. But in general, we give it well in excess of 2 weeks. Sometimes there's one case I'm aware of now. I'm not going to indicate the location because it's one individual, but it's been multiple months of us trying to work with him to find him shelter. And we still have not asked him to leave because we want to make sure he has shelter lined up.
I appreciate that. It's a very complicated situation. And of course, we want for folks not to have to even have this as their only option, but being sensitive to that is so critical. So thank you for that. If I could just ask one last question of Deputy Commissioner King, please, regarding the TOD. Hello, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good to see you. Thanks for coming back to the mic. So the TOD properties for potential development, are you working with CMDA and are you communicating directly with local chief electeds or planning departments on this? Really basic.
So yes and yes. Working together with the communities has been one of our primary goals here. We want to make sure that what we're doing with our properties is something that fits in well with the town's goals in terms of expanding their housing stock, but also for what their master plans are for their station areas and downtown. So we have a meeting with them one-on-one.
So not doing this in a vacuum. I love that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you clarifying because I know that that's been some of the concern. So
Absolutely.
thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hand this back to you.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Hall. Oh, sorry, Representative Mara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Deputy Commissioner King, since you're there, I'll have you stay. I think my brain fell asleep when you were talking about the TODs, and can you just clarify, explain the leasing of the air rights? I think I
Sure.
lost a part of that.
So what I was saying is that the current TOD statute that exists in the state gives us a lot of flexibility about how we go about creating TOD developments on state land. Um, so far we have only gone out to RFP on 2 properties, New Haven and Stanford, and in both of those we were looking at a long-term ground lease. But we are open to looking at leasing air rights, and we think that we have the ability to do that as it stands. And we're open to looking at many different ways that, as long as it makes sense for the people of Connecticut.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner, just a question for you on 5235. So as I'm reading through this legislation as it's written currently, it sounds more like you're establishing a plan, but it sounds like you already have, or is it establishing a council? Can you just clarify? And then that there, because it says they'll be issuing a report no later than, I don't have to scroll up anymore. I have to hit the button. Um, a report will be due to this board.
Yes, thank you, Representative Kenny. So the proposed legislation that we you know don't necessarily support as drafted says that we will have to develop a plan in consultation with this council that we already sit on, as well as like local housing authorities. So we already have a plan. We adopted it in 2022. It's been in effect, and we have not had any complaints about our policies and procedures that are in place. In fact, many of the communities along the CT Fast Track territory speak very highly of the work that we do with our Transit Homeless Outreach Program, or THOP. Diana Palmer from our agency leads that effort, and it's been proven to be very successful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Mara, followed by Representative Brown, followed by Representative Hall.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming in and speaking with us. I will continue to be your problem child from Lower Fairfield County. As you know, and I've said many times, that the Metro North line is the lifeblood to our community. And one of the biggest regular outreach issues I have in my community is on train ridership, train issues. I do have now contact with someone with Metro North, but I realize, as we look at some of these bills, Metro North isn't necessarily mentioned. And I would like to kind of ask you a couple questions on maybe why it's not in here, because it looks to me like our ridership is basically back up with the New Haven line. And we've, I've seen articles that we've hit all-time highs. We are regularly at least in the very high 80s. And we had a reduction in train lines or cars that are going back and forth of up to 20%, but yet our ridership is back up. I would like to know maybe your thoughts on when if something like that you believe could be included in this, considering this is such the lifeblood to my community.
Thank you, Representative Mara. So I'll say my deputy commissioner is the problem child from Lower Fairfield County. Uh, just kidding, Leisha. So the New Haven line is a lifeline for our economy in Connecticut, and I think the governor and I continuously stress that. New Haven line ridership is approaching, it's approximately almost 90% of pre-COVID ridership. In terms of trains per week, the main line, in 2019, there were 1,372 trains per week. We currently have 1,341 trains per week. So a very small reduction, which was a result of budgetary changes a couple years ago when we had to make some reductions to the rail appropriations. So we continue to see great ridership growth. It continues to be a struggle for Metro North and for us at ConnDOT to continue to provide the same level of service that everyone expects when maybe they're not riding 5 days a week anymore. And it's the same in every transit system in the country now. Because of the ability to telework, you have some reduced ridership. But the fact that we're at 90% is great. I'll say, these aren't our proposals, before us today. There's only one piece of it that is our proposal. So, but I think the governor's budget proposal that maintains full funding for the New Haven line shows his commitment to that, and the fact that we have increased investment in the capital side of the house. And we have potential major construction projects underway soon. We have the Walk Bridge underway. We have multiple rail bridges that need to be addressed. All told, on the New Haven line, we have about $15 billion worth of capital work that we need to do over the next 15 years. So it continues to be an important investment and an important asset for the state.
Thank you so much. And the app that was put out for Metro North to kind of show people the ridership is a great thing. However, and I've kind of presented this information to both DOT and Metro North that they don't always align. I don't know. It seems like that is a weight-based app, but I have pictures that come to me that saying the middle seats are all available and it's standing room only on these trains. So I think that's also, obviously that's not in these proposals, but I'm hoping that this is something that you can look at in the future. Next, I just wanted to touch on kind of the workplace safety. I mean, I'm not exactly on the workplace safety with this. I'm really on, we know that there's issues internationally going on right now, and I have constituents coming to me with concerns on safety with being on trains right now. And I don't know if this is something that you've thought of, not necessarily with the workplace safety, but in general.
Absolutely. So safety of our systems is always a priority. Metro North has a dedicated MTA police force that is constantly monitoring our rail system, along with our Connecticut State Police and local police in places where we have stations are in constant communication, as well as our Office of Rail. So it is a focus. Anytime there are any global issues that pop up, I know MTA police activate and have heightened attention on what they consider to be potential targets. And so it's always a focus of theirs. Frequently, you will see them riding the trains as a proactive measure, but they also are constantly monitoring camera feeds of all assets and facilities.
Okay, thank you so much. And I won't waste any more time on this committee, but I'd like to chat with you a little bit about that offline, because I know that's a huge concern in my town and in Lower Fairfield County. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Next is Representative Brown, followed by Rep. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Euclid, for being here today and offering your testimony. I just have a couple questions related to House Bill 5235, if I may. You mentioned to my co-chair that the practice is to provide a 2 weeks notice. You then mentioned that you have a handbook or of sorts that clearly illustrates the process in which you follow. And then you mentioned where you would not want a statute put in place that codifies the 2 week notice, that you would accept for operational and safety. Can you tell me how often operational and safety are the reasons you're out doing these sweeps?
Hardly ever.
Yeah.
Our team at the Connecticut DOT has more than enough work to do. We generally only go to help people relocate off of state property if there is a request from municipal officials, a request from legislators, or if it's a safety issue. So if flammable materials are underneath a bridge, we will act immediately to remove that risk from our asset. Or in a case of an encampment adjacent to a rail line with no fencing, and someone is killed by a train, we'll act to immediately remove that encampment. But in most parts, our maintainers are overstretched as it is.
Mhm.
And so they don't report in and say, hey, we need to remove and relocate these encampments.
Thank you for that. And my next question, I guess, would be, do you have any metrics that either you use or DOT uses to determine if a sweep is successful?
Successful, I don't know if it would be considered successful, in any way, because it's really just, you know, trying to get people into a treatment or into shelters, and we always offer that, and that's always made available to them. And in almost every single case that I'm aware of, like I mentioned, there's one case ongoing now where it's been multiple months now where we have not relocated the individual because there are no shelter beds or housing available for this individual near his community. So we continue to allow him to stay there. So um, in that space, I defer to the social service providers who we partner with to see if those individuals, after they go into shelter or housing, continue that treatment. So
Thank you for that. And just on that same topic, personal belongings that are swept as part of this, what happens to those?
that is the agencies. We don't take control of it. It's the police or the social service providers who take them to the shelter, help store that material. So
Do you know how long they store it for?
Diana, do you know? Yeah, it varies by community. So
I'm sorry, it varies
it
on.
varies by community.
So each town sets their record of storage for these personal belongings?
Yeah, we don't do the removal.
Right.
So
I understand that. But if you know, just offhand, if you know how long that's stored.
So it varies by community. Some communities offer that service, some communities don't offer that service. It also depends on which social service agencies. Again, some of the social service agencies are willing to help folks with their belongings. Some don't offer that service. You know, it's also a logistical challenge we've seen in some, again, we're not doing it, but we do, any community that's offering to do that, we will work with them to make sure that the belongings, that they have time to go in and get the belongings before the cleanup commences. But what we've heard back from communities is that it's really a logistical challenge in figuring out how to store the stuff, where to store it, how to know who owns, what to release to people when they're coming. Um, so I know that some communities that had been doing it have ceased doing it, just because it's very, very difficult to administer, especially with the population who doesn't necessarily have transportation to where it's being stored, don't have proof of ownership. It's been a problem for some of the communities that have done it.
Well, I appreciate that. I think it's important that there's an equal standard here for if you're unhoused in Bridgeport, if you're unhoused in Greenwich, you should have the same rights. And for the state to essentially conduct this sweep and then invite DSS, DCF, homeless providers into it, and then not know what the people you've called are going to do with the personal belongings. And I'm not saying personal belongings like a telephone or like your shirt. This is their homes. They live on these streets. And so anything you take is going to take away a massive amount of their personal life. And so we've got to do better. We really do. If we're going to sweep these people without any care in the world about their personal belongings, we've got to do a better job. And I think it needs to be in statute just to make sure that Bridgeport, if we're storing belongings, that everyone has the right to do so. And just offhand, we're building more storage facilities than I think we know what to do with. There's plenty of storage. We could do a better job. I just want to go back to the other point of Shoreline East, if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you. I know I'm going on a little longer. Electric M8s. The state invested in M8s for the Shoreline East back in, I don't know, 2020, 2022. Then we switched to diesel. Where are those M8s going?
we did not invest in M8s for Shoreline East. We bought M8s for the New Haven line. They're split pools between Connecticut and New York. We diverted a portion of the M8s to serve the Shoreline East a few years ago. They have been lent to New York for a couple weeks as a result of equipment shortages they had on the New York side of the border, because we had enough diesel equipment to cover that service. In the governor's budget, we are proposing to restore the diesel equipment onto Shoreline East, similar to what we have used on Shoreline East for the vast majority of its existence. That'll save about $8.8 million a year in the budget.
Thank you for that. I just argue that, some people argue that the reason the ridership is down is because we've eliminated the amount of line or actual trains coming. But other people would argue it. I think your argument is that ridership is down, so there's no need to add additional trains. Do you have any data that backs up this chicken and egg thing where if you add more cars, then you'll have more riders? Do you have any data that either proves or disproves that argument?
I don't think that is my argument. The Waterbury line has 134 trains per week. Shoreline East has 132 trains per week. So there's comparable number of trains serving those two lines. I have admitted that the schedule is not ideal because we are operating in Amtrak territory. And there are gaps that we're going to look to try and fill in the schedule. But I don't necessarily think it is, you can't quantify the number of trains because, the fact that the Waterbury branch line has essentially the same number of trains, and even the Danbury branch only has 154 trains per week as opposed to 132. So.
Right. Because I guess my point is just all the metro lines, including the New Haven line, have all been restored, and some are seeing increases up to 140%. And so if we can restore these lines, if you build it, the people will come, is my point. And I think anecdotally, we can look at some data that suggests that if you can restore some of the lines, then the people will come back. What riders need is they need to be able to trust that these trains are going to come on time, that they're going to not seek rate increases randomly, so that way they changes the formula for whether they can afford to travel that way. I think they need reliability, and I think it's a very, very admirable effort by the chair to restore this line, because even in Bridgeport, folks deserve access to these lines, and the jobs are there, and people around the state deserve to have access to them. So anything we can do to increase ridership there would be helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Representative Hall online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Just a couple of things for the commissioner. First, basically some really great feedback from my areas that I represent. We were fortunate enough to be part of the micro transit pilot program. So for Enfield and East Windsor, we actually had a ton of people take advantage of this pilot program, and it really truly is a huge success in our area, and we're hoping obviously this becomes a permanent service that we can offer our residents. And with Windsor Locks right there for train access and future Enfield train access, which we're looking forward to, obviously, coming up shortly. We know this service is going to be well used. So we appreciate the ability to be part of that pilot program and obviously want to see that continue. Just a quick question for the commissioner in regards to the transit-oriented. I'm going to tie this into transit-oriented development. And part of the upcoming train project for Enfield, we recently learned as a town that the state is going to take some of our local roads, and we came across a policy that I know used to be different years ago, because I served on the council many times over the course of years when we had interaction with state DOT and there were specific questions. DOT would come before the governing body and kind of go over what the plan was. If the council, first selectmen, whoever the form of government was at the time, would come in and be happy to answer questions. it seems like your policy has changed a little bit over the course of the years. And my only concern that I have as a councilman, as a state representative, that the governing bodies of the town should have an opportunity to talk to DOT about what's happening and what's transpiring, and if they have any questions. I know we've heard back from your office that it's the policy now of DOT that they don't come before the governing body and answer any questions. I know you're open to having questions emailed to you, but as you know, when discussions happen, more questions are raised, and more questions definitely need to be answered. So my question to you is, not doing public forums, I don't think I'm looking for that, but my question is policy for DOT. Why are you reluctant to meet with the governing body when especially we are taking land from the towns, we are taking roads from the town? My question is more policy oriented, and this is all happening in the transit oriented development. So that's to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative Hall. So, we have 169 communities in the state of Connecticut. If we had to send DOT staff to 169 town councils and city council meetings, I'd be before the legislature seeking a significant increase in the budget to pay for overtime, because we have staff operate under their contracts, which dictate what their hours of work are. If they work outside of that or work beyond certain hours, we have to pay them overtime in order to, appear late at night at town council meetings. So it is, our practice to, encourage that. We will meet with any elected official who wants to meet with us, but we're not going to come in and routinely meet at night in city and town council meetings before the body. Our relationship is with what the local traffic authority, as well as the chief elected official of each community. That's who essentially enters into and signs the agreements with us, and so that's where we're trying to be fiscally responsible for the state and not accrue significant overtime.
So I appreciate that answer. I think I'm speaking more specifically when there's state takeovers, not for projects, not for signal changes, road reconstruction, things like that. But when you are physically taking land from a town, I can't imagine you take a ton of land throughout the state from 169 communities often. But that being said, I certainly understand your answer. I do disagree with it. Not every municipality has a strong elected official, so a strong form of mayor. A lot of our towns are governed by council, and that's a body of 11. So I respect your answer. I appreciate the answer. However, I think there definitely needs to be some consideration to answer the governing body when you're especially taking property from the town. So that's my feedback. We certainly are looking forward to you being there and the project moving forward. I know there was just some general questions that came up that need to be answered. And I think when we did submit questions, there were more questions that came back. So it's just something that I think we can eliminate a lot of consternation and concerns when we kind of nip things in the bud a little bit ahead of time. So that's all I have. I won't take any more time. I know we have a heavy agenda. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and great to see you, Commissioner. Very much appreciate you coming in this morning. A quick question on SB 237. very much in line with my colleagues on just the continued advocacy for Shoreline East. I know we've had conversations for many years regarding this important service. I think a big missing link that we're often overlooking that was cited by Senator Cohen is that there's a lot of possibilities with this rail line. I think the best days are ahead of it. When you consider the overwhelming job growth happening in Connecticut is taking place in southeastern Connecticut. Electric Boat alone, 8,000 jobs created just this year. And the big question is, how are we going to get these workers to and from Groton, New London, and all the other surrounding communities that it's expanding in the coming years when we have significant bridge projects in the coming years, including most principally Gold Star, which connects New London and Groton. And so when we think about this region for the next 20-25 years, I think rail is at the center of it. But when we talk about growing ridership, I think it's largely driven, it could be largely driven by actually expanding the line. Rhode Island's already having those conversations. We started those conversations, and now Rhode Island is far ahead, and now even putting in place in their 5-year, short-term capital plan efforts to really seriously look at Westerly as a place for commuter rail station, which would be the terminus for Shoreline East, based off of the great report your agency put together a couple years ago. So my question to you, Commissioner, is if not now, when? When can we expect not only service to be restored on the line prior to levels in 2019, but to actually see investment in growth? That way, ridership growth is in line with all the other great rail lines that your team operates.
So Representative, thank you. I can't answer the when. I can only answer, provide the legislature with options. And so I know last year we did submit a report with various alternative scenarios where service could be restored at various price points. I think that provides a roadmap the legislature could look at. And I do, Senator Cohen referred to earlier, a meeting we did have with Rhode Island officials recently where we talked to them about what they would need to do. And we did discuss some of the hurdles, right? There's a large fiscal cost associated with public transportation on the rail side. When you operate in Amtrak territory, there's access charges that you pay for use of the territory. And so that is a fiscal burden there. And so that is something that we continue to have to grapple with. I will say I think the fact that Rhode Island is taking the initiative there, I think is helpful. If they could, we've offered to provide them with technical support and the types of information or types of details that would need to be incorporated in their planning efforts. And we've offered to be helpful to whatever degree possible that they want us to.
Thank you for that thoughtful answer, Commissioner. Just pivoting to SB 9, it was brought up microtransit services. Just more of a technical question for the communities that currently have a fixed bus route, but say the microtransit service does not cover those sections of town, but a trip may include those areas of town because they include shopping centers, et cetera. Would that count against those microtransits based off of the way sort of your office reads the language?
So I don't think there's anything in the language that would prejudge any proposal or system. My point has just been that I want to make sure it doesn't cannibalize ridership off of fixed route. We have dedicated public transit operators who operate those fixed routes. They also have a federal requirement that if you have a fixed route bus service, you have to provide ADA paratransit within a certain region. If you lose the fixed route service, you lose that federal requirement for ADA paratransit. So individuals who rely on the ADA service would no longer have that. So I do think, there are the providers of the microtransit system are very technically skilled. You're able to geofence and limit where people can go, where they can be picked up to best serve the community. And so I think that's best decided by the transit agencies that are setting it up with their providers.
Thank you, Commissioner, and SEAT has done an amazing job with this. In that same vein of questioning, 5236, just with respect to workplace safety. SEAT is our regional bus operator for Southeastern Connecticut, so not managed by CT Transit. But I am very alarmed just reading some of the testimony provided by many transit drivers. And so my question is, what sort of reporting is done currently by the agency to say us as legislators or the public at large about workplace safety with respect to our CT Transit bus operators?
With respect to CT Transit or with respect to the seat?
CT Transit bus operators.
So CT Transit bus operators, we have a public transportation agency safety plan. We have federal reporting. We have RATP Dev, which is the management firm running CT Transit, reports to us almost daily on all activities, including safety and security.
Thank you for your indulgence and appreciate the allowing me to ask any questions, Madam Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, are you getting comfortable? We've been here, but we're so glad to have you. So thank you. Just a comment and then a couple questions. Just a comment on some of the conversation I think we had related to 5235 regarding homelessness. You acknowledged, thank you so much, that your department has really tried to address a lot of needs, especially on Connecticut Fast Track, of which my constituents use. And I just wanted to note, I know it's not noted in this bill, but I know in your work with municipalities, there's been an effort to connect folks to homeless providers. And I know one of my constituents came upon a homeless individual on Christmas, and unfortunately, those police officers weren't aware that the municipality had a relationship with a homeless provider. So I think all of your work in this area and continuing to improve communication to the municipalities could go very far to making sure that folks are connected to those services. But glad that you've been trying to do more, and I think the more that we do, the better folks feel about supporting our community members and riding transit. So just wanted to note that. But I did have a question related to the transit-oriented development component of SB 9. You had mentioned that you all have specifically been focused on 18 properties that the state currently owns. And I was hoping that that list is something you could share with the committee so we have a better understanding of what those properties are. And maybe in regards to this planning requirement, it sounds like, and I just want to clarify from your perspective, what could help in this plan is if you were able to clarify, what the barriers potentially are for the development at these locations and what the potential pre-development costs could be.
Yeah, we absolutely can share the list of 18 in the report we just completed. Yeah, I do think, this process has really opened our eyes to, there's a lot of land that is underutilized or could be put to a better use. But it's not as easy as just saying, let's build housing there. There's a lot of environmental issues that may not be visible to the eye, whether it's wetlands nearby or material underneath the parking lot that would impact or hinder the ability to develop it. And so I do think, having the opportunity to go into further depth about what those barriers could be, because it's often things that people don't necessarily, it's not visible at first glance.
Thank you. I think that additional information would help all of us, even beyond this committee and our work with other committees. And then finally, in regards to worker safety, the bill that was raised 5236, I recognize, as you said, there's a number of federal requirements. There are the transit districts that have certain authority. But fundamentally, I think we'll be hearing later today that there are very valid concerns from a lot of folks who drive routes, especially I know in my area, in the Hartford area, just around, simple abilities to have a bathroom break or safety when driving. And I wanted to know from your perspective, how would you suggest we address these issues? Because understandably, the structures that are in place just aren't working. And I know as you said earlier, you obviously care about worker safety, and I would love to hear from you what you would suggest we do in approaching this issue.
Well, I would disagree. The system in place is not working. I think it is working. We track all safety measures. We track, what is occurring on the bus, what's occurring outside the bus. And we have invested heavily in de-escalation training for our operators. We've invested in the infrastructure to protect the operators. We also have, invested in security along inside the CT transit system, as well as along Fast Track and other locations. And so we have seen a marked improvement on safety. So I would disagree it's not working. I think we should have a discussion about, are people being held accountable when they are assaulting our transit operators? That's not discussed in here. I think that's something, what is the judicial system doing with individuals who are assaulting our operators? There was discussions about, when we had discussions previously, there was discussions, some operators wanted the transit agency to bring the charges against the individual that assaults the operator. You can't do that. It has to be the individual who is assaulted to bring the charges. But we need to be supporting them in those efforts. We have signage on all the buses already. We have barriers on all the buses already. So we also did now launch, we're using funds to launch an etiquette campaign, which is something other systems are doing to try and reinforce for riders, like, you need to treat the operators with respect. And so we're pushing that on social media and on the buses and everywhere else. I think there's a lot we can be doing to improve safety on the system. I don't think this bill is that.
Thank you for commenting just on a little more detail. And I think, again, part of the public hearing process is getting to hear from folks today and continuously. And I know that'll shed further light, as you said, on how we can look at solutions with the current structure we have and potentially new ideas as well. So thank you for those details. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner. Great to see you. I appreciate your responses, so far today and being transparent, all the information you've provided. I want to ask some additional questions that Representative Farrar was asking regarding House Bill 5236 and the proposal of the workplace safety committees, because I can only go, Commissioner, off the information that I'm provided. And when looking at the public hearing testimony that's being submitted, I see a lot of testimony from the workforce in support for this legislation, and I see the DOT being opposed. And in all due respect, you just stated that you believe the current structure is working. Again, I'm only going off the sampling I have in the public testimony, but the workers who have submitted testimony say that the current structure is not working, that they're dealing with issues, safety issues from threats and attacks, from sanitary issues with pests. I've read testimony regarding roaches and rats on the buses, and then the issues with their personal physical and mental health. You touched on earlier being able to utilize a bathroom. But the workforce, according from this sampling, thinks that something needs to be done, enhanced, changed regarding these committees. And I would just like to know if you agree that we do need to do something different, or if the workforce is getting it wrong.
Well, I would not say the workforce is getting it wrong. I would point out that every driver in this HNS CT transit system has access to bathrooms. So that fact keeps being brought up and it's wrong. And so, I'm here to contradict that. And I can only talk to the HNS CT transit system. A lot of the testimony submitted is from people in other transit districts, but they're referencing the CT transit system, which is confusing to us at the Connecticut DOT. So a federal requirement for these safety committees and the safety plans if there are issues with the safety plans, then let's have those transit districts look at their safety plans. Let's have CT Transit look at their safety plans, talk to the Federal Transit Administration about where are the deficiencies, what needs to be improved. We just went through a collective bargaining process with the HNS ATU, and just inked that contract. Very great collaborative effort. So a lot of these issues, if there are issues with pests on the buses, that's something on the HNS system. We can talk to the ATU members who are cleaning the buses and see what they can do differently to make sure the operators have a different cleanliness standard when they're using the system. But I know that the mechanics and the maintainers who clean those buses every single day are doing their best in very difficult circumstances.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I mean, I have the utmost respect for you and your staff. I know a lot of your staff at the DOT. A lot of them are my constituents in Newington. I know you're all working very hard to have the best public transportation system we have. I just ask, I know a lot of this public hearing testimony probably just came in last 24 hours. Maybe it hasn't had time to review. If you and your team can look at the complaints that are coming in and seeing whatever we can do as the Department of Transportation and the state to address them and, create any different protocols that might be needed so that they do not have to go through the different struggles that they are, if possible. Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good to see you here. I've been listening very intently, especially on 5236, and my colleagues have pretty much touched on almost everything I wanted to speak on. I wanted to go in a little different direction. With mental illness on the uptick, and it's one of the topics that we talk about here almost in every session, and we've done a lot of things as a state, but we've obviously haven't come up with the end-all, be-all type of legislation. I would like for you to comment on what and how are you addressing mental illness as far as your drivers are concerned, number one, what is that plan for that? And number two, with mental illness aggression, these folks that are in the public transit, which way is the assault or attack or verbal abuse trending, up or down, since you've been involved?
Thank you for the question. So several years ago, it was trending up. It was heightened, and it has been improving significantly in the past few years. We also have provided significant de-escalation training for all operators to ensure that we continue to support them in their efforts to stay behind their barrier that is installed on the buses. Don't get out of the seat. Don't when someone is trying to engage with them. We want to make sure that the operator is safe. So CT Transit really pushes that de-escalation training that's been out there. And we continue to encourage them to adhere to those standards and call their supervisor and get the police there if they need to. I know for a fact that many of them, if someone doesn't pay the bus fare when they get on, they don't accost them. They don't force the issue because we've taught them to, protect themselves instead of escalating it over the $1.75.
Thank you, Commissioner, for answering the first part. I think that I sometimes I wonder myself about this plastic plexiglass in front of the driver. If you're being assaulted, you're kind of almost kind of penned in, there isn't a whole lot you can do behind that glass. And I'm glad to hear, I think you indicated that the trend is decreasing. And do you have data that supports the number of times you've actually the Connecticut DOT has had to get involved with police interaction on the bus or the train?
So we don't have, I don't have that for Connecticut DOT. We can get that for you for the different service providers. So we do have data on the number of times CT Transit will call the police and the number of times Metro North or Hartford Line will call the police. And so we can get that to you.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, because I think that data will help us look at the number of letters that are coming in support of 5236 and have us see, which data is trending. But I am really concerned about mental health and mental health awareness and the issues that our public servants are facing. And let's hope that we continue to decline. And I'll ask you some comments after on the side. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Reyes. You are a very popular guest, Commissioner. And I am just going to end your time with us here with a couple of questions that didn't get addressed. Last session, this committee passed a bill that provided for reduced bus fares for our students as well as our veterans. We also passed a budget last year, and the monies we determined for that particular bill, which doesn't typically happen, especially once it comes out on the floor, there's a fiscal note attached to it. It typically gets integrated into the biennial budget, but it didn't in this case. Can you tell us, and now today we have before us a proposal, which was our original proposal, to have free fares for students and veterans, and in coordination with CONDOT, I think we had an agreement that we would have a two-fare system, that it just allowed for easier transition since there was already reduced fares for our seniors and our disability community. But we did hear in the governor's budget proposal an additional $1 million set aside for free fares for veterans, which would then create a three-fare bus system. And so this committee really felt like we wanted to put forward our proposal again for a free fare system for our students who, I think we'll hear from in a little while. It's very compelling as to why it would be wonderful to have free fares for our students, although we would be happy with a 50% fare reduction. Could you just speak to where we are a little bit? I know that you were really committed to trying to make it work despite not having it in the budget. I just wonder where we are in terms of standing a program, what needs to happen, and what your reaction is to free fares for veterans and students.
Yes, thank you. So we have been doing the work on the back end to prepare in the CT Transit system, because it only applies to CT Transit, the ability to incorporate the verification of student status or veteran status. So CT Transit has been building the digital architecture to be able to launch a system as soon as funding is made available to account for the lost fares as a result of the 50% discount that would be proposed for youth and for veterans. The governor's budget does include $1 million, but it's not for free fares. I just want to be very clear, nothing in the governor's budget proposes free fares. What it's proposing is giving $1 million to the Department of Veterans Affairs to purchase bus passes to give out to veterans. And there is a distinct distinction there, because to do free fares would require a full federal process through the Federal Transit Administration and a Title VI analysis. And so that is not what we are proposing. We're proposing a 50% discount for youth and for veterans. And the governor's proposing similar to what the legislature did, where they provided funding to school districts to purchase passes and then distribute those passes. That's what the governor's proposed for veterans. I do think the 50% discount is a good opportunity. I mean, for entities like school districts who want to purchase passes, which they used to do in the past, to be able to purchase those passes at a very reduced discount for the youth, and to distribute those to the youth that need them.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I know we'll be advocating to at least realize the budgeted requirement for the 50% fare reduction, because that was a significant oversight. on the legislature's part. And so what I anticipate is the very last question, I may have just jinxed us, but could you speak a little bit to what feels like a frustrating situation on Shoreline East, as we've already established, but there is a desire, I think, on the part of CONDOT to at least do no harm, like keep service levels where they are, which includes some of the dollars that we got put into the budget to mitigate some of the cuts that had occurred. And as a result, I'm really looking for savings elsewhere. And something that we've been seeing a lot lately in the media is the determination to not employ the M8s, the electric cars on Shoreline East, and rather have the diesel cars. Could you speak to this decision a little bit? And I'm particularly concerned about this given where we are federally and rescinding the endangerment finding by the EPA. Certainly, it's sort of incumbent on states at this point to be responsible about clean air, and which is really disappointing because we should be partnering with other states and partnering federally to ensure that we're doing all we can for the environment. But I know that you've been an advocate of clean air and environmental considerations of electrification in all regards, not just on rail cars in the past. And so making a determination that we're not going to move forward with M8 is concerning. The M8 cars is concerning, obviously, and I'm not going to speak for you, but I would think it must be for you as well. So if you could speak to it a little bit.
No, thank you for the question. So it's true. So I think when you look at the balance of, finding savings in the budget due to the spending cap, the constitutional spending cap, if we have to find savings, what can we reduce to provide those savings without reducing service was, my focus. I did not want to cut service on any rail line, on any bus line in what I proposed to OPM for potential options. So while it's true, it's going to be, our proposal is to go back to using the diesel equipment that was used there historically. The diesel and locomotive engines are, top of the line. They were recently restored, significantly reduced emissions, and the rolling stock equipment, the Shoreline East will be receiving, if this moves forward and diesel equipment is still being used on Shoreline East territory, they would be receiving the new rail cars that are being purchased, the 60 plus rail cars we're purchasing. So you have to balance what are the emissions from using that versus cutting service somewhere and shifting people out of public transportation into single occupant vehicles. And so I think the balance was to try and protect all the service levels possible, would have the least impact versus creating a further transit death spiral of some form by cutting service somewhere else, forcing people out of the system, further cutting the system, further pushing people out of the system. So that's where we tried to hold the line and not propose any service reductions.
Thank you for that. And so in terms of carbon impact, are you still going to be using the electric cars elsewhere that you would not have been putting on the line? And you talked a little bit about these aren't old diesel cars that are going on Shoreline East. So there is some carbon reduction, between an old diesel car versus a newer diesel car. And are there other enhancements, like in terms of Wi-Fi availability, things like that, because the impression is, and I'm sure you know this, that we just continue to cut service to Shoreline East. We continue to, make it very difficult to ride it. And there's this sort of perception that, and now we're going to bring back diesel train cars, which is not as smooth of a ride. Some say it's just not, it's terrible for the environment. You're just trying to kill the line. That's the perception.
Yeah, I mean, I would quibble with that. It's terrible for the environment. I mean, the Waterbury branch line uses diesel equipment. The Hartford line uses diesel equipment. A Danbury branch line uses, non-electrified equipment, diesel as well. Which can convert to electric once it's approaching Grand Central. So it's not an attempt to kill the environment. It's not an attempt to go after Shoreline East. The equipment, the M8 sets, would be used as part of the pool of equipment used by the New Haven line and both Connecticut DOT and Metro North on the mainline service. So those sets would enter that main pool that is used every single day. So it's not going to be unused equipment. And there would be improved equipment once those new rail cars arrive in 2027. The new rail cars will be having Wi-Fi installed as opposed to the M8s, which will not have Wi-Fi.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate that. And seeing no other questions, your time with us is done. I appreciate it. Okay, so we are now 2 hours into the public hearing, and that means typically we would move to, and we are going to move to the public after an hour. Obviously, that we have gone way past that. And I did say at the onset of this, we have some students here in an effort to get them back to school, what there is left of the day, salvage it for them. I'd like to bring up Principal Tomini and any students as a panel, and we will hear from them. And I really appreciate you being here. And you just never know how long it's going to go at the beginning of these things. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ahalem Abdi Tahir, and I am here to speak not just for myself, but for my classmates and for students across.
Ma'am, would you mind speaking up just a little bit or getting a little closer to the microphone? I'm sorry. We want to make sure that you're heard and that CTM picks up your voice. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, committee members. My name is Ahalem Abdi Tahir, and I am here to speak not just for myself, but for classmates and for students across my community whose voices often go unheard. I've been riding public transportation for as long as I can remember. I still remember my very first ride. My dad was holding my hand as we stepped onto the bus. I watched him pay the fare. And as we sat down, I realized that one day I would be able to get myself where I needed to go. This gave me a sense of independence. I wish it was easy, but my parents couldn't always give me a ride because they were working, and I didn't have another way to get where I needed to go. This kind of independence required a bus pass. Without it, I wouldn't be able to afford rides to school, to practice, or to clubs like Social Justice League. Without this free bus pass, so many opportunities would have remained just out of reach. But transportation isn't just about getting from one place to another. For students like me, it decides what opportunities we can and can't have. Last year as a sophomore, I had to quit a sport that I loved, not because I lost interest, not because I wasn't committed, but because I didn't have a way home after practice. I was too embarrassed to tell my teammates the real reason. I told them I was just busy. The truth was, I didn't have transportation with both my parents working full-time. At the beginning of summer, I remember sitting at home, frustrated and upset, telling my mom how unfair I felt. I couldn't join any after-school activity simply because I didn't have a ride. She looked at me and said something simple: take the city bus. That moment changed everything. The free bus pass became my bridge to opportunity. Because of it, I wasn't left out. I could stay after school without having to worry how I'd get home. I could join sports, attend events, and spend time doing things I truly love. At the beginning of freshman year, I often missed school. I often, sorry, I often missed the school bus because my parents couldn't always drop me off at the bus stop. That meant I had to walk, and by the time I got there, the bus was already gone. Eventually, I stopped relying on it altogether after I realized that the city bus could take me directly to school. But even $1.75 a ride adds up fast. I was constantly worried about whether I'd have enough for the next day's ride and how I'd pay to get home. No student should have to worry about finding spare change just to make it to class on time. But with the free bus pass, I no longer had to. It gave me stability and removed the constant stress in my everyday life. When students have reliable transportation, we can stay for tutoring, we can join sports, we can take part in clubs, and we can get jobs. We can also help our families. This is a place where laws are made. You have the power to make this permanent and lift the burden from students like me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aha Lem. I really appreciate your testimony today. And it's always good to hear how it impacts you, how these laws impact you. And I think it was so compelling when the students were here last year as well, which is why we moved forward with what we moved forward. And as you heard, we've had some hiccups along the way. So hopefully we can get this done for you. Does the next student want to come up, and then we can sort of take questions from the committee for all of you afterwards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sakori Smith, and I'm a student at UHSSC in Hartford. I've gone to school in Hartford my whole life, and as for as long as I can remember, the city bus has been a part of my story. I was only 8 years old for the first time I learned how to follow a city bus schedule. While other kids were buckled into back seats or waving goodbye from minivans, I was waiting at the bus stop with my backpack bigger than my body, waiting for the city bus that would take me across Hartford to school. My mom couldn't drive. She worked long shifts and every dollar counted, so the bus was our only way. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just life. But as I grew older, I started to understand that getting to school shouldn't feel like a daily test of luck, timing, and money. When the bus prices went up, everything changed. Some mornings, my mom and I would spend those extra few minutes staring at our budget, figuring out whether we could afford both of our trips for the week. Other mornings, I walked because we couldn't. By the time I got to class, tired and late, my focus was gone. My grades slipped, not because I cared less, but because getting to school started costing more, emotionally and financially. I remember sitting in class one day, watching the rain streak down the windows, wondering if I'd even have a ride home. No child should have to think that way about getting to school. Then the bus passes came. Suddenly the weight lifted. I could get to school on time without worrying if the fare would eat into dinner money. My attendance improved, my grades followed. And so did my confidence. The day I got that pass wasn't just a small win. It was independence, security, and hope wrapped into one piece of plastic. Now, as a student at UHSSC, I'm a part of the indoor track team. I push myself every day to run faster, to go further, and to never give up. But without that bus pass, I might not have a reliable way home after practice. It's what lets me stay after school to train, represent my team, and still get home safely afterward. Running on that track reminds me of how far I've come, but the truth is, I couldn't get there or back home without a ride. Keeping the bus passes matters, not just for me, but for my peers at UHSSC. For some of us, these passes are the difference between showing up and falling behind. They bridge the gap between potential and opportunity, between fear and focus. They mean that students who dream big can actually reach the places that help those dreams come true. Without them, too many of us risk slipping through the cracks, not because we stopped caring, but because we can't afford the ride. The bus pass isn't charity, it's a lifeline. It's a promise that Hartford believes in its students enough to help them make it to class every day, no matter what. And for me, that means everything. So to everyone who helps make these passes possible, thank you for believing in me, for listening, and for giving me the chance to keep moving forward.
Well done. Thank you. And we're glad you're able to run track as well and have these activities. Next student, want to?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nayeli Figueroa. I am a senior at University High School of Science and Engineering, and today I am here representing not only myself, but my peers and students across Hartford who rely on public transportation every single day. I'm here to advocate for continued and permanent support for free student bus passes in Connecticut. 3 years ago, my youth-led club identified transportation as one of the biggest barriers students were facing. Many of us, including myself, struggled to afford daily bus fares without having jobs. Something as simple as getting to school, work, or an after-school activity became a constant challenge. Students were missing opportunities not because they lacked motivation, but because they lacked access. Before free bus passes were introduced, transportation was not a minor inconvenience. It was a daily struggle. I often relied on loose change to afford a bus ride because I didn't want to burden my parents. I saw friends miss job interviews, arrive late to school, or skip practices and club meetings simply because they couldn't afford transportation or didn't have a reliable ride. For me, getting to school, work, and sports meant a long commute, and sometimes I had to turn down shifts or miss practices because transportation wasn't dependable or affordable. It was frustrating and discouraging, and I knew I wasn't alone. Everything shifted when Connecticut transit-free bus passes were finally reintroduced into schools. Now, I no longer worry about whether I can afford to get where I need to go. I don't have to search for spare change or depend on my parents for rides. Because of this program, I was able to find and keep a job that is close to my school but far away from my home, something that once felt impossible. Today, 3 years later, I am now president of the club, and we are still fighting to protect this resource, not just for ourselves but for future students. However, while this program has been supported through short-term grants, the support is running out, and by June 2026, students will no longer have access to free 31-day bus passes. Grants are temporary, and students' needs are not. This is why we are here today, to advocate for this resource to become permanent and not a short-term solution. Today, to support our advocacy, I personally created a transportation survey and worked with my club to collect data for students at our school. The survey consists of questions like students' pay rate weekly, spending amount in the community, and transportation usage, and more. The data showed that to date, three sessions of 31-day bus passes have been distributed, allowing students at one high school to spend an estimated $160,000 within the local community because they had access to free bus passes. Students use transportation to get food, groceries, school supplies, attend appointments, and go to work, and participate in community events. That money went directly back into local businesses and neighborhoods. And this is just one school. When you imagine the impact across Hartford and across Connecticut, it becomes clear that this program does more than help students get from point A to point B. It strengthens local economic activity and creates long-term community benefits. Today, I stand here as a student leader, as a voice for my peers, and as proof that when students are given support, we rise to the opportunity. This is not just about convenience, but this is about making free bus passes permanent, ensures that no student has to choose between education, work, or basic needs because of transportation cost. Thank you.
Thank you, and well done. It's clear that this has really become such a lifeline. And I wonder if you might share your survey results. Thank you for doing that and taking it upon yourself. It would be wonderful to have your survey results shared with the committee. So if you can get those to the clerk, we'd be happy to get them out to all the membership, just so we can see exactly what the uptake has been, what the utilization within your school has been. Would that be okay?
Yes, we would love to share the data that we have. Me and Principal Tomini work hand in hand within collecting the survey data within our students. So it's very important in order to prove to you guys that, students are providing money. This is not just money that's going to be wasted into our community. We're showing that it's really evolving and that students are spending, money that they're making at their jobs, whether it's an internship, and they're really producing into, the state of Connecticut and the city of Hartford. We also have data of how much time students use certain buses in different routes. Like say, for example, I might take bus 74 and my bus card number transforms into a data sheet where I know how many times a week I take that certain bus. There's also other data of like how much students are spending within the community. We also have data on how much this is really improving students' lives and availability to get to clubs like, track team or our social justice league club at our school. So this is very important data that we were now able to provide. We previously had a survey and we wanted to switch it up to really prove that this is not just money that you're putting in, you're also getting it back.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you for really digging in and getting into the data and really showing how beneficial this can be, not just like you said, to get you from point A to point B, but really how does this give back to the community at large? And not to mention the mental health benefits, right, involved with taking away that stress away from yourselves and your families. Just being able to have the freedom to get about is really important. And also, you all touched upon, or one of you touched upon, I know, at least chronic absenteeism and the reduction in that and how important that is for students as well. I don't know, Principal Tomini, did you have anything that you wanted to share with the committee?
I just wanted to say, as I sat here for the last 2 hours, I heard a lot of talk about the ancillary benefits to the land being around the trains and all this other stuff. what you're seeing in front of you is the ancillary benefits of giving kids opportunity. And bus passes allows them to have access to education, jobs, and opportunities that I had and that my children had. And so many of my students and so many students across the state of Connecticut don't have access to this system, right? Previously, you heard the commissioner talk about how much this costs. Well, they're generating, I don't know if you heard that, right? $160,000 of economic activity in 3 months for 188 kids. $160,000 for 188 kids in 3 months. They're getting jobs, they're spending money, and they're going to school, right? The impact of this, the opportunity that it has across the state, right? Let's develop land next to a train station. I'm on board, right? Fast pass, all of that stuff definitely had an impact. But you have 119,000 disconnected youth. This is your chance and your opportunity to connect them back to the communities, back to their schools, and back to the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Principal Tomini. Any questions or comments? Yes, Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just blown away by all of your testimony. You're also young, but wise beyond your years, and really encourage you to get involved, right? Just again, the best way to do that is to get involved is to be able to actually travel freely to get to and from where you need to go. And obviously, bus travel provides that. My question to you is, in an ideal world, would you rather pay a 50% reduction on your fare or simply no fare at all?
I think that's a great question. I personally, as I said in my testimony, that I used to have to find spare change just to afford the $1.75 fare. Often it's double that if you want to go the whole day. That's only a 2-hour pass. I personally would love to just pay nothing. Unfortunately, to get from point A to point B, that 0.5% fare still does cost a lot, especially for students who are either freshmen, sophomore, under the age of 16 to get a job. It's unreliable and kind of irrational for these students to be able to pay for those fares without the help of this program. So they won't have access to get home. As we know, you have to have a yellow bus in a 2-mile radius. That allows a lot of students who are not within that 2-mile radius to be able to take the city bus to get home, to get to extracurricular activities like sports. We do provide a lot of activities on the school campus, and they need transportation to leave and to get there. So I think we can all agree that we would rather prefer free passes rather than the 50% discount. I don't think.
You've certainly convinced me. And as you know, this proposal would do just that, provide funding so that all of you can travel to and from where you need to go without you having to worry about paying for that bus fare. But we're also doing it for our veterans, another group of individuals who've done such important work to protect our country. And so between the students and the veterans, I can't think of any two groups that are more deserving of some relief. Again, great job today. And Principal, you have done such great work with these students, and thank you for being an incredible advocate for all of the nearly 200 students that take advantage of this program. Disconnected youth is a very important topic right now. Our municipalities are engaged in it through CCM and state work. And it's great to see somebody on the front lines doing the important work that you're doing. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. All right, seeing no other questions or comments, thank you again for being here. Your words are so very important. So thank you for taking the time. And I'm sorry you've missed so much school today, but I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to be alternating. So we just had members of the public, and so now we'll go back to Michael Shea from the Connecticut Airport Authority. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Giavalo, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Michael Shea, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. I am submitting this testimony in support of Senate Bill 236, the CAA's recommendations bill. The CAA is the quasi-public agency that owns and operates Bradley International Airport and 5 general aviation airports in the state. The CAA also serves as the statewide regulatory authority for aviation matters. Over the past year, substantially completed over $250 million worth of terminal improvements at Bradley Airport. We completed a complex rehab project on Bradley's primary runway. We recently reopened and renovated an expanded airport lounge, and our concessions partner is investing millions of dollars in new food and beverage locations. We also just completed a parking guidance system to more conveniently direct passengers to available spaces in our parking garage facilities. And we are advancing plans for the installation of 2 new TSA checkpoint lanes. We also recently announced new routes starting this May to Houston and Louisville. The CAA also has a strong track record at our general aviation airports. We're in the final stages of planning upgrades to the Groton New London Airport, as well as the Hartford Brainerd Airport. Collectively, CAA airports generate $4 billion of total economic output, including the support of over 25,000 jobs. As part of our regulatory responsibilities, the CAA licenses all air navigation facilities in Connecticut, at which more than 36 landings and takeoffs are expected in any year. The licensure system is important to ensure that air navigation facilities across the state are operated in a safe, coordinated manner. There are currently 67 licensed air navigation facilities in the state, along with 34 additional facilities under the operational threshold that have voluntarily registered with the CAA. Senate Bill 236 proposes several changes to this important regulatory framework. First, the bill formally establishes an air navigation facility quote-unquote registration category for all facilities in the state that fall beneath the current operational threshold. This process would ensure that all smaller air navigation facilities in the state have asserted to be in compliance with all applicable laws and asserted to be under the operational threshold. Second, the legislation establishes violations of the air navigation licensure and registration system as a Class C misdemeanor, similar to other aspects of Connecticut aeronautics law. While all air navigation facilities in the state are currently compliant with the licensure requirements, the CAA believes that it is important that a penalty be established to deter future non-compliance. Finally, the bill increases the airport license fee from $150 to $300. The license fee has not been adjusted in over 30 years. This fee increase will still require the CAA to heavily subsidize its regulatory functions, but the CAA believes that it is a fair and not overly burdensome increase. I would like to thank the committee for raising Senate Bill 236, and I look forward to taking any questions.
Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate you being here and going through your proposals with us. In terms of the license fee increase, is this how many? Can you point to how many operators? I mean, we know this is leadership of the committee, but how many licensees are there, and what does that actually mean in terms of because it would double the license fee, correct?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yes, and they get licensed, and that license is good for 3 years. So if we have a little over 100 licensees and registrants, and if you divvy that up over 3 years, a rotational basis, it generates about $9,000 to $10,000 on the increased fee level of license fee revenue, if you will, to the airport authority. The costs that go into servicing the licensing program is far, far, far beyond that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And certainly it's been a very, very long time since there's been an increase there. So I can understand the request. Any other? Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This seems to be without an end on the microphone. It's just a little strange looking. Anyway, thank you for being here today. And I want to thank CAA for all the how much Bradley Airport and how important it is to my district and Northern Connecticut as a whole. On the actually the registrations, you have some people who have registered, airports that have registered voluntarily. How many do you think are out there that haven't registered, or if you know that they're there but they don't need to register?
As we've introduced this new category of registration versus license, again, these are airports and landing strips that have fewer than 36 total takeoffs and landings over a course of an entire year. But as we introduced the notion of a registration, again, we've reached out to all 34, excuse me, and they are all voluntarily complying right now. This is just memorializing it in the regulatory statutes.
Are there any out there that aren't registered that you are aware that may register?
There are some that are actively working the requirements of that registration and will soon complete it.
Okay, and on the licensing, when it's renewed, do you actually send people out there to inspect the facility to look for instructions and things like that?
We certainly can do that and would do that on a rotational basis, but we also require of the applicant to provide survey work to ensure the approaches of the airstrips and runways, et cetera, are clear of all obstructions, so trees, power lines, et cetera.
So there certainly is a cost associated with the relicensing every 3 years.
Absolutely. Our staff has to review those survey results and at times go out and inspect these airports to make sure not only the approaches are clear, but that lighting is sufficient, paint markings are sufficient, debris around the runways is cleared, et cetera. So the cost is well into the 6 figures for the airport to manage this program annually.
Okay, thank you. And it certainly doesn't seem unreasonable after 30 years that we have an increase in the fee to do this. So anyway, appreciate you being here and thank you for your answers.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Representative Stowski.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Great to see you, Executive Director, and congratulations. I know you're probably about settled at this point, but it's always a pleasure to see you and appreciate all the help you've provided me. Just regarding 236, I noticed some language specifically in there explicitly including Veriports, and that would be inclusive of UAS, so unmanned aerial systems, drones. We're seeing really the proliferation in the use cases of drones or UAS systems, and we'll be continuing to see that for the years to come. And so my question is sort of how does this registration system impact kind of this new industry, because they obviously would have to be compliant with this law?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So at the end of the day, even though it's a different mechanism to get an aircraft airborne with UAS, et cetera, you still have a projectile moving through the air. So first priority is safety. So we would treat it the very same way, making sure that whatever the volume may be, high or low, that they're either licensed or registered as appropriate to make sure that the public in the state of Connecticut is safe.
Thank you. And then lastly, in your testimony, you briefly touched on some improvements to Groton New London Airport, and I'm just wondering if you'd be able to share with the public what some of those improvements include.
Absolutely. We have over $10 million of improvements that have been designed and will be going forth with construction here starting in the spring. One important part is the apron construction to make sure there is no ponding and excess water and make sure it's draining appropriately right in front of our terminal. The terminal building itself is undergoing massive improvements, not only the roof, the heating systems, et cetera, and also the front entrance roadway and the automobile parking lot in front is in disrepair, but soon will be brand new and resurfaced at the end of the year.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Shea, for your testimony today. Just a quick question. Is the Sikorsky Memorial Airport in Bridgeport under the jurisdiction of CAA?
It is not.
It is not. That's my...
Thank you, Representative. I'm seeing, Representative Brown, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, and I want to thank Representative Smith for bringing that up. As it relates to Sikorsky Memorial Airport, we know Fairfield County is one of the most economically advantaged counties, in Connecticut. And so what's your position on municipal-owned airports?
Well, I think they're great, as I mentioned earlier, a great economic driver for the community. They support a lot of jobs. They create a lot of economic output. In a number of cases, for example, at some VAR-controlled general aviation airports, they serve vital functions like aviation mechanic schools. These are high-paying, high-tech jobs, don't require a college degree. So I do think they're an important component of the community.
Thank you for that. And in your assessment, would if the CAA were to be more involved either through investment through the state or elsewhere. Could this airport be better off if it were ran by an agency that deals with running airports versus the president of our city council, our finance director, and the mayor's designee? Are those three the best people to be running an airport for our region?
I will just state that I think the Connecticut Airport Authority is experienced and skilled to run airports we're requested to do so. I think that specific airport has got a lot of potential for general aviation activity in particular because of the congestion within the New York and New Jersey market. So again, there's opportunity there, and the CA knows how to run airports, and we think we can do that well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shea.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Smith, do you have your hand up from before, or did you have another question?
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. I don't have my hand up. I'll lower it.
Okay, thank you. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shay, thank you for appearing, and thank you for the very good work the CAA has done in regards to transportation and the safety considerations that we've talked with you quite a bit on. So thank you on that note. I think one of the questions raised was in regards to some of the airports that you do run and don't run. Two of the parallel that I kind of wanted to bounce off of is Tweed, New Haven, the expansion that is occurring, and what you don't run in regards to Sikorsky. I think the biggest question is these two very unique airports in Tweed, the neighborhood impact, the parking, the traffic density, the real impact on the community. So in running Tweed, what are some of the considerations that you have it kind of initiated and ongoing in regards to, going into neighborhoods, a small airport that has now grown to accommodate increased traffic and volume, which has been an economic boom, but it's caused tremendous impact in regards to the community, the neighborhoods, the streets, and parking density. And how would that, if you were to acquire Sikorsky vis-a-vis the city of Bridgeport running it in collaboration with Stratford, what are some of the lessons you learned from Tweed that you could offer to alleviate these challenges and impact on neighborhoods that you would have learned from Tweed and are currently still implementing?
Thank you, Senator. So just a point of clarification, the Connecticut Airport Authority does not own nor operate Tweed New Haven Airport. That's under the jurisdiction of the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. But if I can draw parallels to Bradley International Airport, the main commercial airport we do run, we're always cognizant of community impact. We want to make sure our traveling public gets in and out of the airport efficiently, easily, seamlessly, without impact to the non-aeronautical traveling public on that given day. So hopefully that answers your question.
So you have no oversight or no impact in regards to the strategic vision moving forward on Tweed at all?
That's correct. We do not have any strategic insight, direction, oversight, et cetera, management of the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority. The one element that does fall under our jurisdiction is the regulatory responsibilities spoken about today, just like all 101 airports, landing strips throughout the state's heliports, et cetera, all need to be properly licensed and registered. And that's the extent of our involvement.
Okay, that's an insightful question. I appreciate your input on that. Then I know, representing Fairfield and the surrounding area, the Bridgeport, Stratford, Sikorsky Airport drama has been ongoing. What experience do you have should you acquire this from the city of Bridgeport impacting the town of Stratford? What experience do you bring to the table to be able to implement that if you've not done so in managing a similar airport and neighborhood dynamics between multiple municipalities like Tweed? I thought that was going to be a good experience or insight that you could leverage, but in not running it, what experience should you acquire, Sikorsky, that you can bring to the table to make it more efficient and compatible with the challenges that's presented there?
Thank you, Senator. So just a point of clarification again, running a commercial service airport for commercial passenger activity is very different than running a general aviation airport. When you have a commercial service airport, you have to adhere to a multitude of FAA regulations for safe operation. But with a commercial service airport, you have a lot more activity, a lot more noise impact, emissions, automobile traffic, et cetera. So first and foremost, if it were a commercial service airport, it does not have a commercial service today. It would need the support of the community, because to do so successfully would likely need to extend a runway there. So the community would need to be supportive of commercial activity and have a good dialogue, and I'm sure likely public hearings, et cetera, on how to ensure that automobile traffic, truck traffic, et cetera, it works symbiotically with the community at large. A general aviation airport, as I mentioned earlier, Bridgeport's got a lot of potential for general aviation activity. These are smaller aircraft. These are private charter planes, business, corporate activity that fly much less frequently and have much less of an impact on the surrounding community. So very different operation than a commercial service airport.
Well, I appreciate that insight, and I don't want to take up any more time, but I want to end by saying your recent leadership is appreciated, and you've been engaged, and I look forward to continual conversation with you. And I want to thank you for your time on these answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions or comments? Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shea, for being here. And just a couple comments. So I'm surprised. Well, maybe I'm not surprised, but we were just in this legislative body in this very same committee at one point not too long ago, where we were considering closing the Hartford Airport, and wondering why we were legislating and still putting more money towards an airport that we were just thinking about closing Brainerd Airport. If I'm not mistaken, it was last year or the year before. Could you just comment on that?
The Hartford Brainerd Airport, has been discussed publicly in the past, provides a lot of important services. It's has a location for the state police. It actually serves as the secondary EOC, or Emergency Operations Center, in addition to Hartford. It is home to a multitude of business and corporate aircraft, in particular Cigna and Travelers, with their headquarters nearby, are very much in favor of that airport. And you also have those aircraft mechanic schools that I just mentioned earlier. There's a dearth of aircraft mechanics across the country. And again, these are high-paying, high-skilled jobs, don't require secondary education. So again, the economic output of that airport is important to the community, the jobs it supports, and also as a feeder of those high-paying mechanic jobs as well. But to close an airport, it's been discussed many times in the past, very expensive proposition, and is under the purview of the FAA. There's a multitude of things that would have to happen: cleaning up of environmental contamination, fair market value of the land, et cetera. But as of right now, I think that airport's been studied numerous times, and the vision forward is to continue operating it as a general aviation airport.
I appreciate that answer. And lastly, from a safety standpoint, as you expand Bradley Airport, which I wholeheartedly approve, I fly out of there all the time. So my question to you is, in recent years, we've had these near disasters, or actually have had disasters with helicopters hovering into regular commercial lanes. So with the expansion and us having the National Guard there present, what are your thoughts? I'm sure you guys have given consideration to the safety piece of it. What are your thoughts as we expand the number of flights in and out of there?
Yeah, aviation safety is paramount. I mean, safety is our number one focus always at Bradley International Airport. We've worked very closely with the National Guard for many, many decades seamlessly. I think we are very proud of our airport. We're a medium hub airport. We are not the size of a Boston and New York and LA, which may face some more challenges than we do. So we don't have the air congestion that sometimes challenges those larger airports. But there's a number of pieces of legislation at the federal level that are being looked at right now. The Rotor Act is one, for example, to ensure that whether it be military helicopters or aircraft or in commercial passenger aircraft are able to see each other, hear each other, make sure that any future tragedy could be avoided.
Thank you, Mr. Shea, for your answers and for your consideration on safety. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Shea, for being here. Really appreciate it and appreciate all your work, and congrats on the beautiful new wing of the airport. It's very exciting for
Thank
travel
you.
in Connecticut.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, we are going to look to take a member of the public. I will just remind folks who are dialing in remotely on Zoom to testify, they do need to accept the promotion when the clerk puts it out there to promote you into the waiting room in order for you to testify. So I know next we would typically be going to Steve Stefano. I don't believe he's in the room yet. All right. Mr. Stefano, are you on with us? If you are on, you can unmute and begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will go very quickly. I know that you guys are busy and appreciate the opportunity, so I am just pulling up my testimony. Dear chairs and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Mayor Jay Moran of the town of Manchester, writing to you today on behalf of Manchester to express our enthusiastic and strong support for Senate Bill 237. This legislation represents a transformative opportunity for east of the river communities, finally bringing the proven success of bus rapid transit that's been seen on the western part of the state to this critical area. Manchester has long advocated for the expansion of CT Fast Track East. For years, our community has envisioned a dedicated station right in the heart of downtown Manchester that seamlessly connects our residents and businesses to the regional hubs of Hartford and the University of Connecticut and Storrs. By establishing a route or multiple routes between Hartford and Storrs, the state will bridge a critical gap in our transit infrastructure. This is not just about a bus route, it's about creating a high-frequency, reliable spine for regional mobility. Manchester is currently putting its money where its mouth is. We are in the midst of investing millions of dollars in both public and private funds to transform our downtown into a premier walkable regional destination. These investments include the brand new state-of-the-art 21st Century Library, which will be opening this summer. The town is also in the implementation phase of our downtown improvement project, a comprehensive complete streets plan. Last year, the town opened the Oak, an all-season and multi-purpose recreation complex, also in the heart of our downtown. And meanwhile, we are working with private sector partners to bring mixed-use development and increased housing to the area. Our goal is simple: to create a space where people can live, work, and play without the absolute necessity of a car. The expansion of bus rapid transit is the missing part of this puzzle. A CT Fast Track station in downtown Manchester would act as a catalyst for further housing and mixed-use development, attracting a workforce that demands modern, sustainable transit options. This project would also facilitate economic development, connecting our vibrant downtown directly to Yukon and Hartford, creates a talent pipeline and economic synergy that benefits the entire state. From a sustainability standpoint, reducing car dependency along the I-84 and potentially the I-384 corridors is essential for meeting Connecticut's long-term environmental and congestion reduction goals. We specifically urge your support for Senate Bill 237, which requires the Department of Transportation to implement bus rapid transit from Hartford to Storrs through East Hartford, Manchester, and Vernon. The east of the river communities, like Manchester, have waited a long time for the same level of transit investment seen in the western part of the state. I believe that my colleague Matt Hart, who's the executive director of the Capital Region Council of Governments, will also be speaking about this important issue. On behalf of the town of Manchester, we urge you to vote favorably on SB 237. Let's build a more connected, accessible, and prosperous Connecticut together. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate your testimony, and I'm always a big fan of hearing about complete streets utilization as a student of the thing. So I appreciate you being here. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Next up is Representative Linehan online. Madam, it is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Nice to be here today to you and Senator Cohen, Vice Chairs Lopes and Brown, and Huang and Kennedy. Thank you for having me here today. For the record, I am Representative Liz Linehan. I represent Cheshire, Hamden, and Wallingford in the 103rd District. And I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 235, an act concerning driver education and student safety. I'm speaking about this bill without any given notes, but I will follow up with some written testimony after for certain. But as you all know, my time here in the legislature, my 5 terms now, has really been focused on adult sexual misconduct towards children. And this legislation actually follows in those footsteps. This bill would allow children who are taking driver's ed courses to choose the gender of their instructor whenever possible. It calls for cameras in vehicles, not focused solely on the roadway, but focused in the car so that people can view the relationship between the student and the instructor. It also calls for behind the wheel instruction for traffic stops for the safety of the students and for police officers. I wanted to talk a little bit about what I would like to see in this legislation as well before I give you the background. I know that there's going to be some concern to address the length of storage of videos, and I think that that's something that we need to work on. The cost of having videos for the car would not be really about the cameras. It's really about the storage of those videos, as we've seen for police worn body cameras and the like. So I know that we're going to have to continue to work on that. But I think what also needs to be in this bill is provision of notification about the law to parents and to students. Just like any law that we have passed regarding adult sexual misconduct prevention, it is important that everyone knows how to recognize abuse, how to recognize grooming, how to report it if they are a potential victim or they have any concerns. So I'd like to see those added. But let me just take a quick moment to tell you how this actually came about. I am the parent of a now 17-year-old girl, and I brought her to these to a school where they did the online or the on-road test, and I was pretty shocked about how concerning it was letting my 17-year-old daughter get into a vehicle with a man that I've never met and that she's never met. And after her first lesson, I sat down and I asked her how she felt, and she admitted that it felt very uncomfortable. From that, I actually went online and had an open discussion in my community about these concerns. And I found that multiple parents as well as students shared the same concerns, that these days it just doesn't feel comfortable to be put in that position. Take into account, of course, the fact that these students are looking to get their license, and it's something really important to them. And now you have an issue of not wanting to speak up and say when you're concerned, because that might take away your opportunity to get your license. Essentially, that instructor is in a position of power. It did come to my attention in talking with some parents that not only was there a concern regarding the sexual misconduct towards their children,
Just wanted to
but
give you a warning, your
also,
3 minutes are up.
thank you. And I'll just wrap up by saying it's also important about having a student there to learn how to do a traffic stop, because we see that a lot of these traffic stops where there's been violence, that kids and even young adults take off from the police because of fear. And the only way to get over fear is really to practice and to know what to expect. And with that, I will certainly take some questions, not only about the impetus of this legislation, but also about what I believe needs to be added to this bill to make it more comprehensive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. You can always tell when someone has been the chair of a committee because they tend to get all of your questions answered as they're delivering their testimony. So I'm crossing off everything that I was planning to ask you as we move forward. I would actually love for you to elaborate on what you do believe is missing from this, if you could, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we've done some work previously on grooming and the adult sexual misconduct of children, we utilized the Governor's Task Force on Abused Children to put together a fact sheet about grooming. And that fact sheet actually says what to look for, the definition of grooming, what does that mean in a real life situation? And then additionally, it talks about what to do if you believe you or someone else is the victim of grooming, and it gives the phone numbers to call, who to contact, and what would be expected of you should you make that phone call, which, by the way, is not much, almost nothing at all. So we don't want any barriers to someone calling and reporting these things. But I believe that there needs to be a handout about that as well. Having cameras in the vehicle is really, really important after the fact, but it's also an important deterrent. If someone knows that there are cameras fixated in them on the vehicle, it's going to adjust their behavior. So that is on behalf of the instructor. When they know that there are cameras in the vehicle, that they will know that someone is able to get this footage. So therefore, there needs to be the other side of that, where there is a provision of information that says, we have cameras in the vehicle. This is how long the storage is. If you think there was any sort of abuse or grooming, this is who you call. This is how you obtain footage, and we're keeping it for X number of days. In order to ensure that this is not an outrageous cost on driving schools, I think we need to talk about the amount of time that they are required to retain that. And I believe 60 days would be a good amount of time, but I would really like to get the input on the driving schools and how long they feel that they can do that, and what the cost would eventually be to them. And additionally, the behind the wheel instruction, I think that needs to have some information that goes along with it, a written version of what to do when there's a traffic stop, and a paper that you take it home and you talk to your parents about that. In my conversations with parents and students of color, they have stated that this is one of the most important things that they feel they can do for the safety of their children. And in fact, of the numerous families that I spoke to, those families of color have said that it is all something that they have discussed often with their children before they get their license, and a continuing conversation during. So anytime that we can assist parents in those conversations for their children's safety, I think is paramount.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the detail that you've gone into on that. And I certainly look forward to working with you as we move forward with this in whatever incarnation it may be, and certainly to the responses that we get from the driving schools and the feasibility of all of this. So I want to thank you for all of your efforts to keep kids safe now as much as when you were chair of the Children's, and it is loud and clear how invested you are in their safety. So thank you very much. I see no other hands raised. Appreciate your time and appreciate you waiting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next up, we have, is Haley Simpson in the room? Haley, come on down. Whenever you're ready, the mic is yours.
Not surprised. Good morning. Today I come to, first of all, let me start with, my name is Haley Simpson, and I'm here to testify on the governor's proposed adjustment to the biennial budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 to urge you to maintain funding for the Connecticut Department of Transportation's microtransit pilot program. of the 19.5 million two-year statewide program launched in 2024, New Haven receives 3.1 million for our microtransit program called Via New Haven. Via New Haven began in March 2025, and since then, we have seen 45,000 completed rides, around 6,000 rides per month, and an average of 100 new riders weekly. As Via New Haven has continued to expand in the second half of last year, we saw a 22% increase in weekly completed trips from July through December. Microtransit has become essential in expanding transit options for our residents, particularly those that are most vulnerable, lower income, lack car ownership, have a disability, or fewer accessible mobility solutions, our seniors, and even our young people. 73% of riders in New Haven don't have access to a personal car, and 41% have a household income of less than $50,000. So microtransit fills a critical transportation gap for those residents with a fare of 85 cents for low income or senior riders. Microtransit allows them to get to work more reliably and in less time, connects them to critical services or businesses that are less accessible by fixed route bus service. And for one rider who is low income, a resident living with a disability who can't afford to travel to places that are inaccessible by public transit. They reported that they got a visit, a friend for the first time in years, thanks to Via the New Haven service. So if I may, I would like to share some feedback from our riders of the service we have received over the past couple of months.
Please, yes.
Thank you. One of the comments reads, as someone who is disabled and mobility impaired, Theodore uses the Medicaid provided medical transportation for medical appointments, and Via New Haven has been vital in filling the gaps for other essential travels. The comment reads, this service allows me to access areas I can't by bus. Another comment reads, it helps especially on bus routes that do not have frequent buses. Another comment reads, due to my mobility issues, I can't walk far between stops. This is a more accessible transit service than the fixed bus line / schedules. So as I've shared some of the comments from our residents have welcomed microtransit, and we urge you to reconsider the discontinuation of CTDOT's microtransportation pilot program. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Ms. Simpson, for such a thorough testimony. I couldn't agree more, especially about access from cities. It's really important that we not only provide access to destinations within a space, but also without and to nearby communities. So I see no questions, but I very much appreciate your testimony and for you waiting as long as you did. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Next up online, I have Peggy Lyons. Are you?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The floor is yours, and I do see Senator Cohen coming in specifically to hear your testimony because I know it's important for her to do so. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. I am offering testimony today to enthusiastically support Senate Bill 9, which secures essential funding for DOT's microtransit pilot program that includes the Madison-Guilford Extra Mile program, as well as Senate Bill 237, which seeks to restore service reductions to Shoreline East. As First Selectman of Madison, I represent thousands of residents who aspire to rely on a cohesive, multimodal transit network in a town that does not lend itself to fixed route services. Madison is almost 12 miles tall, 4 miles wide, and 36 square miles. We're really a tale of two towns. The Shoreline in the south, which is more dense, offers a variety of amenities, includes a bustling downtown. And then North Madison, which has much lower density, offers fewer amenities and limited commercial activities. Most Madison residents would need to walk many, many miles each day to reach public transportation. The beauty of Extra Mile is that it serves the needs of both these two Madisons extremely well and provides greater access to regional transportation links concentrated in the south, including Shoreline East. Partnering with our neighboring town Guilford to expand its geographic reach has supersized these benefits even further. Since its launch in May of 2024, the pilot program has exceeded the expectations of both our towns, with data showing, first of all, high ridership. In 2025 alone, the service completed over 23,000 trips, with 90% of riders using public transit for the first time. With its low cost at $1.75, flexible schedules, and ability to cross town lines, the pilot has greatly expanded the value proposition of public transit to our residents. Secondly, its multi-generational impact. Our senior centers regularly book trips for seniors to medical appointments and shopping trips in both towns, while our middle and high school students rely on it for after-school jobs and extracurricular activities. And third, it's offered critical connections. Extra Mile provides the first and last mile connection to regional hubs like Shoreline East in both our towns, as well as fixed route bus services offered by CT Transit to New Haven and River Valley Transit to Middletown and other points north and east. We're kind of a juncture point for those services. It's also offered important links to local and regional employment opportunities. Unfortunately, this pilot program is scheduled to expire in June. Without the passage of SB 9, we risk abandoning a proven investment that serves our most vulnerable residents and discourages a new generation of public transit riders. Our transit ecosystem is only as strong as its weakest link. The success of microtransit highlights the frustration with our local rail service. Madison commuters are currently forced to drive on I-95 every day because Shoreline East's schedule remains impractical for a modern workday. Current service limits also stand in direct conflict with the state investment in fighting climate change and in transit-oriented development. In Madison, we are the only station on
Just a reminder,
line
your 3 minutes are up.
Okay. Well, with that, I just want to continue to encourage to support both SB 9, the microtransit pilot program, as well as SB 37 for Shoreline East to getting service back to pre-pandemic levels. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you so much for Selectwoman Lyons. I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today on Zoom to testify on these important pieces of legislation, not only to the state of Connecticut, but clearly we're hearing particular to the constituents that you represent in the town of Madison, and certainly that I represent as well in neighboring towns. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit specific to SB 237, which is the public transportation bill that you just mentioned, and you were talking a little bit about Shoreline East. I wonder if you could speak to what's going on in terms of the platform in the town of Madison, how that has already hindered the use of Shoreline East, and what these sort of schedule modifications and cuts really have done in terms of the folks of Madison being able to ride Shoreline East efficiently and effectively.
Well, as you know, Senator Cohen, Madison only has the ability, it has one train platform. So in order to drop people off each way, they have to back into the train station platform. I think it's on the southbound. There's no southbound. So it's created a disruption to the schedule. It creates disruption to scheduling trains on the tracks. And so oftentimes Shoreline East skips Madison completely. So we have, even though Shoreline East has limited service, if you look at the schedule, it's very limited. Oftentimes these trains actually skip the Madison train station stop. So it means if you live in Madison and you want to take Shoreline East, you're going to drive to either Guilford or to Clinton. All the train stations on Shoreline East, except Madison, have 2 platforms. And Madison is the only one left. So we were very excited to have the state gave a public hearing presentation on the proposed new train station. We are being told that construction is going to be starting towards the end of next year. We've been working very closely with the state to ensure that we can deal with any environmental concerns and wetland mitigation plans that we have to put in place to build the train station. But we're hopeful that, our service will go up, obviously, once we're able to get the train station built, which I don't think would be open for service until 2029 at the earliest.
I appreciate that. And just to segue into SB 9, I want to thank you for your advocacy around this and in getting the microtransit pilot started in the Madison Guilford area. The Extra Mile system is that pilot program in large part is operational in those 2 towns because of the good work of both you and First Selectman Hoy. I think we heard in your testimony how this is impacting folks in your community, the community you represent. Particularly, you talked about seniors and youth. We know that seniors are often fixed income individuals. One of the arguments that I have heard, frustratingly so, because ensuring that we have good, reliable public transit options is absolutely, there's a monetary component to all of it, but it's also about getting folks off the road and onto public transit as a way of satisfying an ecological benefit, right? An environmental benefit, as well as making sure folks are getting where they need to be on time, right? So I'm just wondering if you could speak to, I'm hearing one of these arguments that, oh, well, this is a wealthy community. They don't need these highly subsidized public transit options. What would you say to that?
Well, I would disagree. I mean, we certainly have, our senior population is, we're just because of distances to medical facilities, doctor's appointments, anybody that has an elderly parent knows that it's a huge burden to get people to medical resources. And transportation is a big problem. We do invest a lot in our transportation for seniors. We have several senior services buses that we operate, but it's just the demand is so much greater than what we can provide. It's also very hard to find bus drivers, to be honest. We've struggled with that. And so this has been a lifeline for people who otherwise don't have really any access to get to. I mean, even taxi services are problematic. Uber is problematic. We're just not dense enough to support all these other alternative forms of transportation. So I do think it is offering a huge benefit to people who need to get to things. Guilford has a lot of medical facilities and doctors' offices and things like that. So this has been important for that, and as well as just shopping and amenities. So I would say that, and our senior services director also submitted some testimony to how beneficial it has been to the senior population in Madison. And I also want to just talk a little bit about, earlier you heard testimony about teen driving. This has been really popular with young people in our community. And, you're really car dependent in here. And then with all the restrictions on driving, the teens can't even drive each other to things. And this has kind of opened the door up for people to participate in different activities that normally couldn't participate because they didn't have anybody to pick them up afterwards or get them there from school to another location. So it has really expanded the horizons. It's also allowed some teens to start get jobs. And so I think those are all the right messaging, and also creating a safe form of transportation for young people that doesn't really exist. So I think this is really, the future of public transportation in many ways. And so I think it's just been embraced by our young people, and I think we should continue to offer it. And then it's also benefiting the other end of the spectrum, and then people who have jobs in between. So I think there's many reasons that this should continue.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I mean, not only is it great in terms of first mile, last mile, if you can hop on Shoreline East and get a ride at an appropriate time. But it does, you highlight so many good examples, and particularly right now, as we talk so much about the loneliness epidemic, making sure that seniors are getting out and interacting, either going to senior luncheons or appointments or just other social engagements is so incredibly important, as well as it is, as you highlighted, for our youth. And I can speak from personal experience too, as an employer in the area. We do hire folks in the community, and it has been a lifeline for folks in the disability community to be able to, take this as a transportation option and get to and from work or wherever they need to be. I can speak to it in terms of, being an employer and folks getting to work reliably and safely with independence, right? Without relying on another family member or somebody else, another ride where they're calling somebody for assistance. But having this on-demand transit option has been really great for them. So just want to say thank you again for testifying. I don't see any questions or comments from the committee. So thank you again, Peggy, for being with us today.
Okay, thank you for this time. Appreciate it.
We're teeing it right up. So we're going to the next member of the public on our list, which is Matt Pence. And my understanding is that Joe Comerford, these two transit districts, so Norwalk Transit District and River Valley Transit District, will be testifying as a panel today. And I suspect we will be talking about microtransit. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay? This working? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for having me and my colleague today. My name is Matt Pence. I'm the CEO of the Norwalk Transit District. I'm speaking today concerning raised Senate Bill 9, an act supporting commuters and microtransit services, as well as House Bill 5236, an act concerning workplace health, safety, and violence prevention for public transit workers on behalf of the district. So starting with Senate Bill 9, Norwalk Transit District is a regional urban transit authority based in Norwalk, serving southwestern Connecticut with fixed route, microtransit, and ADA paratransit services that carries about 1.4 million passengers a year. We've heard a lot about microtransit today, and I'd like to say the state and DOT thinking for the microtransit pilot has been great. In March of 2024, Norwalk Transit launched its microtransit service to address the first mile, last mile gaps and strengthen multimodal connectivity within the city of Norwalk. 2 years later, this service has proven to be an essential component of our transit network. Microtransit has allowed us to bridge service gaps, connect riders to our fixed route system, and provide flexible, on-demand transportation services in areas where traditional fixed route service alone cannot meet demand. By tightening connections between flexible and fixed services, we have strengthened overall system performance and improved access to jobs, healthcare, education, and retail centers. In addition, microtransit rideshare services support community growth and development by offering solutions to parking constraints and offer a means of alleviating traffic. Connecticut DOT funded microtransit programs have proven that public transit can embrace innovation by leveraging new technology and efficient operating models in an evolving multimodal transportation landscape. As we approach our 2-year mark here, Norwalk Transit is on track to eclipse 100,000 rides on microtransit, demonstrating sustained demand and community acceptance. Continued funding will ensure that this successful service remains available, sustains growth, and continues funneling riders into our fixed route network while expanding equitable transportation access. Senate Bill 9 represents an important opportunity to sustain an innovative and proven transit solution that enhances mobility and quality of life in the communities we serve. Norwalk Transit District respectfully urges favorable consideration of Senate Bill 9. Would you like to discuss that? Can I move on to the...
You can go ahead. Yep.
Thanks. So this, switching back to House Bill 5236, an act concerning workplace health, safety, and violence prevention for public transit workers. So Norwalk Transit recognizes the importance of workplace and rider safety and has established safety and security as a core value in our recent long-term strategic planning work. I would like to mention, with respect to the context of this bill, I want to highlight that existing safety initiatives are already in place for transit workers that demonstrate existing commitments to safety as part of our agency's mission and requirements by the FTA. Transit districts must comply with a variety of FTA and OSHA requirements. Much of this is obligated in federally required Public Transportation Agency Safety Plans, PTASP, which we've heard about today, which include a Joint Labor Management Safety Committee that meets quarterly, and OSHA compliance programs, including bloodborne pathogens and hazard communications. PTASP in particular is a robust program that has been in place since 2019, which includes a process to establish safety policy, assess and mitigate safety risks, and promote transit safety. The plans include the establishment of performance targets for safety measures in partnership with the Safety Committee. PTASP plans are shared with our MPO and with CONDOT. Other measures in place include audio and video surveillance systems on vehicles and at transit hubs, prohibition against retaliation for any employee reporting safety concerns, and the encouragement of safe sharing perspective and opinions, and training programs including conflict de-escalation and general workplace safety. Many transit buses in Connecticut are already equipped with industry standard driver barriers, which are readily available. I feel this is important. In our experience, the driver feedback on barriers have been mixed. Many drivers have been in favor of barriers on our fixed route buses, and other drivers have cited safety risks related to visibility on paratransit vehicles. As it stands, we have existing dialogue with our safety committee regarding driver barriers, and we remain receptive to the committee's requests, having most recently debated best practice to address any unmet safety needs. We have learned that one size does not necessarily fit all, having in fact received positive feedback after removing driver barriers on paratransit vehicles. In summary, and recognizing all of the work that went into this bill, I'm not in favor or opposing this. I think safety is very important, but I would encourage the committee to review the existing commitment and obligations on the part of the state transit agencies as this legislation is considered. And with that, those are my two pieces.
Thanks, Matt. Joe, you want to hop right into your testimony and then we'll take any questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And good afternoon to all the distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Joseph Comerford. I'm Executive Director of River Valley Transit, and I'm here in strong support of SB 9, which, as I said earlier, will extend the microtransit pilot program for another year. So River Valley Transit is the transit district serving Middlesex County and a little beyond, as you heard earlier. Microtransit has been a resounding success in Connecticut. From April 2024, which is when the first of the pilots started kicking off, through January, the 11 services combined provided over 350,000 trips statewide, and ridership continues to grow, up 102% from January 2024 to January 2025. Yet funding for these pilots will expire on June 30th, as they are not included in the governor's proposed DOT budget. Microtransit has potential to fill many critical transportation needs. This can be providing flexible rural transit services where density does not support a fixed route, creating first mile, last mile connections to regional bus and commuter rail, offering an affordable option for critical late night or weekend services where ridership does not justify the entire fixed route network, providing less dense suburbs, more efficient coverage, and plugging travel gaps in urban areas to shorten travel times and reduce what we sometimes call the time penalty of transit. At River Valley Transit, we operate 3 pilot microtransit zones. They're in Guilford, Madison, East Hampton, and Middletown. These services connect essential workers, students, seniors, and people with disabilities to jobs, schools, healthcare, and community life. Nearly half of all the trips are for work, largely retail employees, nursing assistants, home health aides, hospitality workers, the people who keep our economy running. Our results speak for themselves. Over 62,000 trips provided to over 2,400 individual riders since April 2024. 8,400 trips in the past 30 days alone. 93% of those riders were completely new to public transit, and an average rider rating of 4.9 out of 5 stars. Most importantly, riders call the service life-changing. Riders with disabilities cite microtransit as enabling them to access employment, medical appointments, libraries, the gym, and shopping. Middle-income riders in Madison and Guilford tell us microtransit allows them to continue to maintain 2 incomes despite being one-car households due to the increased car ownership costs. Young riders say microtransit gets them off their screens, connecting them to employment, school activities, and community. Riders also tell us that microtransit has allowed them to be able to afford to live in a community like Guilford. One Madison rider summed up the end of microtransit best by saying simply, "Goodbye mobility." As our state looks to expand affordable housing beyond just our cities, microtransit can play an important role. It fills critical gaps in urban, suburban, and rural areas, complements fixed route and rail service, and supports economic development. Without action, these vital services will end in June. I urge you to support SB 9 and provide the funding needed to keep microtransit running in Connecticut. And I'll also echo my colleague Matt's concerns about HB
Your 3-minute are up,
5236.
just a time warning.
We do take safety very seriously, but are concerned about the fact that this takes away, takes a local process and makes it statewide. Federal law already requires that we have 50% union appointed participation in our safety committees. And a statewide program would ignore the differences between agencies and regions, like urban versus more suburban areas. And very importantly, fixed route service versus paratransit service have very different safety concerns. Current system works, and I believe that by removing local aspects of safety committees, we can actually make our systems less safe by forcing a one-size-fits-all approach and diminishing collective bargaining rights. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Appreciate that, both of your testimony. And obviously, between the two of you representing, with River Valley running 3 of the pilots in very different types of areas. Norwalk, obviously, more of an urban setting. I'm just curious, are you finding the needs similar despite the differences in the communities in which these services are offered? And because you mentioned the bulk, well, you said about 50% is for work, but one of the surprises in my conversations with you in particular, Joe, was that, for the extra mile service in Madison, Guilford, how much of that was weekday service, how much weekday service was needed versus weekend. So it really does signify that it's being used mostly in our communities for work-related services or for school activities, things like that. So I just wondered if you could speak to that, how different communities are reacting to having microtransit services, different types of communities, and if you're finding similar results across the board.
So I think that it depends on the design. They are designed a little differently. So we do see a lot of similarities between Madison and Guilford and East Hampton, and then our not pilot zone that's been around since 2019, which is Old Saybrook, Westbrook. Those are all very similar, and it's mostly supporting people getting to work. Of course, the ones on Shoreline East are a little unique because they have more opportunity for first mile, last mile connections. Not that we see huge amounts of it, but we definitely see it, and people cite it as being very important. Also in those communities, again, because of that rail connection, we see reverse commuters. So people are able to access employment opportunities in these suburbs that wouldn't be able to get there. They're coming from the cities, coming from a place like New Haven, because they could take Shoreline East, and then they're able to get from the train station to employment opportunities in these suburbs that would otherwise be very difficult, if not impossible, or very expensive to get to. But Middletown, of course, is very different because it's built around Wesleyan University. So there we see much more students. Well, it's almost entirely students. Many are getting jobs, as we've seen from testimony, but many are going to volunteer opportunities. So Wesleyan really requires volunteerism. So that's great that we're connecting them to the ability to volunteer, but also to connect them to the community in different ways that often colleges can be a little isolated from their local community. And so students cite over and over that it has connected them to the Middletown community and made them feel more of a part of it and more contributing to it.
That's great. Appreciate that. And obviously, you know, towns that have a rail station near them, it's, you know, that first mile, last mile does become very important, but less so obviously when you get into more rural environments or where there isn't a station present. Could you speak to, in terms of number one, I wonder if you could speak to the cost, and you know, we have this conversation all the time about how subsidized public transit is, and it should be. You know, the ROI on transportation services is astounding, and so no argument there. But I'm just in terms of the cost. Does it vary from place to place where these pilots are being offered?
It does. It definitely does vary significantly. You know, obviously, our rural one is more expensive, being in East Hampton. It's, you know, upwards around $30 a trip. The suburbs become less expensive. They're in the 20s. And in Middletown, our software provider says it's one of the more efficient services they have anywhere. We see on average about 9 trips an hour, which is a really good number for a demand response type service. And those are under $7 per trip. So yeah, it could really range. Obviously, more urban areas are going to see higher, you know, per trips per hour, which therefore reduces the subsidy per trip.
Can you tell me, out of the pilots that are in existence for microtransit, how many operate fixed route systems do you know that?
How many of the providers do, or how many operate in areas with
How many operating areas have a fixed route?
fixed routes?
Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. I know you
think
don't run all the microtransit.
all of them. I know. I think all of them do have at least some fixed route service off the top of my head, but some, such as like Enfield, Trumbull, our East Hampton one, they have very limited fixed route service, more regional type service. And so these act more as feeders into those services.
And when the commissioner was here, you know, he did in his testimony indicate that he is largely in support of this as long as it doesn't cannibalize fixed route service. So is there a way, and we sort of spoke to this already, and I know the answer to this because I've had this conversation with you, but is there a way to prevent that from happening?
Yes, there are 2 ways. One is initial design of it. So you can design it in ways, as the commissioner was stating, that these are very complex, very sophisticated software algorithms and systems. And so you can design it to help avoid that by limiting where the vehicle will stop. We've done that in Middletown. We have very limited stops. We don't go just anywhere. We have limited stop locations. And then you could also design it through by making it so that it actually pushes people towards a fixed route if they map a trip that is along a fixed route and where fixed route is an option. So you could set the parameter saying, you know, if it's within this distance of a fixed route within this time, because sometimes time is an issue. You know, some of our fixed routes in the Connecticut run every 2 hours. So, you know, to ask somebody to have to wait an hour and a half, or you know, sometimes it's an issue of the bus doesn't get there early enough, or it doesn't operate late enough. So you can set those time parameters. What we found in Middletown, as an example, a place where we have good fixed route coverage, but we've designed it around to work around that. Again, with Wesleyan, where we have a pass agreement, so we know how many Wesleyan students ride. We found that since April 2024, we have doubled the amount of Wesleyan students using our fixed route system. So it's actually encouraged more students to ride fixed route than discourage them. So while extra mile has exploded, a fixed route route fixed route usage is also growing among that same group. So it definitely is not taking people from fixed route.
Great. Thank you. And lastly, before I jump to Representative Sims, who has a question on Zoom, on HB 5236, can you just speak to, maybe Matt, I know your testimony was extensive on this bill. And I would like to hear from both of you. Are buses now equipped with security barriers? I wasn't clear on whether or not. If so, are they all equipped with them? It sounds like the jury was still out in terms of, according to you, about whether or not drivers like them or like to use them. Could you just speak to, in terms of your fleet or what you know of other fleets, if for the most part they have security barriers?
I don't know, learning this thing here. So coming out of the pandemic, I can speak to our network. All of our vehicles did have security barriers. We've kept them on our fixed route buses, but on the paratransit vehicles, the operators did not like them. They said it impeded their vision, so we took them off. But to the best of my knowledge, all of the vehicles in the state have the fixed route vehicles, the big buses, they do have the barriers. And Joe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but
I think, as the commissioner said, just a few of the older CT Transit buses do not, but our entire fleet does, including paratransit. However, none of them would meet the standards set forth in this bill. There's nothing commercially available that would. So that is definitely one concern, is that there's nothing that goes to that extent. And so trying to get a barrier that meets the requirements of this bill is today not available.
Like, doesn't exist anywhere. There's no way to.
No, I guess I know we were able to find one example of something close to it being tested out in LA, but it's not, again, not commercially available, and it still does not meet all the requirements. Like, ours definitely are not bulletproof. They're not floor to ceiling. They're not a full compartment. So they definitely would not meet that requirement. And that's on the fixed route side, where there are better security barriers. On the paratransit bus side, there really are no security barriers at all. They're more plexiglass shields. So they're far from meeting these requirements. You know, they provide some, level of security, but it is a plexiglass barrier. It can be pulled open if you pull hard enough. They're just not, the way the buses are designed, there's just not as easy to fit a barrier as in a fixed route bus. You just don't have the space to do it. So the manufacturers, we get ours straight delivered that way, and still they would come nowhere near meeting these requirements.
Okay, I appreciate that. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Matt, for your being here, and also for your testimony. I do apologize for not being there in person. I'm actually en route, but I want to just come on and ask a few questions, if I will. First and foremost, the Norwalk Transit District is right in the heart of South Norwalk, and I know how important rideshare is for the city of Norwalk and the people that you serve. But with regards to some of the baseline data that was used in microtransit over expanded fixed routes, which shows origin, destination demands, and modeling results, can you kind of touch base on what type of impact that actually has for the people that you serve here in Norwalk?
Sorry about that. Yeah, the microtransit service is complementing the fixed route very well, and we've been able to work with the tech and the algorithm behind the scenes to as Joe says, if you're near a fixed route bus, then the app can push riders and make it easier and clearer to know when the bus is coming and take the fixed route. We're seeing some growth on our fixed route system, and for those who it's not as practical to wait and to travel to a fixed bus, microtransit will be available anywhere within the city limits of Norwalk. So there's a public transit option. Our design is a bit different than some of the other systems. Our pilot goes from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, but it's, we're seeing demand during the peak commuting hours for the workforce, and I think it's complementing the system nicely. But it's also, it's feeding into the fixed route, and we're seeing growth there too. So they're coexisting and growing at the same time, which is nice.
Well, thank you for that. And also, can you, what is the fleet composition, for microtransit, and how many vehicles, and what size and fuel types do you use? And then also, what are the maintenance costs for projections?
Am I getting this right or wrong? Sorry, I just leave the button alone. So we have our fixed route vehicles. The composition of that fleet hasn't changed. We have about 76 vehicles at NTD, more or less a 50-50 split between large fixed route and paratransit vehicles. But once we started with the microtransit grant, we have eight microtransit. They're Chrysler Pacificas, so they run off gasoline. There's potential in the future to electrify the vans. We didn't want to commit to that until we knew there was a longer term outlook for the service. But the maintenance costs, we operate the microtransit in partnership with VIA. It's a turnkey service, so the maintenance costs are embedded in the rate that we pay them. But they do, they follow FTA requirements in terms of maintenance standards, and they're regularly maintained. So, but they are not Norwalk Transit vehicles. They're subcontracted out, and they've been very reliable. They've wrapped the vehicles, they clean the vehicles, and we manage the vendors. So they coexist nicely with our fleet.
All right, thank you for that response. And my last questions is, what performance KPIs will you publish regularly, and how often, and in what format will you transparency reports be shared?
Sure. We have regular board meetings, and we put together ridership data. We look every week at requested trips, completed trips, wait times, shared rides, and when the seat is unavailable. And that's one of the important metrics that we manage to try and lower the seat unavailable time point. But we have regular meetings. We look at this daily, not necessarily, nobody has asked for it publicly, but what we'll do is we'll make it available on our website. But we provide quarterly ridership updates as part of our regular meetings.
All right, I thank you for sharing that. And Madam Chair, that's all the questions that I have for him for today. I'll follow up with you as I do have some more questions to follow up on. But Madam Chair, I thank you for your indulgence, and thank you again, Matt, for your testimony.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Sims.
Thank you, Representative. I see no other, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. Matt, particularly appreciate you always being an advocate here and what you've done in Norwalk. I just wanted to give, as we look in kind of that whole lower Fairfield County area, we have a lot of traffic issues. So I'm just hoping that you can maybe speak to a little bit on how microtransit might be helping us kind of keep the traffic down, and maybe how you might even see it expand.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think just the spirit of microtransit being a rideshare program, and I think it's 70% of the time are shared trips. So those are all people who don't have to take vehicles. The system's designed for first and last mile to connect people to the trains, but in a nutshell, those are all vehicles that are off the road. So we'd love to grow the service. We're seeing, an increase in requested trips in our overall customer base. So I think it's been a great pilot, and it would be fantastic to expand it because I think it has a lot of potential. But as Representative Sims had just asked, our fleet, we have 8 vehicles. I mean, we could probably grow that to 20 and they'd all be productive, and that's all alleviating traffic. So, they're minivans. Sometimes we have up to 3 or 4 people on those vans. Those are all vehicles that are not, on the road. So.
Thank you so much. In the outreach that you do with this, and the keeping touch with the community, I think is so important, because you kind of have to have that community buy-in, and you have to let the community know that it's available, because people aren't going to come and run to a transit, I think, if they don't know about it. So I certainly appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Mara. Yeah, we hope to keep growing it, so we appreciate your support.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no other questions or comments, thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will go to Michael Passero, Mayor of the City of New London. Welcome, Mayor.
Is it still morning? No, it's afternoon. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the committee, can you hear me okay?
We can indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and thank you for your work. I'm speaking today on Senate Bill 9, topic that warms my heart that you've been hearing testimony on all morning, microtransit. And I'd also like at the end to very briefly touch on Shoreline East. We began working on a microtransit system in New London pre-pandemic back around 2019. By the way, I want to stop and say that we will be submitting written testimony. I just want to touch on some broad points today and answer any questions if you have any. But this project has been near and dear to our hearts in New London because we believed that the fixed route system was not particularly serving our tiny little city that efficiently to help people get around. New London is 5.5 square miles, densely populated with approaching 30,000 people population at this point. The fixed route system, in order to get from one end of New London to the other or from two different destinations in New London, you often had to ride multiple buses, and your routes would sometimes, to get to two places in New London, take you out through Waterford to the west or to Groton to the east. We hoped to design a system in New London where it would be a commuter system within the boundaries of New London. And the microtransit system we set up and kicked off as a pilot in 2021 has been more successful than our wildest dreams. In fact, and it's always been a pilot. It's been funded by a combination of ARPA funds available to the SEAT District, Southeast Area Transit. I sit on the board, and the city's ARPA funds. The funding issue now is obviously that those funds are running out, and the pilot has never been accepted or supported by DOT, unfortunately. We are limping along to June 30th at this point, based on DOT's gracious expansion of a competitive grant that we earned through DOT and FTA to expand this pilot program, basically, to serve the late night service workers in the city. And so that experiment is ongoing. DOT was able to allow us to expand that grant to cover a scaled down version of our daytime Smart Ride, our microtransit service, and include this new experiment for late night. So we now are running from 7 or 8 in the morning until well after 11 at night. The program is so popular that as the funding, the news of the funding terminating has gotten out, and word that the service will have to likely cease without action by the General Assembly here.
I'm going to give you a warning. Your 3 minutes are up.
The outcry has been extensive. This program solves the first mile, last mile problem in New London. It also helps to most of our senior population that depends on it, our disabled and poorer populations, economically deprived populations in New London that do not have motor vehicles have come to depend on it. Our colleges have come to depend on it. We believe that there is no better use for your public transportation dollars than to help support not only New London's microtransit system, Smart Ride, but also the other microtransit experiments that are going on throughout the state. There's a reason that these programs are so popular, and we certainly need to encourage more public transport options to cut down on the motor vehicles that are choking our city. And that's a good segue to just touch on Shoreline East. I'm going to just touch on one aspect that I do not want you to overlook, and that's the hiring that's going on at General Dynamics Electric Boat here in southeastern Connecticut, both in Groton and New London. They have been hiring anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 new employees every year. This year, I believe we're going to hear that their goal is even larger, to hire 8,000 people in 2026, 2027. So that just increases the amount of cars and traffic that's coming into our cities. Parking's becoming a choke point. Quality of life for the employees and for the residents is becoming an issue. Shoreline East could transport employees to EB, provide job opportunities all along the rail line for folks that have obstacles to transportation, to get them to well-paying jobs here in southeastern Connecticut. All the other standard benefits of an increase in, I realize the challenges, by the way, that we face, and I listened to the commissioner's testimony, but I believe we have to redouble our efforts to find the funding and to overcome these challenges, because southeastern Connecticut is long overdue for a true commuter rail service. The western part of the state, from New Haven West, has enjoyed Metro North and the economic benefits that come from that. We certainly aren't going to be able to scale up Shoreline East to that extent, but it certainly needs to be scaled up beyond the point that it was even before the pandemic. Madam Chair, I will stop there, and I thank you for this opportunity. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm at your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you brought up a good point with the businesses, particularly in your area. I did bring up Electric Boat before. I wish they were here to testify today. I think they could be a valuable part of this conversation, both in terms of microtransit as well as Shoreline East. I did hear from a representative who said that they just hired a bunch of employees from New Haven, so they could take the line from New Haven right to New London, and it would eliminate not only traffic on the highways, but certainly help with their parking issues that they have at Electric Boat, because they are hiring so many folks. So don't want to speak on their behalf, but if they can hear us, I hope they get involved in this very important conversation that is vital to community members, to workers, and to the employers themselves when we're talking about expanding both microtransit as well as Shoreline East. And I appreciate hearing about the success of microtransit in the city of New London. I know that there was some concern about, again, the cannibalization of fixed route service, but I think, we've determined here today that there's a place for them both to exist and both exist in a very healthy way with one another. And the fact that you're expanding service as a test to second shift employees is very interesting. And I'm sure it could even be expanded beyond that to third shift as well, with so many manufacturers in your area. I don't know if there's any questions. I don't see any questions, but again, Mr. Mayor, just so glad that you're part of this conversation. Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Next, we have a panel coming up, Veronica Chavers and the ATU Local 443. If you are an ATU panelist and please accept the promotion into the room so that you can join in testimony here today.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I want to say good afternoon to all senators, commissioners, representatives, transportation committee members. I come before you to ask you to support Bill HB 5236. My name is Veronica Shavers, and I am the president business agent. Can you see me as well?
No, we cannot.
Okay, I'm trying to get my camera. I'm sorry. Okay, can you
There
see
we
me
go.
now?
Yes,
Oh,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry about that. So again, my name is Veronica Shavers, and I am the president and business agent for ATU Local 443 down in Stamford. I represent the Connecticut Transit workers, the union employees, and I am better known as the First Lady. I'm the first woman in all ATU locals in Stamford and in New Haven, Hartford, and all the locals in Connecticut. I'm very proud of that. I would just want to say first and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for giving my ATU siblings and myself the opportunity to speak today about the bus assaults that are going on throughout Connecticut. We all can speak for our own locals. Rap Dev is the one that manage us, which is Connecticut Transit employees, New Haven, Hartford, and Stamford. And I want to say, I just came back from Paris, and I heard the commissioner say earlier, I think he left already, and I'm going to try to ad lib a little bit because I got a long notes, and I don't want to take up everybody's time because I know everybody else have to go. I just came from vacation from France, and I noticed the barriers that they had there. We do have barriers in Stamford, at Connecticut Transit, New Haven, and Hartford, but they are not secure as the ones in Paris. And we are ran by the same company, which is RapDav, and I think that need to be corrected. And this has a lot to do with the bus assaults and how we are attacked because we're not protected fully. I also want to say that I have been employed at Connecticut Transit for over 34 years. And as a professional bus operator, and I have witnessed numerous incidents and being assaulted myself and other assaults. I come before you today to inform you that many assaults that I have witnessed are very unpleasant, unwanted, dangerous, scary, stressful, and deadly in some instances in some of our vicinities. For example, bus operators are spit on, punched, slapped, knifed, called terrible names, beat up, and even shot at in some vicinities in Connecticut. This abuse is unacceptable and it should not be tolerated or allowed it should not be tolerated or allowed when we are dedicated to take these jobs or we decide to take these jobs. We didn't sign up for assault. We didn't sign up to be punched on. It wasn't in our job description. We didn't sign up to be spit on. None of us signed up for physical or verbal abuse. None of us thought we would be assaulted. Management didn't inform us of that, and they didn't inform us that this would be a part of our job description. It saddens me to know that management tends to sweep a lot of bus assaults under the rug. Therefore, no one knows what even occurs. Everybody thinks it's just a normal ride back and forth or to drop off a person safely from one destination. We are responsible for these people's lives, and management should be responsible for the bus assaults and our people. For example, I just want to share a story with you quickly because I want my other colleagues to have an opportunity to speak. I had one of my female operators at Connecticut Transit. She was doing the Stamford Norwalk route. She picked up a passenger, a male passenger at night. It wasn't that many people on the bus. And with that being said, she asked him for his fare as he walked past the fare box. Then when he walked past the fare box, he sat down. He ignored her. She asked him again, so she let it go. He rode for free, got down to part of Norwalk where his final destination was, and he ended up spitting on her instead of paying the fare. These are things that we encountered that you guys don't know about that you have to help us stop, or help us end or abolish, because it's not fair for these operators to go to work. I can also speak for myself. I still operate a bus. Even though I'm the president business agent, I still operate a bus. And I'm proud of that. And I've been doing it for 34 and a half years, like I told you. I just want the bus operators to be more protected. Management swept that incident on the rug. That's why I want to bring that to you. He looked for a way to not let the union know. And what he did was tell us that it should have been handled a different way and maybe it could have been avoided. These are the things that we hear and we go through. And I just want to say lastly, I just feel that I'm asking you guys to please keep in mind that we move these cities across the state of Connecticut. We are important. Our lives matter. Bus drivers' lives matter. Transit operators, transit maintenance workers, everybody in transit matters. And these people are not looking at that. And I just want to say, I thank you for your time and as ATU leaders and being elected to be the voice for these people. We go through a lot. You guys don't even realize what we go through because you have never walked in our shoes. We deal with all walks of life. I heard them talk about the homeless earlier. I sat back and I heard them talk about what you going to do to solve all these or resolve these problems. I'm going to ask that you support this bill because we really need this, because this bill means so much to us. It's about our lives, and we want to go home to our families just like you want to go home to your family safely. I want to thank you at this time, and I ask that my mic is open for comments, questions.
Thank you, Veronica. We'll go right into the next person on the panel. I know it's supposed to be a 6-minute panel, so we have to, but I want to give everybody an opportunity to say something, and then we can address some of these things, some of the concerns via questions as well. But I don't know if you want to jump in or if there's anybody else online that wants to jump in next. But we'll take the panel as a whole, and then we'll ask questions.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Guevara, Senator Wang, Representative Kennedy, and the distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Oswaldo Chen, and I live in Bethel, Connecticut, and I'm a bus operator at Housatonic area, Regional Transit District, HART. And I'm a union member and president of ATU Local 1622. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and support our legislation that prioritizes the health and safety of every Connecticut operator and creating a coordinated statewide approach to make their workplace safe and free of violence. And I submitted a written testimony to you guys with some bullet points in here, but something we want to stress that I did not do is about that management is not talking, because if everything will be going right and great, we will not be here. We should turn the lights off and just go home because everything will be so beautiful. But we, in August of last year, we received the visit of the police, of our Department of Police to our headquarters, and saying that they're gonna be ticketing us because we were speeding, and that was a serious safety concern for the community. And manager right away went into fix the employee, not the problem. And then on November 7, the right away management issued another warning kind of to us that we were going through the school buses red lines and we were not stopping. So what happened is they were not stressing the issue. What was it? There was the overbooking. So the police came to do their job, but unfortunately they were not there to like why it was happening that. So we dealing with these problems with management over 14 years, long as I've been the president, and they haven't that issue or done anything until the police came, but they still haven't done anything. And therefore, I would like to rebuttal some comments of the commissioner saying everything is nice and everything is great and we're trying to do our best. But unfortunately, it's not working, and that's why we're here. Also, the commissioner said in the last gentleman that was here said, oh, we have some collective bargaining agreements, and the state law will supersede all those collective agreements. And lastly, the PTAS. I helped to create some of those policies when it came the transit to kind of comply with that. And we put overbooking that also is a risk for the drivers that the management have to stress that issue. And they have not. We signing that with the board of directors because unfortunately, if we don't sign those things, the federal grants may not come to our district. So all those things are happening, and I'm here if you guys have any questions. I'm agree with all Veronica, my sister, said about what's happening about the transit agency. But this is critical. Well, the police had to come up here and visit us and say that this, if you don't control your drivers, we're going to start ticketing. And some of that, of course, is not going to come to you guys. But I have testimony. I have exhibits in here that I can provide you guys, or digitally when I go back and provide to you guys. So when you guys debating, so you guys can access that information. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And it is good to have everybody's written testimony as well, so that the committee can review that as we contemplate how to move forward. Is there another panelist? Is there anything anybody else wants to say before I open it up to questions? Okay. I will just, I would ask of you, how would the working group address some of these issues that have not been able to be remedied through a typical union negotiation process?
Well, in some instances, sometimes or most of the time, we just don't resolve. We go to those meetings and we just go around and around, and the same things are there on the table. So it doesn't get resolved. Like, for example, is the overbooking and the mental health of the drivers. We're dealing right now with a lot of urinary tract infection, I think is UTI, I think is the acronym for that, because we have no access to bathrooms, and the overbooking, and all is taking a toll. We go back to work after seeing the professionals to deal with the same thing, with the same issue that nothing has been resolved. And that's why we're here today, because we have those meetings. We have, as I said, the PTAS meeting, we meet. We have the safety meeting. We have the labor management. But unfortunately, they're not accountable. What this bill will do is it will create accountability for the transit agents to comply with that. Exactly, with the commissioner, unfortunately, I can really say no those. And I read his testimony, his written testimony, and I can say that he has a great distant relationship with what he put in there, and we have the facts to prove it. That is not happening. Then we'll not. We will not be here if that would be the case, that everything is working the way it should be. That's why we're here, kind of to see.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, we'll get resolved.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think my concern is that the same thing would happen within a working group. And so I'm just wanting to understand, I wouldn't want that to happen. I would want there to be progress, because there should be progress through, these negotiations. And it seems that, there hasn't been. And so I just wanted some assurance that maybe through a working group process, there would be. And I don't know that you can give that to me. I'm just, something that I'm contemplating as I'm looking at the formulation of this. Can you speak, or can somebody speak from ATU to the safety barriers? We heard a lot today from a couple of transit districts, from the commissioner, that there are safety barriers. We also heard that admittedly, that they are not in all cases actual safety barriers. They don't provide a lot of safety. We also heard that some drivers don't like them, and that the barriers being outlined in the bill are not available in the United States.
I can speak to that.
Yeah, thank you, Veronica.
So the safety barriers that we have at Connecticut Transit, and my other two brothers are on the line, and my other ATU siblings, I can only speak for what we have at Connecticut Transit for New Haven, Hartford, and Stamford. Those barriers are insecure. Those barriers are not in place. I wish the commissioner was there. I would address him properly. I guess he had to leave earlier because we had other stuff going on. But those barriers are not insecure. They're very insecure. They're like an open barrier. Like somebody can reach their hand around them and punch you, spit on you. The situation that I had when the manager told me, and I had to really testify about that situation, the lady that was spit on, he told me that, well, I didn't tell you because it only got halfway on her. So this is the example, halfway on her, it got on her. So those barriers are not secure. Like I stated earlier, I went to Paris and we are ran by the same company, run by the same company, which is RapDev, Connecticut Transit, Hartford, New Haven, and Stamford. And they have the most secure barriers when you get up on their buses, because of course I'm going to ride the bus to make sure, and we have the same company, and it's a French company, that we have the same things in place for protection for our drivers. They are not safe, and that is not true. That is an untrue statement that he made in terms of bathrooms. We don't have bathrooms there. People are wearing Pampers and Artan and all the other Artan Cheeks, who was in New Haven, and Artan for Connecticut Transit can attest to that. Hartford and New Haven is terrible. They don't have bathrooms at all for these people to go to. So I don't even know why the commissioner would make that statement. I'm very boisterous. I will let you know that. Any question you have for me, I will attest to it. So everything he said up there is untrue. Not everything, but most of it is untrue. These people, the bus assaults are getting worse. They're not protecting our members the way they should in terms of the barriers and going to the bathroom. And I'm telling you the God's honest truth, and it needs to be fixed. Walking past the fare box is not safe. Once we're telling to let them ride, and then sometimes they want us to ask them for their fare. So what do you want us to do? We are here to be protected. Bus assaults are on the rise. We are unprotected, and we are asking for your help. And my brothers and sisters on this line can attest to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica. I really appreciate that. And can somebody talk? So I've been on both CT Transit and I've been on some of the River Valley Transit buses. I have not arguably been on all the transit district buses. I have noticed that there's different types of barriers. There's some barriers that have something that lifts up and like comes up and down. And I've seen the full plexiglass, which I think is what we were hearing doesn't provide great protection. I mean, it could be ripped down. It's more like something maybe we had during the pandemic. I just wonder if you could speak to, number one, are any of the barriers that are in any of the buses in Connecticut, whether they're CT Transit or other transit district buses, something that the union or the workers could live with in terms of providing adequate safety? Is there anything that is out there now that's already installed on any buses in Connecticut that would provide adequate coverage as far as you're concerned? And number two, how do we address, because we have heard this sort of like, okay, well, we have these barriers, but a lot of drivers will put the barrier down because it does create a sort of a visual obstruction, I'm sure. Maybe you could speak to that as well. So I'm just wondering how, on balance, like if there really is some difficulty in getting these barriers, is there anything that you think would be sufficient for drivers? And if you could speak to the different kinds of barriers that are out there on the buses right now.
Artan?
Yes. In Connecticut, good evening. My name is Artan Martin. I am the business agent from Local 425, Hartford, Connecticut. I want to say thank you for taking you guys' time and trying to help us to resolve some of the biggest issues as a human being we have. We don't have a no barrier in Connecticut, but ATU can provide a list of the barriers fit for protecting us if the DOT is willing to work with us.
So you're saying there's no barrier right now, or
There is not a barrier or fit to protect us 100%. The barriers are now, they are created, we got this during the COVID. It doesn't, somebody can put the hand around and can punch you, the driver, or somebody can put their head and spit you. Is a plenty open space for maneuver, people can do it. Well,
Got it.
we're, the
and
barrier,
that's on CT transit buses, or is that on
all the buses in
all
Connecticut.
buses, no
All-
matter the transit district?
No matter what in Connecticut is, no matter what's, some of them are just old buses, they have just glass. But what we're asking is to eliminate the threat and harassment from the public. We're trying to get some barriers or fit to protect the seal of the complete seal, like they have at a lot of places, except Connecticut. And we saw it when we went to international. They have a model of international, have a lot of, they have models who be fit for that.
Is there any example of their use in the United States?
Yes, they are. We can be able to provide that if you want it from ATU and send it to you.
Please do. Yes.
Okay. What the biggest problem we have is the commission says not issue with the bathroom. It is an issue. I have I have people who use diapers at night, and after dark in downtown Hartford, there's no bathroom. DOT doesn't own those bathrooms. Believe it or not, and it's not enough time and runs for you to go to the bathroom. You drive 9 hours with no bathroom. And if you don't call 1017, call the company, they'll call you in the back. Why you didn't call us? Hey, I can't wait. You know, don't. It make me,
Currently, oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
it make me sad and sick. We live in 26th and we still have a problem to use a bathroom as a human being.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's very concerning. I would certainly want to make sure that you have the time built in and that it's dignified and there's not, cause for embarrassment and having to ask for permission. But are you saying that there's no time built in and then the dispatcher, the station will tell you that you didn't call in?
Well, you gotta go, you have to go to the management and back. Why didn't they report you? Why didn't call in when you use 1017? Come on, it's embarrassed. I'm not a kid. I have to use 1017 as a human being.
Yeah.
It too is nowhere in downtown you can use in dark. Where I have a person told me that it's sad to say they have to use a restroom. Is nowhere to go. They gotta go next to the graveyard, to the church. How about that the camera see him? He say, "Would I lose my license?" We need to we need to build something in downtown. We need to have we need to have a bathroom in downtown.
Thank you. Mustafa, did you have something to comment on this? I know we have some questions from committee members.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. And thank you, senators and representatives. My name is Mustafa Salahuddin. I am the president and business agent for the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1336 out of Bridgeport, Connecticut. I work for I worked for as well, but I represent the operators at the Greater Bridgeport Transit as well as Milford Transit and a couple of school bus, Durham school buses and mechanics. And I got an array of people and dispatch supervisors. So yeah, the barriers, we have a pretty good one in Bridgeport, but like the panelists said, and my brothers and sisters said, it doesn't enclose you all the way. You can get around it. I've had operators hit with rocks, spit on. All you have to do is go forward of it, and you can do whatever you got to. I had one have a trash can thrown at him. But I want to speak to the rise in what was the other question you had? I'm sorry.
I asked about the barriers, and then we were talking about the bathroom break. So
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm gonna go on the barriers again. A lot of the barriers were put there during COVID, and they're plexiglass. It was just to protect you from fluids. Nothing has been upgraded. There has been, we have a safety committee at the Greater Bridgeport Transit. We have one at Milford Transit, but it dissolved because we were just meeting just to make a litmus test. I mean, a list of what ifs, and it never amounted to anything. The only functional one is the Greater Bridgeport Transit, and they've been trying to work to try to get, some barriers that will protect our whole body, and that's what we're in the process of doing. But we just had I just want to touch on assaults, because we just had an assault two weeks ago where a rider got on and he had a butcher knife. He banished it after he put in his fare, and he started, and the driver didn't see him right away. End up stabbing one of our riders, and that person is still in the hospital, touch and go. Got stabbed in the neck area as well as in the kidney area. So we got drivers being spit on, because that is one of the new tactics that people have out there. They think that if I spit on you, it's not like an assault, that I put my hands on you. They're being spit on. There's people that are literally having putting urine in water bottles, and when they ask you for a transfer at the end of the line, and you don't give it to them because you should have asked when you first got on the bus, they throw the urine on you. This is what we're all going through. It is not just CT Transit, it is every transit out there. That's what we're all going through. We're all going through people disrespect. And this is a rise, believe it or not, is a rise in assaults on school bus drivers now, because they don't have a barrier at all. And parents, when they're upset about their child, get on the bus and assault them. You're not even hearing about that. They're sweeping that under the rug. So there is so many dynamics to this. And we're just asking to help us go home.
Yeah, safely.
Go home to our family. That's all we're asking.
That's it.
Well, thank you, Mustafa. I really appreciate those examples and your testimony. We have a question from Representative.
Can I just add one thing?
Sure, Tim.
The problem I have, if somebody assault a police officer, get arrested. If somebody assault a bus driver, you still are forced to take the person. Why are we not banning that for not to be a same person? Because now this person, how can this person drive when you have somebody assaulted or spitting in you? And Connecticut Transit, DOT does say, oh, the people have to press charge. Why? Now I'm working for you. If I'm working for you, what is it different? You need to protect me.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you for that. Okay, we have a question from Representative Farrar, followed by Representative Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. Just hoping to ask a couple questions to help clarify some of the issues in my mind and work through so many of the things you all have already shared. Heard from the commissioner earlier today that, in his testimony, that some of the issues you raised, should be addressed in the work of the transit district committees or collective bargaining. And I just was hoping you could explain to me, how you've brought up these issues around health and safety and how they haven't been addressed through, especially the transit district committee process.
I can answer that if you like.
Thank you.
Yes, like I said, we have one at the Greater Bridgeport Transit, and we're making great strides. It's just that when you get to matters like that, the first thing they'll tell you is they don't have the money for that. Greater Bridgeport Transit isn't part of CT Transit. So they'll tell you that they don't have the money for that. And, and we're trying to do the best we can to make sure that we protect you guys. But when we get to that, to those kind of subjects, it becomes stalemate, and you just have to keep reiterating every single time. And we're going to keep reiterating until something happens. And like I said, we have a pretty decent, the last ones that they installed in some of the buses, they're very decent, but they don't protect you. They don't protect you. It doesn't keep someone from getting around it. And so, it's a work in progress, but that is what the first thing they cry is money. We don't have funding for that. But when we were talking about doing the barriers, we told them, we gave them examples of some of the barriers that the ATU International provides through a vendor. But they didn't want to. They didn't want to entertain none of those. I don't know if they're getting a special deal on one of the ones they got, but we're not looking for a special deal. We're looking for something that's going to cover us, protect us, and make sure that we get home to our families. That's what we're looking for.
Thank you for that example. And is there any example related to, again, more of the health issues of not being able to have bathroom breaks and how that has not been addressed by the transit district?
Yes, I've been
Chiefs.
complaining, all of us three, between New Haven, Stanford, Hartford, we've been complaining about runs. We even filed a grievance. They say, oh, look in the time. It's two different things. In the paperwork, you can make it look good. Reality, how the traffic is, how the passengers, I have plenty of runs who are unhuman to drive. And that's what the thing they say is DOT funded. That's what the DOT want us to do.
But they never changed the scheduling. And they don't fit the bathroom schedules into the schedules. So therefore, they want us running back and forth, and this is what's going on. And I can attest to that because I'm a Connecticut Transit baby. My mom used to work for Connecticut Transit. So I'm legacy. And I know the way they run back and forth. And we all the time we ask, can the schedules change? And bathroom breaks need to be written into those schedules. Never changes. We fight all the time. I filed the grievance. Nothing ever happens. We get the same schedules back in all three locals for Connecticut Transit. And my brother Cheeks is on the line. I wanted him to speak to the bus assault that he had in New Haven with the shooting. He has routes that his bus operators are being shot at. We're not being protected but down here. Cheeks, you want to take the floor, please?
Yes, can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Madam Chair, and everyone in attendance today. Hello, my name is Jay Cheeks. I'm the business agent for the local 281 in New Haven, Connecticut. So we do have assault on drivers, just like everyone else in Connecticut. And some of our drivers, on a daily basis, one of them witness, was a part of just trying to get home at the end of his shift, going back to the garage, and a bullet came through the window. And he was driving, another driver was on that bus, and he got up to see what was going on. And as he got up, if he didn't remove himself from that seat, then he would have probably been the first one dead in Connecticut, in New Haven. So these are the things that we have to deal with within New Haven, especially New Haven. And I think we're all on the same page. We're just trying to get the bill passed. It'll allow management to work with us even further to get things done, because that's what it gets back to. We're asking for drivers to come and say, those barriers do not help.
Cheeks, you have to talk up.
Those barriers do not help us. If you're tall enough, you can reach over there and spill some on someone, or you could just wrap your hand around it and pop the door open. So they're not helping us at all. And that's what we need to ensure the safety of our drivers as well as our passengers. Because when we get on that bus from day to night, we're not only bus drivers. Sometimes we have to keep people on board close to us so they don't act out. There's so many things a bus driver has to go through night and day. And as I was driving for 14 years straight, it has not been an easy job, and it is getting worse. And I understand the commissioner feels like it's getting better. No, it is not. The environment that we have to work in, like I said, we don't know at the end of the day if we're going home or during the day. This time of the month is the most crucial time for the drivers because everybody's out. Everybody that gets a check is out right now while we're on the phone, and we cannot ensure that they're going home tonight. So more than less, if we just get this bill passed, we don't have to hear about they can't do anything because now the bill is passed to get these people what they need to operate those buses, to get home safe and also get our passengers from A to B safe. We invite every one of you in attendance, ride along with us so you can get the full experience of what's just going on. Because right now, you don't really see it. It's just all hearsay. And while we're on Zoom, we're protected. They're not. You have to get the feel and the understanding of what it is to be in the driver's shoe from day to day. So we just need, I sound a little frustrated. I am aggravated. We just need to get the bill passed. We don't want to have to go back and forth with management. That's not what we're about. ATU is trying to build a relationship to work, but they need the tools too. Because at the end of the day, we don't want to hear that, you know, it's DOT, it's DOT. We're not trying to argue or cause any confusion with the commissioner. Just simply need him to help us get along with passing this bill to ensure safety.
So I just want to elaborate too about the bus shelters, about the homeless people riding the buses back and forth. They made that their home during COVID, and they're still making that their home. But we're dealing with bed bugs, we're dealing with roaches coming out when you cut the heat on, roaches are coming out of the heat area. Then you have the buses. They want to when they buy a bus pass and they want to ride back and forth. You got the homeless spreading out food on the seats, making that their home is uncomfortable for our drivers. You don't know if someone's going to get killed. So it happened with one of our brothers at ATU in Tampa, Florida, where he got into it over a transfer, and it wasn't even his fault. Like my brother Mustafa mentioned earlier, when they go to the back, when they come on the bus, they're supposed to ask for a transfer. They don't ask for a transfer until they get to the end of the line. Now they want to start with the driver. We have certain rules and regulations in place that we have to follow. That's why we work for them, because everybody has rules and regulations. But at the end of the day, it's about us going home safely. And that's not promised to our operators, because with these rules in place, we're supposed to follow these rules. We're supposed to use our own judgment too. And the buses are not supposed to be a shelter for the homeless. It's just not. It's unsafe for the drivers. Like I said, we want to go home too. I wish you can walk in our shoes one day. I wish you can come on the bus. I invite all you guys to come up there on one of our buses, whether it's Stamford, Hartford, New Haven, New London, Bridgeport, Danbury, wherever. We are having the same issues in all vicinities and across the state of Connecticut. And our lives matter. And we are not only asking you, we are begging for you to pass this bill at this time, because it makes me real emotional. Because like I said, the scheduling is off. We can't go to the bathroom. Our drivers are wearing Pampers, which is embarrassing. In New Haven one year, they had with the driver, I'm pretty sure you guys have knowledge of that, when the driver went behind a tree and urinated, and they had it in the paper,
And
and they
Arthur,
fired him. So it's all over. I'm fighting. ATU is a strong organization, and we're going to stick together, and we're going to fight. We're not going to give up. We're going to keep fighting, and whatever it takes to make sure our drivers are protected, we are going to do that. We are not quitters. We are winners, and we're going to keep fighting, and you're going to keep hearing from us, and we're not going to lay down. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you all for sharing just further examples as to why the current transit district committees aren't fulfilling some of the basic health and safety needs that you have. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sims, followed by Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence once again, and thank you to all the members of ATU for coming before us and sharing your testimony and issues with us. my questions is can you, well, let me say the DOT and many of the transit district operators has testified that health and safety committees are already in operation in each district, each transit district. Can you tell us how those are functioning, or if they are functioning?
I can answer that, and I touched on that earlier. I represent Greater Bridgeport Transit and Milford Transit. It all comes down to what that district is willing to do. At Greater Bridgeport Transit, they're willing to have a workable and cooperative safety meeting, and we make good strides. But the strides that we shouldn't have to make are bathroom breaks, and just to be safe in our, while at work. So they work, but you have to have a willingness on both sides to make it work. We meet every month on Tuesday at Greater Bridgeport Transit. We have since stopped the committees from Milford Transit, because the last thing that Milford Transit boss said to me was, he's getting too old for this shit. And what do you mean by that? If that's the case, then why don't you retire and allow somebody else that's going to be proactive to come in and do what needs to be done to protect those people and give those people what they need and what they want. And so it has since dissolved, but we have the ability to get in touch with the federal transportation to let them know that it's not functioning, because we have to fill out a form every so many months to see if what's functioning, what's not, who's participating, and who. And so they've been put on notice, and it said that it affects their budget. I mean, their funding. I don't know if that's true, but we always say who is functioning and who is not. But it's just a willingness and how far these transit agencies are willing to go.
Mustafa, I appreciate you with that response, and that actually leads to my next question, because the commissioner testimony suggested that this bill would be very expensive to operate and creating a financial burden for transit districts. Can you speak to the emotional and physical burdens transit drivers are shouldering under these current conditions?
And I'm glad you asked, because we've had several assaults, and I was going to speak about the aftermath. The aftermath is worse than the assault itself, because we have members who are being assaulted and then coming back to work. First of all, they're being rushed to come back to work when they've been in these types of violent confrontations, and they're being rushed to come back to work. I have a young lady right now. She's getting ready to retire this summer. She says, because that's it. She was assaulted so bad during COVID when she was picking up people. She was nice enough to pick up people where there wasn't a designated bus stop, and she was assaulted because of it. And I mean, he beat the hell out of her. And but the aftermath, where the company doesn't even want to create a liaison between the court system. So when you do have to go in, the union followed her all the way through victim advocates, and I got all our members to storm and to go there, to go to that courtroom and storm that courtroom with nothing but members, so that to show the judge and show the system, show the court system that one assault is too many, and we're not going to tolerate this anymore. And the judge was very gracious. When we left, he stopped us before we walked out and said, "Your presence was duly noted." That person got 7 years. But you know what? The bad thing about it is he got 7 years because he kept failing a drug test, not for the assault itself. They were giving him the, they put him through a program. And it wasn't until he kept coming in and testing positive that for some type of narcotic that he got the 7 years. Had he followed the program, he would have been, and this was a person that he committed crimes before. So it wasn't like this was his first crime. But it's unfortunate. I hope that answers your question.
That actually did answer my question. But I heard several of you mention the current workplace safety committees that are already in place within your transit districts. Do these committees currently combat the violence and safety issues you mentioned in your testimony?
No.
What they do is they catalog it.
Yeah,
They catalog
that's
it,
what they
they
do.
keep track of it because they have to do so for the federal transportation.
Workers' comp.
And also the workman's comp. So
Well, we have problems with workers' comp in all divisions. I can say that. I can attest to that. So we get hurt on their job, back, legs, everything. I'm going through that right now. So I can attest to that. They don't care about our drivers. Workers' comp, we have a lady right now named Yvette. Everything is denied constantly. And must say, my brother Mustafa has school buses that he also governs up there in Bridgeport. We don't have the school buses, but I got to tell you, I have a friend that drives the school bus. Rotaria cuff, you get all that from the bus. Anything you do repeatedly, you're gonna be be hurt from it eventually, especially after 34 years. So you got to fight with them. Then the step is to go get a lawyer in order to get what you need. They don't want to take care of. I can speak for that for Connecticut Transit. I don't know if they're having those problems in the other vicinities, but I can speak for New Haven and Hartford. We have the worst workers' comp system ever in the state of Connecticut because they don't care about their members if they get hurt on these buses. And then they want them to use their time off or their sick time and all this stuff, FMLA, and take away from them when they got hurt on their jobs. So I hope I answered that. And that's what the health and safety, that's what it is. You're supposed to take care of your people if they get hurt on your job.
Well, thank you for that response. And it did clarify some of my initial concerns. I don't want to take up too much more time, so I'm going to ask two more questions here. And my next question is, well, I want to say you have done a great job explaining how drivers are harmed when various health and safety issues go undressed or unresolved. Can you please explain how members of the public, Connecticut Transit passengers, are impacted when these issues continue to go unaddressed? And are these exposed to the same kind of violence that drivers experience?
I can attest to that. I can speak to that if you don't mind. Can I?
Absolutely.
All right, my name is Artan Martina. Listen, the truth is the public is discouraged to take the bus when they see violence, when they see harassment, when they see that a lot of people they choose, you know what, they live in like Wethersfield, Newington. They say, I'm not taking the bus because it's a lot of garbage there, a lot of fights, a lot of not safe. Discouraging the regular people, only the people who doesn't have no choice, they'll take the bus. Our vision is to encourage everybody to love to be in a bus, to meet a girlfriend, to meet a friend, to meet a future wife, anything. A lot of good things was part of the public transportation before, not anymore.
Well, when you have people that also get on the bus and they are the problem, and when they are the problem, they're not removed. So dealing with health and safety, they should be removed because they're the problem. Then they get on there and they agitate their passengers, and the passengers are coming up front telling the driver what's going on. Some drivers just turn their cheek because they don't want to be involved. They just want to go home safely. And if they get involved, they feel they're in harm's way as well. So it's a lot going on those buses. You deal with all walks of life, like I said earlier. And when I tell you we're not safe, the drivers, I mean, the passengers are not safe. You don't know what's going to happen that day. You got to take one day at a time. I'm dead serious. It's just awful. Like I said, I invite all of you to come and ride. We are in danger on those buses. You don't know what's going to happen next. Every day is different. Just like when you walk out your house, you never know what's going to happen. And we act, like I said, please come and ride the buses so you can walk in our shoes and see what a bus driver goes through for that day on a daily basis.
And
We would
Representative,
appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that, dear. Representative Sims, that the assault that I gave you an example, when the guy stabbed the guy, he had a butcher's knife. It wasn't just a regular small knife. He had a butcher's knife. It had to be about 9 inches, and it was and the terror that transpired on that bus when people saw it fall on the ground and him pick it up and then stab this guy. You're watching that film, watching that video, the fear, and the driver being hopeless. What do I do? Do I stop this bus? Do I engage him? Do I open the back door? So he was going through so many different emotions of how to de-escalate this situation without bringing further harm to others. This was the most egregious attack I've ever seen at Greater Bridgeport Transit. And I started there in '92 and then became a police officer, did 25 years and came back to driving it again. And I'm the president and business agent. I've never seen an assault like that. And the horror on the faces of those passengers, the aftermath is going to be something for them, because you know what, they saw it in real time, and it was like watching a horror movie.
Wow. Well, again, I want to thank ATU for coming before us today. I really feel your pain, and I'm going to encourage my colleagues to let's get something done. But I do really understand how, the importance of your safety, because we really need you in our communities. Make sure that our folks are getting to and from work or from doctor's appointments, etc. And they can't do that without having a safe bus to commute them to and from. So again, thank you all for coming before us, and thank you, Madam Chair, again for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
And thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll echo the sentiments of my colleague, Representative Sims. Thank you, members of ATU, for sharing your stories today. It's very important that we hear the circumstances that you live with each and every day, just trying to do your job. And I hear you. At the end of the day, you just want to make it home to your families, just like all of us. So Representative Sims actually covered a lot of the questions that I had, but in my conversations, listening to you today, and in my conversations with you separately, I was particularly concerned by the notion of being discouraged from calling the police. You guys talked about being spat on. You talked about urine being sprayed on you, and all other kinds of vile things that are illegal in the state of Connecticut. And so when those things happen, are you encouraged to call the police by your transit districts?
No, absolutely not.
No, you're not allowed.
They don't know. They don't want you to. They want you to pick up the phone and follow the protocol and call the supervisor. But guess what? As the leader of the pack, I tell them to call the cops if they need to, because the supervisors don't get there fast enough. They might be doing something or on another call or helping another operator. That's not allowed at Connecticut Transit. They want you to actually follow the correct protocol for years. But that's one rule that we don't follow, not in Stanford. That's not happening in Stanford because my people, their lives are important. I'm going to make sure they call the cops, and that's what I tell them to do, and then let me handle it.
And, and thank you for that.
And in Bridgeport, Bridgeport Transit, they will, you can call it in and they will call the police. Good luck, how long it takes the police to get there, but usually when it's an assault, they're coming. But you're encouraged to go and fill out a police report after you get off. And that's ridiculous. And we put a stop to that because, and it still goes on with certain supervisors, because it's been the norm. And it's ridiculous that you have to go afterwards and go into the police department and file a complaint against something that happened to you on your job, because they just, it's not, I'm not going to say they don't care. It's just not that serious to them, I guess. And I think what it's going to take before that changes is one of us going to have to lose our lives, and it shouldn't have to come to that.
No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't at all. And just to piggyback off on that. And so when these incidents do happen and you fill out the report or call the police, are any of these people who violate, or are any of them ever banned from riding the bus again? Is there like a we have no fly list? Is there
Never.
no bus rider list?
You got to take in the same bus.
They say that it's a violation of their human rights, their human right. And you got to do something very egregious to get off. I mean, very egregious.
They'll ride behind you in Stanford. So the protocol is they'll leave them on the bus and ride behind you in Stanford, but they don't know what's going on in that bus.
Exactly.
They can't protect you still. That's their protocol for years. I've been driving for 34 years, and that's not a safe protocol. I've had it happen to me, but I'm one that can protect myself. Trust me.
And we try to get pictures circulated so that so all drivers can see that this person should, because they try to ban them, but they're going to get on a different bus. And if you're not putting a picture up and showing them that this person can't ride, what's the sense? Because he or she's just going to take a different bus.
See, Mustafa's and Mustafa's local. They try to ban them, but in Stanford it's different. Mustafa,
Yeah.
Representative Hall, not in Stanford or New Haven and Hartford. They do not ban them. It's a protocol. They got to fill out paperwork. Even when we have accidents and the police have a police report, they don't even go by the police report. It's a lot going on in Stanford, and I wish the commissioner was on here because I would address them. And the management is only doing what the commissioner allows them to do.
Yeah.
So I wish he was on here because I'd love to address him because, like I said, some of the things he said today are very untrue, and he knows it. And that's why he left earlier, because I wish we could have been the first ones to go, because he kept talking about Connecticut Transit. It's not all peaches and cream. And I tell you, this bill, I heard you say earlier, one of you guys on the line or the representatives said earlier that this bill is high and he don't want it passed. Well, guess what? He goes home to his family. Okay, he's protected, well protected. We are not, our operators are not in all these locals across Connecticut. And this has to be addressed and it needs to be fixed. Like Mustafa said, we're going to lose one before it happens. And we don't need to do that. We've already done that in Tampa. And we don't want that to repeat history. And we're begging you to pass this bill.
Thank you all for that. And we appreciate everything that you do, serving your members, but also being stewards of the public trust and getting people, as my man from New Haven said, from A to B. And that's all anybody asks of you guys. So thank you for all you guys do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We appreciate you so much. We appreciate you all on the board.
Thank you, Representative. And just before I move on to Senator Martin, I just want to make clear, we absolutely, as a committee, are all here listening. There's folks in and out. There's other public hearings going on. And I do just want to address Certainly not taking sides in this discussion, but it is customary for the commissioners to leave after they give their testimony. They do tend to tune in for the remainder of the hearing, and certainly they have meetings the rest of the day. So the DMV commissioner has left the building, CAA has left the building, DOT has left the building. It is not an intentional thing. I can assure you this is just how it goes and how it always goes, despite whatever it is that's on the docket for the particular committee that day. So I did just want to make that clear. And Senator Martin, you are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me just say Representative Hall and Representative Sims did a great job with the questions. Yeah, I'm alarmed. I'll say quickly here. It's very concerning, and I hope that what's in the bill will help tremendously or turn this around. That the questions that I had were addressed with Representative Sims and Hall. Madam Chair, I'm just going to throw out a suggestion. You know, it's a shame. It's not a shame. It's just a process that, you know, the commissioners come and speak first, or legislators come in and talk to us first, and then they leave. But I'd like to suggest perhaps we call the commissioner back in, and those that make some of these decisions not to allow these drivers and the employees to not to go to the bathroom, or not to allow them to go to a bathroom, not taking actions to bring those that are disturbing other public individuals on the bus, or they are assaulting our bus driver or whoever on the bus. I'd like to get them back into the room and continue this discussion. This is not right. It's clearly something has to be changed. And if people are acting in this way on a bus, it is not a right to get on any type of public transportation. It is a privilege, and they're not going to act like human beings and treat everybody with respect. Then you're not going to ride on these buses or any form of transportation. So it's just a suggestion. I'd like to get some more questions posed to the whoever is making these decisions, so that we can, if we need to change legislation, we've got the right information to put it into statute, or give them the authority to protect, or they're going to be required. They should be protecting these bus drivers and all the employees, because it's just underlining here, and what we're only seeing the surface and hear about the surface, but it'd be interesting, you know, just those of you who are in the building right now and have been taking breaks to go to the bathroom. But can you imagine yourself right now if you had to sit the whole day, and we've all been in lengthy public hearings, and not be able to go to the bathroom? That just doesn't make any sense. So I'll wait to hear other, you know, I don't have anything else to say.
Senator Martin, may I address that? I'm getting so emotional here because, like I said, my mom used to drive the bus, and I saw when she went through to raise all five of us after she divorced my father, and it continues. And I'm just trying to figure this out. And I took the torch and I ran with it for her, and I'm very passionate about what I do, like my other ATU brothers and sisters on this line. Well, sister, because my other sister couldn't come out today because she was driving. But it makes me so emotional. And I appreciate you guys for listening. And I want to be in the room, and I want to look in the commissioner's eyes to tell him how we feel and what we go through every day on a daily basis out there. And how do we fix this and resolve this? And how do we know whether we're going to come home to our families or not? It's just not fair the way they treat these bus operators, the way they treat transit workers, period. Even during COVID, we were their backbones. We were essential. We didn't have a choice. We had to go out there and make sure people got to their destination. And we are being spit on, kicked on, shot at, all that. This is ridiculous. And he's telling you that this bill is too high. It makes me angry. And that's why I'm showing my emotions, because he should be ashamed of himself to even say that or even feel that way. It is a human right to go to the bathroom. You guys have a bathroom right in your vicinity where you work in these offices. You can go to the bathroom. My mother bladder went bad. She went on dialysis and passed away. That is my story, and that's why I fight like I do for my members. My mother drove Connecticut Transit bus for 15 years, and this story is still the same. Why I'm the change, and I'm not going to lay down until it changes. Me and my brothers and sisters were stronger together, and when you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us. The problem arises, and we need to resolve it. And I mean what I mean, and that's coming from my heart. And I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional, but I'm dead serious.
It's quite okay for you to get emotional. I want to thank each and every one of you who came to testify. It takes a lot of courage for each of you to do what you're doing today. My prayer is that we will be addressing this. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. I don't see any other questions or comments from the committee, and I just want to thank each of you for sharing your stories and your concerns with us. And certainly we will be in touch as a committee to better understand what you're up against in the process and with any questions. And please feel free. I know there was some data that you have to share. I know some was already shared with us, but feel free to pass that along to the clerk to be disseminated to the rest of the committee as you find appropriate. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you. I think we do not have Mr. Hoy with us. Is Lisa Thomas with us still? I saw her in the room. Rebecca, Representative Martinez. If you're around and you can hear us, please come back. Representative Sweet. You can come back as well. Is First Selectman Bauza on the line?
Yes, boss.
Look at that, Jason, you got promoted. Are you with us? First Selectman Bauza? I saw him. Oh, he's raising his hand. Hold on. Oh, has he not been promoted? Can you promote him? Jason Bauza, number 11. Yeah. Jason, are you there? Okay, perfect. Thank you. First Selectman Bauza. Well,
you.
Sorry about that. I thought you were already in as a panelist. We just were moving so quickly.
It's a big deal for me to have to speak in front of First Selectman Hoy, who I have a great respect for, and he's going to talk about this, I'm sure, much better than I will.
Actually, I'm not sure he's joining us, so it's all on you.
He'll probably still do a better job. But I wanted to offer testimony in support of Senate Bill 9, and I just wanted to echo some of the points that you guys have heard so far in your testimony today. And I've submitted written testimony, so I'm not going to read that to the committee, but I will just kind of share the value and the importance that program, the microtransit program, has had for residents in my community. 10% of the population of the town of East Windsor lives in one housing development. And it's a government subsidized housing development where, and if you're not familiar, my town is not large enough to support mass transit on its own. So for these people who find themselves in a transportation desert, this program that has been run under a pilot for the last 2 years has opened up access to employment, has opened up access to doctor's visits, has opened up access to fresh food. Because the only place they can buy groceries within walking distance of where they are is a Dollar General. And I think that we can all appreciate that a Dollar General is not someplace that is selling the type of food that you should be subsisting on. So that's one community in my town that has seen directly the benefit of the microtransit program. Just down the road from that is our elderly housing complex, our housing authority. And those residents in particular have been able to access transportation to medical appointments. That is a game changer for them to be able to continue to live independently on their own and still provide for their own basic needs that they need as they continue to age in place. So the microtransit program, understanding that it's just been as a pilot now, has been a tremendous success in my community, and it's linked us a bit better with the town of Enfield that has many of the services that my constituents rely on and otherwise would frankly not be able to access. So I just want to lend my voice to those that have spoken before about the urgency around supporting the existing microtransit program and hopefully seeing that extended to other communities as well. And with that, I know you've had a long day. I'm happy to take any questions the committee might have, and otherwise I'll let my testimony kind of round out my comments.
No, thank you, Jason. I appreciate your comments. And, we've heard a lot today about how important these microtransit programs are to various communities for different reasons. And certainly in terms of connectivity in your area, clearly very, very important. So I really appreciate you providing your testimony today. I do not see any other questions or comments. You said that you did submit written testimony as well?
I did submit written testimony. And if I could just follow up on your comments, Senator, this is an example of a program that has worked. And when you do a pilot program, very often you're trying to figure out, is this worth continuing to do? And in my experience for the constituents that I represent, I can say wholeheartedly that this has been successful and deserves consideration of continued funding.
Thank you, First Selectman. We appreciate that. I wholeheartedly agree, and we will be working to get this done as a committee. So again, thank you for your time and testimony today. Next, we would be going to Jermaine Williams. Jermaine, if you could accept the promotion to come in as a panelist, we can allow you to provide your testimony, as well as Eddie Clayton. You would be up next to testify. So if you can accept the promotion. I don't see, I'm going to a member of the public next. So is Emma Cleveland with us? Okay. Jermaine Williams. Jermaine Williams, are you with us? 16 or 17? I see both. Jermaine Williams.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Mr. Williams. You're all set. You go ahead and testify for us.
Hello, committee. I'm testifying for the Wheels to You in Norwalk, Connecticut. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, in Norwalk, we got a lot of people here that I just dropped off a latest like I tell her about it is the order. It was like, my God. So these people is put up with they can't walk. They for the stream that from point to point B only because of us. They appreciate everything we do here. Like they don't got a bus route, and they will just talk to each other and just say, if this service is no more, the elderly people center. They got an elderly people center that we got blind people, we got all these people. We here provide service for only them for people to wheelchair, they go find A, point B, they go to the store, because what I realize, a lot of these people sometimes living by themselves, and glad for I drop them point A to point B. And they applauding us a lot, like to say, we appreciate it. Please talk for us. You know what to say, blah, blah, blah. But I really love the service. I'm doing this. I'm like 15 years old. I'm from Jamaica. I come to America, it's like I fell in love with something that I do from I'm a kid. So this service is not only for me, for the whole community of Hawak and wherever they are. And that's my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Williams. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you participating in the program as a driver and your enthusiasm and advocacy. And thanks for taking the time to testify with us today. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you again. And if you haven't already, please submit your written testimony as well. That's always helpful for us to have.
Okay, I will. Okay, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Martinez, thank you for your patience with us today. Welcome. Just throw your mic on there. Thank you, Representative.
Co-Chair Berger-Javallo, Co-Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Brown, Vice Chair Lopes, Ranking Member Kennedy, Ranking Member Huang, and members of the Transportation Committee. For the record, my name is State Representative Rebecca Martinez, and I'm here today to offer testimony in strong support of House Bill 5238, an act to study access to parking for home health care service workers. I have worked in healthcare for 26 years. For the past 8 years, I have been a nurse in home health care, working both in the field and in the back office. I am here today to speak not only as a legislator, but as somebody with decades of firsthand experience providing supporting care in the community. I have always been passionate about healthcare worker safety, and in 2023, that commitment was significantly reinforced when my coworker Joyce Grayson was killed while doing her job as a home healthcare nurse. Joyce went into a patient's home to provide care, and she never made it out. We know that assaults on healthcare workers are on the rise nationwide. Healthcare workers are about 5 times more likely to experience workplace violence than workers in other industries. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, during 2021 and 2022, there were over 57,000 non-fatal workplace violence incidents across all private industries that require time away from work, job restriction, or transfer. Over 41,000 of those cases, 73%, occurred in the healthcare and social work assistance sector. That means nearly 42,000 healthcare workers were seriously injured by violence in just those 2 years. One of the most significant and overlooked barriers to safety is parking. It is often extremely difficult to find legal parking anywhere near a patient's home. Parking rules vary widely from town to town. For example, in Hartford, there are weekday parking restrictions. There's no parking on the roads on Wednesdays. And areas such as Albany Avenue and the side streets, parking is especially limited. As a result, nurses and other home health care workers are frequently forced to park 4, 6, sometimes 8 blocks away from a patient's home. In the field, safety can change in an instant. At any moment, a patient can become threatening or assaultive, or someone in the surrounding area can escalate without warning. There's no security, no backup nearby, just you and your awareness. Home healthcare workers need to know that if a situation shifts, you can get out quickly. You are always tracking the path back to your car. How far is it? What is between me and my vehicle? How fast could I get there if I needed to? While providing care, part of you always stays alert, listening for changes in tone, movement, and energy. When you leave, that vigilance follows you until you are safely back in your vehicle. This is the reality of field nursing, providing care while always holding an exit plan.
It's 3 minutes, please summarize.
Sure. Safety is not assumed, it is planned for. Home healthcare workers typically drive unmarked personal vehicles. This often results in parking tickets even while workers are actively providing essential medical care. I believe the working group should also consider studying an optional place card or permit system for home healthcare workers that wish to have one. Many home health providers wear scrubs, so the moment we step out of our vehicles, it is already clear that we are healthcare workers. A placard could provide an additional layer of safety and awareness. If a law enforcement officer notices that a home healthcare worker's vehicle has been parked in a restricted area for an extended period of time, it could prompt awareness, monitoring, or even a welfare check. I hope that you will strongly consider including in the working group home care nurses from both medical and behavioral health, PCAs, social workers, PT, OT, and union representation. Thank you for your time and for considering this important legislation. My full written testimony has been submitted.
Thank you, Representative. Really appreciate your testimony and your advocacy around this. I have to admit, I didn't realize that this was such an issue until it was brought to the committee. So I appreciate you working together with my co-chair and others to raise awareness around this and potentially have this working group in place. Is there something that's been implemented? You made a suggestion or what you hope to see come out of the working group in terms of a placard for parking. Is this anywhere else in the country?
A few states have started implementing it, and I do think the placard should be voluntary. I know that nurses that I'm speaking with in behavioral health home care, the conversations that I've had, we seem to like the placard because of that extra added security if somebody is monitoring that area. But there's home health care workers that maybe aren't wearing scrubs that may not want to draw attention to that their health care may increase, they may feel an increased safety risk. So I think that should be voluntary to be able to have that placard.
All right. Thank you so much, Representative. And my co-chair has a question.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you. Thank you for waiting as long as you have today. I'm glad that you brought up the piece about some folks not wanting to have a placard or some kind of identifier. In the city of Bridgeport, where I work, I know that there are a number of home health care workers who are concerned about that calling attention to themselves, particularly if they transport any kind of narcotic or anything that might make them a target. What do you say to the idea that maybe there are multiple answers to this problem in different communities? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. I think there needs to be multiple solutions to this problem, and that's why I think we need a really diverse working group to look at it, because say a behavioral health nurse that is in there a less amount of time may have different than a different say an occupational therapist just within the healthcare professions, but also within the different communities. Sometimes I can go to towns where I don't have any issue with parking and safety isn't as much of a concern. Other times I'm in areas where safety is a huge risk and a concern. So I think we need to look at this through a multifaceted approach.
I would certainly agree. And I appreciate that you have also done some research on some of the things that have happened in other states. I know that New Jersey offers opportunities to use university parking. That may apply in some of our urban centers, it may not in others. So I appreciate that you are looking at the full scope of kind of a menu of options for communities so that this can be helpful for all of our home healthcare workers. So thank you very much for being here today. Senator Cohen.
Thank you so much. Did you have a question? No. Seeing no other questions or comments, thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Eddie Clayton, are you with us? Yeah, I saw him. Yeah. He's in the room as a panelist. Mr. Clayton? Are you available to testify? Okay, Emma Cleveland?
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Giavalo, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Emma Cleveland, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Amalgamated Transit Union International. We're the largest transit union in the US and Canada with over 200,000 members, as you've heard, including the workers at CT Transit, Southeast Area Transit, Greater Bridgeport Transit Authority, Hart, Milford Transit District, as well as many other transit workers around the state. We're testifying in support of HB 5236. I just wanted to add some data about to support kind of the anecdotal things you heard from our members today. At the International, we track data from the Federal Transit Administration about assaults. And that data shows that assaults on public transit operators have nearly tripled between 2008 to 2022. So that means there's an average of 42 assaults on transit workers every day across this nation. So, it doesn't come as a surprise to me that when ATU members are asked what are the most important things that they want to do to make their job better, they rank safety at the very top and sometimes even above like higher wages and benefits, because above all, people want to come home safe to their families. So some comments on that data. The assaults like you heard our members testify about today, some of them until recently did not meet the threshold to even be reported to the FTA in that data that I shared. Things like spitting, hitting, kicking, those type of things would not have been reported in the past. And often there's underreporting of data because people feel like they're not going to do anything about this. And so I think, that number of the assaults tripling is probably even lower than the reality. And I just wanted to also add that because these bus operators are operating a large vehicle, the passengers, pedestrians, other people on the road, their safety can be compromised too if the bus operator is attacked while trying to manage a large vehicle. So for many years, the ATU International Union has supported locals to come up with strategies to try to make people safer. And we were part of these labor management safety committees inside of the bipartisan infrastructure bill that you've heard reference to. But unfortunately, Congress is debating a surface transportation reauthorization, and those safety committees are under threat. Right now, they are equal seats labor and management, but there are proposals and folks are lobbying to either gut them or put more seats for management than for labor on them. So having a backbone in a state like Connecticut, where I can see that people really care about transit safety, to ensure that there's a state structure codified is really important. And I just wanted to add that context. This is not duplicating, this is ensuring that we have a backup, assuming that the federal government doesn't keep those safety committees together. And obviously, we're lobbying hard to make sure that's not the case, but you know how lobbying goes. Connecticut already has some of the highest criminal penalties in the country for assaulting a transit worker, a Class C felony. But yet, as you see, this problem
Time warning, your
continues.
3 minutes are up.
We need new ideas, and one of those is to come up with a barrier that is going to allow there to be full floor-to-ceiling coverage of the vehicle. And so, as you heard, there are barriers, but they are not reaching from the windshield and covering all the way floor to ceiling. But those type of barriers can now be procured for vehicles like New Flyers, Gilligs, and other vehicles that are operating in Connecticut. So this bill would allow there to be conversation to make sure that good, fully protective barriers are in place. So in closing, look, there have been 2 ATU members killed in the past couple years over $3 in fare. We really don't need to wait for something like that to happen in Connecticut to take action. MTA in New York has already put these barriers in buses. The Los Angeles Metro put them in over 2,000 buses in their fleet, fully floor to ceiling. Maine has a bill to do this, and Illinois and Nevada both passed bills already requiring full barrier protection. So we urge you to support HB 5236 and give Connecticut transit workers that same respect and safety in their job. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you. Oh, and if I may, I did have a comment on SB 9 as well. I know I'm out of time, but I'd really like to add something if that's possible.
Sure, if you can do that briefly, that would be
I
great.
will, yeah. So I just wanted to, from a national perspective, Connecticut is unusual, as was raised here, that the state is providing funding for microtransit rather than localities and counties and cities. And I just wanted to note that that's a real opportunity to be able to ensure that that state money is creating good jobs. Because right now there's no requirement for the microtransit workers who are public transit workers to be employees with W-2 status so that they pay into the state systems and that they have the right to join a union. And in fact, via the company that does a lot of microtransit service uses 1099 workers who don't have minimum wages or sick days. But those companies will do it with employees if the state requires it. So I'd like to encourage you, if you're going to fund this pilot, to please include labor standards and a W-2 requirement for all microtransit workers. ATU does represent some microtransit workers, but some of those workers are ineligible for even basic labor protections.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you mentioned some of the states that are installing the barriers.
Yep.
I have bills to install the barriers, and you heard today concerns about sourcing them and whether these barriers that are requested through this legislation before us today can even be sourced. And if so, where can we get them? Because it sounds like we've had disparate comments on that.
Yeah, so it is we have a whole safety committee or a whole safety department at the ATU who works together with the bus manufacturers to get these more protective barriers. And as I said, New Flyer provides those barriers, Gillig does, and every bus manufacturer has worked to be able to do retrofits if you can't get them directly from the manufacturer. The commissioner is correct about that you can't source bulletproof, but the floor to ceiling fully protective barriers, they are put, as I said, on 2,000 buses in LA. Chicago just passed like a big transit reform bill in Illinois that requires them on every single vehicle, including retrofits. Maine has a bill to put them on buses. Nevada required them in Reno and in as well as Las Vegas. So they can be procured. I'd be happy to provide that information, but it's not true that they can't be procured. Big metropolitan areas are doing so.
And in terms of those places that have just passed legislation to have them installed, what is the timeline for that?
So I can get you about the Chicago one. So when ATU drafts legislation like this, similar to here, what we want to see is a joint labor management conversation that gives time to decide on the procurement of barriers so that we're looking at barriers that are going to be good for the riders and for the drivers. So there were questions about whether some workers don't like the barriers, right? Some people don't like seat belts, but safety is safety, right? We believe the state can obligate people to be safe. The way to ensure that more workers like the barriers is to have a conversation, a collaborative labor management process where workers have buy-in on which barriers to procure so that everybody, management and labor, are at the table. They're looking at different varieties of barriers and deciding which ones minimize glare, which ones are most protective, which ones can I hear passengers through, which ones can be closed and opened quickly. And because these big municipalities and jurisdictions are starting to require barriers, over the next 5 years, I expect that the amount of folks in the market will explode because there's big money in doing this. All of New York City, all of Chicago transit, these barriers are available now, and they'll only be more available over the next couple of years. So if it's a timeline question, let's talk about timeline. But I was hearing more broad concerns from the commissioner that, frankly, to me, infrastructure is just, it seems like a no-brainer. Like, many of these assaults we heard about would never happen if the barrier was fully enclosed. It would just stop the assaults. I just can't understand a reason why there would be concern about getting us on that path forward.
Well, thank you for that. And you keep mentioning different cities like LA, Chicago, Reno, but just for clarity's sake, did those states pass statewide legislation, or are these just particular cities implementing these changes on those particular city buses?
So in both Nevada and Illinois passed legislation. Nevada only did it for the largest systems, which are in Reno, and it only said those two systems because, unlike Connecticut, Nevada has like lots of extremely not dense areas. And so, and then in Chicago, in Illinois, it was a piece of statewide legislation passed. It was part of a big transit reform that also included funding. And that bill only did it for the like Chicago area systems, including Metra, PACE, and CTA, which are now going to be combined into something called the Northern Illinois Transit Authority. And so as part of that reform, they had this barrier at the ATU's lobbying. Maine has a bill that they're currently considering, and I'd just like to note, you know, Maine has had less serious assaults than Connecticut. Like the shootings, stabbings, those are happening in Connecticut. So yeah, some of it's coming through legislation. LA was coming just because, frankly, someone took over a bus in LA and got the bus driver out of the seat and took it over. And that was a scary enough event that the LA Metro was like, okay, we got to deal with this and make these cabins secure. And I would urge you to not wait for something like that to happen in Connecticut. I'd urge you to like create the infrastructure first. That's why LA Metro did it.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony today. I don't see any other comments or questions. Thanks.
Any thoughts on that microtransit part about the labor standards that you could add? You know, has anyone brought up that these are 1099 employees doing a lot of this work that's getting state funding and not getting any kind of benefits?
Yeah, no, I appreciate your comments. I'm not I won't reflect on that today, but certainly as a committee, we'll deliberate over the legislation and we'll take into account what you've mentioned. It's helpful to have your testimony. Did you submit testimony on that component?
I didn't, but I will include something if that's possible still. Can I still go on?
Oh, absolutely. You can submit written testimony. Yes.
Yeah, I did for the first portion, but hearing the conversations about microtransit, I just wanted to weigh in a little bit because it's true. Like we really should be looking to get robust data about the true costs of these services and KPIs because the cost per ride is very, very high and the workers are not getting basic benefits. So I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me weigh in.
Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Sweet, you're up. Thank you for your patience.
Sit with me. Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, ranking, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is State Representative Lori Sweet, and together here with Representative Kadeem Roberts, we are the co-chairs of the End Homelessness Caucus. Thank you so much for raising Bill 5235. We come here in strong support. Sometime in January, days before our very first big snowstorm, I received 2 photos. Folks who had been living beneath the highway and who were there for 4 to 5 months were given 72 hours to move. So the first photo shows several tents and folks' belongings. And then there's the after photo, and that just shows boulders. Simply said, the 72 hours wasn't enough time. Working with street outreach in my hometown of Hamden, I know they visit weekly. So 72 hours is not enough time to move people with dignity, coordination, compassion, consistency, and care across the state. That is simply what the bill is asking to be done. If a sweep needs to happen, can we please coordinate around the movement of people and their belongings? I would ask that unless it's an emergency, could we lengthen the 72-hour time to 2 weeks and then reach out to folks in our community already doing the work of bringing people inside? Perhaps a benefit of passing this bill will be for towns to have these conversations ahead of time, ahead of the snowstorm, and to plan. Finally, we know a prevalent feeling around our homeless population is that many people don't want to see them. But in this case, these folks set up their tents out of sight, and they were moved anyway. Where then shall they go? Thank you again for raising this bill and for finding a way to humanely address this problem. Short and sweet.
Representative Roberts, do you want to add to that at all?
Thank you, guys.
You're still within the 3 minutes, so.
No, thank you. Just in general, we truly appreciate you guys for raising this bill. I'm vice chair of housing, and to see all that we do with homelessness and housing, trying to find homes for people, appropriate funding. That's the biggest thing that we did when we started this caucus. The ax this year was $33 million last session, and we got 29.5 for the cause. So this really touches us because we are starting to see homelessness grow at a very high rate. And you guys are doing the work within this committee. So this bill touches us, and it's a reaction to another bill that we have this session called the Gloria Johnson Act. But just to see you guys bring this bill forth, it is something that touches our committee, but most importantly, our entire caucus. So we just truly appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you guys as well. So feelings mutual. And, it's always tricky with stuff like this because, this is sort of what public hearings are all about, right? You hear a couple of sides and you're just not sure what the truth is or what actually happens, boots on the ground. Because we are hearing that, generally speaking, that there's obviously safety concerns, and we want to make sure that everybody is safe from both sides, right? From a DOT perspective, making sure that nobody gets hurt by falling debris at a site, or if it was snow clearance or what have you, but also that nobody is literally left out in the cold, like without their belongings that they've accumulated. And so it's always tricky. You're clearly coming to the committee because there are issues with, there's an apparent disparity between what's actually happening and what we're being told is happening in terms of allowing people that time and dignity to either be rehoused in a shelter situation or in a safer place. I know you spoke to a couple of the photos that you took. Is that just one circumstance, or are you hearing about this more broadly?
It's one circumstance. We have some active community members in the New Haven area, but I think, Vice Chair Brown alluded to this earlier today, we just want it to be consistent. Whatever that practice is, it doesn't seem like it is consistent. So if you're in Hamden or New Haven or Bridgeport or Norwalk, that it's the same treatment and you can expect the same timeline. And then our advocates can know, our coordinated access network can go out, our 211 would know, hey, it's only been 24 hours, it hasn't been the 2 weeks. There's hoteling right near where this happened. So it sort of boggles the mind. But the other piece, talking to the advocates, it's very difficult to FOIA this information and to get this information. It's expensive to do these sweeps. Those boulders cost something. It costs man hours to move all those people and their things. So that's not economically, not really a good approach. So I just would point to, we need this so that it can be just consistent across the board. I only know of what's happening in my town and what I hear in neighboring towns. I don't know if you've heard anything different, Representative Roberts.
Just to allude to what Rep. Sweet said, I'm hearing it the same exact way. But I tell everybody, especially when we talk, it gets colder. And in the summertime, it gets hotter. We woke up one day and we saw a lot of snow. But I also deal with the governor's office on a regular basis when we talk about our cold weather protocol and how we just extend it week by week sometimes. We don't have a specific date. So just understand it was 17 degrees this morning. Tomorrow could snow. I would have to contact the governor's office because we keep extending it week by week. it's kind of absurd. And it hurts because I deal with this on a regular basis. And starting this caucus, I didn't realize what homelessness was up here. In Fairfield County, I can tell you, camps, outside tents, when you get up here, people are in the woods. So this is why this bill matters to us. But yeah, I'm hearing about it everywhere, to be honest with you. And, you know, we're hearing about it on the criminalization bill as well. You know, we're seeing at a federal level, you know, so that's why these bills matter to us. But yeah.
And I keep going back to this as well in this committee, but is there a place, a state that you can point to with best practices in this area? And I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, so if there isn't, understand that you don't have that information at this time. But also, as we contemplate this and what a safety protocol looks like that aligns with the needs of our unhoused population, are there circumstances where, and I sort of playing devil's advocate here, but are there circumstances where, you know, you mentioned this extreme, we just had, 2 feet of snowfall and DOT needs to get out and clear the road immediately, right? And there are unhoused people under bridges that aren't now in danger with snow falling over the bridges, things of that nature, debris, rocks, whatever it is. Are there circumstances that are outside the ordinary that would require sort of emergency management of our unhoused population to get them someplace safely and expeditiously?
Yes, of course. And we don't want to be unreasonable. We want to keep everybody safe, whether that's somebody plowing our roads or someone sleeping under our roads or under our bridges. To answer your earlier question, I would defer to Sarah Fox. She's going to be testifying before you in a couple hours for best practices in other states. She is the expert. She is the Connecticut Can End Homelessness director.
Great, thank you. Representative Berger-Javala.
I just want to thank you for bringing this to our attention initially, and for your commitment to seeing this through in whatever end we find. It is obviously something that is really important and really sensitive, and I also very much appreciate that you put out into the open the very fact that many people just want this to go away, to be something that we don't see. I do not believe that that is what is happening on the DOT side, but I do know that there are members of communities who would like folks to disappear. And since we know that that can't happen, we have to find a safe way to do this. So I very much appreciate all of the work that you're putting into this, and look forward to working with you, both of you, more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And yes, thank you both for your work and testimony and advocacy. Really appreciate it. All right. Sigifredo? We have Mr. Clerk as. Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bernadette White? No. Alex Rodriguez. Hi, Alex.
Hello, Madam Chair, and hello, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Alex Rodriguez with Save the Sound, and I'm here to offer testimony in support of SB 237. We'd like to raise support for Section 1, which requires DOT to restore Shoreline East service to the same level as it was pre-COVID. And then regarding Sections 4 through 7, we'd like to echo the concerns of the students from University High School earlier, speaking in support of increased transit service and reducing fares, and even paving a way for free fares. We support the intent to provide veterans access through the Department of Military Affairs and have supported long efforts to increase student mobility, but want to voice support for making a process in administering bus passes to students that reduces bureaucratic hurdles to the maximum amount possible. As we understand, these provisions would require the DOE to administer a grant program to provide grants to boards of education for the purchase of bus passes, for the use of public bus passes and distribution of such bus passes without cost. We want to voice support for the intention to increase student mobility and want to commend the governor's office and members of this committee for advocating for student mobility, but want to ask that you work with members of the Appropriations Committee to increase the amount allocated to support this program. In this legislation, I see that there is $3 million that would support this program. And last year, the Appropriations Committee committed at least $6 million. And so increasing this dollar amount to at least that would have a very positive effect in supporting student mobility, while also reducing carbon emissions on a statewide level. And so we'd like to encourage your support of this legislation with the provisions I just mentioned. And I've included written testimony as well. And one last thing I'll say is that I am sensitive to the worker safety concerns echoed by the ATU earlier, and want to be sure that if this legislation were passed, that worker safety is included in those considerations as well.
Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you taking the time to testify on these important topics. I don't see any questions or comments from the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, moving on, Danielle Cloud, are you with us? Oh, wonderful. Hi, Danielle. I'm so used to checking online at this point in the hearing that I'm not even noticing that you're signed up in person. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Giravalo, Representative Kennedy, and Senator Huang. My name is Danielle Cloud. I'm a policy director at the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, otherwise known as CBIA. CBIA has a membership of thousands of member companies representing different business organizations in the state, ranging in industry and size, with 90% of our members being small businesses with fewer than 100 employees. I am testifying today in support of Senate Bill 9, an act supporting commuters and microtransit services. For many Connecticut residents, transportation is the deciding factor on whether they can keep or accept a job. And on the employer side of it, they are citing that access to reliable transit options limits their ability to fill those open positions that we always talk about, particularly for early morning shifts, late night shifts, and weekend shifts. We believe that this bill takes a practical approach by encouraging employer participation in commuter solutions through the expanded tax credit that's mentioned, by lowering the eligibility threshold from 100 plus employees to 5 plus employees. We see that this will benefit small and mid-sized businesses, and they'll be able to invest in strategies that reduce single occupancy vehicle trips while improving their employees' access to work. In addition to that, the legislation, like how everyone else mentioned and the speakers before me, it continues and funds Connecticut's microtransit pilot program. These on-demand shared ride services have helped bridge the first and last mile gaps that communities where traditional bus routes don't typically serve or may not be available. Extending the pilot program provides the state with the opportunity to evaluate the outcomes, expand access to other communities, and build a more flexible transportation network that aligns with today's workforce needs. Just overall, by improving commuter options, it strengthens labor force participation and enhances Connecticut's overall competitiveness. When workers can reliably reach their workplaces, businesses end up operating more efficiently and communities benefit from the greater economic activity that we see. Respectfully, we urge the committee to support Senate Bill 9 and move the legislation forward, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Appreciate your testimony, Danielle, and for you being so patient with us today as we go through our list of those who are signed up. So in the past with this tax credit that we've had, the uptake's been very small, and a lot of folks didn't even know that we had this tax credit in the past. We have changed the parameters for the purposes of this proposal to allow it to be more widely used. And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts around raising awareness on this, if that's something that CBIA would be interested in doing if we were to pass legislation together with us, publicly trying to get the word out there to businesses. And have you heard from businesses that would like to provide public transit options to their employees? And would they be interested in something like this? Would they be interested in subsidizing those public transit options for their employees?
Yeah, as I mentioned, majority of our membership is small businesses, and so they work within really small margins. So I think that any kind of aid to them will create a significant boost in their productivity and the way that they can not only keep their business afloat, but expand their business for the future. So I think that by doing it through a credit like this and bringing awareness to it, we can see a significant boost for a lot of the members that we serve. And we'd be more than happy to be a resource in terms of bringing awareness. I know that in Section 6, there's a mention of the Commissioner of Transportation working with, whether it be Chamber of Commerce or business advocacy groups, to get the word out about it, and we'd love to be a part of that.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions or comments. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jocelyn Smith. Curtis Aday. Jay Stange.
I see you.
Thanks for your patience, Jay. Appreciate you being here.
Madam Chairs, ranking members, Transportation Committee members, it's always a pleasure to be here. I want to start today. My name is Jay Stange, and I am a volunteer advocate for public transportation and active transportation in Connecticut. Transit makes better lives in Connecticut. I think we all agree. And I want to share on SB 9 and on SB 237 today. SB 9, I want to echo the commissioner really quick and just say that microtransit works best when it's supporting and enhancing fixed route service. So I want to make sure that before we open the gates wide on supporting, I don't know, I want to call it publicly subsidized Uber, we want to be careful not to go in that direction. It doesn't scale. And it's really, I think there's a report coming that Appropriations discussed the other day to analyze the efficacy of microtransit. And I would urge the committee to join Appropriations in enjoying the benefits of that study before we make big policy decisions. On SB 237, there's a lot to like here. Thank you, committee members, for raising these concepts. I'm really grateful for an opportunity to discuss a lot of these things. And I want to start by pushing back respectfully on the STF, the Special Transportation Fund crisis language that you keep hearing from the administration. There are surpluses every year in the Special Transportation Fund, and most of the money that's coming in right now is from sales taxes. not gasoline taxes. And gasoline taxes under the current administration's EV policies are not going away. So there's no fear there. So there is money to be had to support public transportation. I don't think there is a funding crisis in Connecticut. On Section 1 in SB 237, federal funding mechanisms are definitely challenging, but adding lanes on the I-95 is going backwards. Let's support the Shoreline East. Section 2, using HOV lanes on I-84 to build out Fast Track East is a brilliant idea, come up with by a volunteer policy analyst. Casey Moran estimates that maybe $50 million in capital spending and $25 million in operating a year is going to provide huge benefits to people from Storrs, Manchester, and East Hartford coming into Hartford, and we need them here. So please support that as much as you can. Section 4, the governor has $2.5 million for youth discounts and $1 million for veteran passes in his FY27 budget addendum. DOT has always wanted youth fare supports to be revenue neutral and to provide data. So there are ways to do this without asking school districts to administer programs or fight over competitive grants. So this bill proposes, SB 237 proposes $3 million in grants for youth passes and $1 million in for vets, and we're not far off, committee members.
That's 3 minutes. Please summarize.
Yep. This was an awkward process last year. SB 1243 made it to the finish line with $6 million in the bank from appropriations, and it disappeared from that point to the end of budget negotiations. That was very awkward. I think this year, appropriations, transportation, the administration, and advocates have the opportunity to work together to bring this home. We're not far away. Please reach out to me to help broker that meeting. Please. Radio silence is not helpful from here to the end. Please reach out. And thank you so much, Madam Chairs and everybody, for your great work on this committee.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate your help and all of your advocacy. You really have been a tremendous advocate. And as you said at the top of your testimony, a volunteer advocate, no less. You don't get paid for this. So I really appreciate the work that you do. I don't see any comments or questions, but yes, we will continue to work together. This obviously requires appropriations. So we will have to work with them and will require budget adjustments. And so we will have to work with the governor's office and OPM. And so we will be in communication throughout the process.
Senator Cohen, I did attend appropriations the other day with the UHSSE students and Principal Tomney, and they were very supportive. I think you have a lot of your colleagues who are on your team on this, and I think we really can bring this home as a statewide pilot this year, and we should. So please reach out. I'm happy to do anything I can to support you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Natalie Shirtliff.
Hello, my name is Natalie Shirtliff. I am an Associate State Director with AARP Connecticut. And I know today has been a very long day, so I submitted more extensive written testimony, but I wanted to speak in support of Senate Bill 9, specifically the microtransit piece. At AARP Connecticut, we advocate for the 50 plus in Connecticut. And as many people have already talked about today, microtransit can be an incredible lifeline for older Connecticut residents. So as people age, oftentimes they lose the ability to drive. On average, research shows that people live about 7 to 10 years longer than their ability to drive. And so that means that people aren't able to get to doctor's appointments, to go get groceries, to go do different, things that are necessities, or opportunities to socialize, see friends and family, which can lead to significant social isolation. And so we've seen through the microtransit pilot program that this program works. and it complements existing fixed route transit and gives people the ability to get where they need to be, and gets people out of their homes, those ability to do the things that they need to do. So we strongly support this program. And in general, we support improving access to public transit for older Connecticut residents. It can be an incredible opportunity for people to be able to use public transit to get where they need to go. And sometimes even folks, as they're still able to drive, they aren't comfortable driving after dark, or maybe they aren't comfortable driving in weather, or they don't want to drive into the big city to go into New Haven or something. So taking a service like Shoreline East can be an incredible opportunity. Take microtransit, get to Shoreline East, and they can go into New Haven and be able to visit the city for the day without having to drive there. So then I just want to take a moment to support House Bill 5238. We know that home healthcare workers provide vital services, and we hear from our members that their home health aides are having challenges with parking. So we strongly support efforts to improve parking
3 minutes
challenges
are
for
up.
them.
Please summarize.
And that is what I was going to say. So I'm all done.
Thank you so much, Natalie. I really appreciate your time and testimony today. This was mentioned earlier, but whatever we can do to keep our senior population connected is so important, particularly, in terms of the loneliness epidemic and making sure they're connected socially, but also just in terms of improving mobility at a time in life where it may become more and more difficult to be mobile. And have the independence to get yourself to an appointment or, to the grocery store or whatever it may be. So I appreciate you lending your voice to this as we navigate the legislative process. I don't see, oh, yes, and Representative Berger-Javallo.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that you also weighed in, since I was going to ask you about the home healthcare workers. So if you do have any written testimony on the experience that you've seen with any of the folks that you've spoken to, any of the folks who receive that home healthcare, we'd really appreciate seeing some of that. Thank you so much.
Okay, I don't see any questions, Natalie. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And next we have the folks from Peace, Love, and Accessibility. Mary, Alex, are you on? Hi.
We are. Hi. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen and Representative Gerber-Gravallo and members of the committee. Thank you for all your hard work. Just seeing today, you definitely have so much dedication. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today in support of Section 10 of HB 5237 to establish an annual accessible parking awareness day in Connecticut. Peace Love Accessibility is a small grassroots nonprofit run by Alex. I'm very proud of her day-to-day work. But we're also a very small and mighty family. So Sam, who's not with us today, also takes great pride in supporting Alex's hard work and dream to make our communities more accessible, and where people with mobility impairments are not an afterthought, but feel like they're an equal part of our communities. For us, accessible parking isn't about convenience. Both Sam and Al are power wheelchair users, and they use ramp vans to get out into the community. So it's about independence and dignity, and honestly, whether someone can get out of their vehicle safely or not. So just in this past couple weeks, for example, Alex has been blocked from entering back into her van because someone was actually parked in what's called an access aisle. We realize that it's not done maliciously or intentionally. It's mostly simply done because people don't know what an access aisle is. And that space, which has stripes, it's not optional and it's not an extra spot. It's actually a doorway in and out of a vehicle for wheelchair users, people who use walkers and need that access space to get where they're going. We're really grateful to Commissioner Guerrera. He's been constantly showing up for us, asking some great questions, and he's worked collaboratively with the new Accessible Parking Council, and he's helping to raise awareness and education about accessible parking. And it's that kind of partnership that gives families like ours hope for improvement in the future. Because for us, it's not just, it won't be any other day. It will be a great day if the bill passes. And we promise this committee, we won't just let it sit on a calendar, that we'll mobilize in law enforcement partners and community leaders and advocates and families to make the day very meaningful. It'll be a day where every person with or without a mobile impairment in Connecticut will feel like everyone does belong and we can all do better. So, if we can get access right in Connecticut, we won't just be improving parking lots, we'll be improving our communities. We feel very strongly about that. So thanks so much for listening to us.
Thank you, Mary, and thanks, Alex. Appreciate you so much, not just because you're my constituents, but also because you've done so much good work to raise awareness about accessible parking. And you've been members of the Accessible Parking Placard Council. And because of that work, we have this legislative proposal before us today. And in fact, a lot of the proposals we have worked on and some that have passed have been directly because of tied to your advocacy around this. So I'm so grateful to you both, and Sam, of course, Peace, Love, Accessibility. And I do want to see us pass this in order to raise awareness, because I do think you're correct. I think folks feel like they're not doing any harm. They don't know what those lines are for, as an example, or they think there's no parking left. They're just going to run into a place real quick or whatever it is. I think we need to raise awareness around this so folks do understand, what all of these markings are for, what the placards are used for, and the real people and stories behind them when we inhibit use of them by the folks that truly need them. So thank you again for all of your work. And I'm just looking to see if there's any comments or questions. I don't see any. So thanks for being with us, and thanks so much for your patience.
Yeah, thank you. We really appreciate it.
Okay. Kimberly Sander. Welcome, Kimberly. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, thank you. And good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Giavalo, Representative Kennedy, Senator Huang, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Kimberly Sandor. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Nurses Association, and I'm here today in strong support of House Bill 5238, an act studying access to parking for home health care service providers. Workplace violence in healthcare is real, rising, and driving nurses from the profession. As we heard throughout the morning, it's so disheartening to hear others experiencing workplace violence as well. Hearing the stories from the transportation, bus drivers and others is just so disheartening. And the consequences are real. When employees don't feel safe, they leave. And despite having a lot of requirements in place, our nursing and healthcare workforce has been trying to address workplace violence from a lot of different avenues and angles. and especially since the death of our home care nurse, Joyce Grayson. Rebecca, Representative Martinez earlier shared a lot of great information on the incidence and prevalence of workplace violence in all healthcare settings in the state. And home care continues to be a unique place that many don't often think of right off the top of their head. But home healthcare work represents kind of an invisible risk. We have thousands of Connecticut nurses practicing alone in patients' homes. They're really a guest in someone's home. You can have family members, you can have pets, you can have neighbors coming and going. There's no security, you have no colleagues nearby, and the environment is totally out of the control. They often travel alone. They're going into neighborhoods during all seasons, all times of the day, unfamiliar neighborhoods, unfamiliar places, and trying to find parking so that they can get in and provide the necessary care they can to help the patients. But before they even reach the front door, they are running into problems, circling neighborhoods, parking blocks away. When they go, maybe they look at the weather we're having, right? The sidewalks are not accessible. They might be crumbling. There might be big puddles. And all of this is part of their, just getting there to do the job, all before they even get there to do the job. So that parking really becomes part of the safety calculation as well. We know that situations in our home care settings can escalate or change very quickly. And a nurse, as much as they need to get to the place, they also might need to be able to leave quickly. So a lot of patients might have a driveway. They might not be parking out front. And all those things create a lot of the problems. I just want to highlight that really it's not a convenience issue. It's a safety issue for the nurse, but it's also an access issue for the patient. We know our healthcare is moving out into the community, and we need our healthcare workforce to be able to get to our patients. We're here talking about our nurses. They're the largest.
Please summarize.
You bet. Our nurses are the largest healthcare workforce out there, but we also have PT, OT, social work, speech language going into people's homes. And we need to find a way to be able to get them into the home so that they can provide the much needed care. So happy to help, happy to support. I'm a constituent, Senator Cohen, so always happy to meet and chat about the issue. And really just want to echo Representative Martinez's recommendation that we really make sure this work group is broadly representative for all the different areas and different professions that do the work so that we can really come up with a great plan that's going to be meaningful to the healthcare professions that work in the home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thanks for being so concise with a lot of information. It's hard to get it all in there. And as I said to Representative Martinez before, I really didn't know about this issue until my co-chair brought it up in screening. So appreciate you being here to testify on it. And I believe my co-chair has a comment or a question.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here with us, Kimberly. I appreciate you waiting all day long. And if you have it'd be impossible to have a comprehensive list, but if you have a list that could kind of expound on what the different types of healthcare, home healthcare are that are affected by this, because I think we're thinking often about seniors and those who are homebound, but to talk about OT and PT, we're talking about kids, not just adults. It's really, and often families who are homebound because they can't leave to find that care with their children. So if you have any kind of list of the different types of practices that would utilize or need to utilize this kind of assistance, I would be really grateful to see that. And I appreciate all that you do and appreciate that you came in today to talk about this.
Thank you, and happy to get that info for you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks again, Kimberly. I don't see any other comments or questions today.
All right. Thank you very much.
Tayeba? I'm sorry if I'm butchering that. Not here. All right. Penny Almag? Bree Senka? Brandon Dufour? Joey Lynn? Spallone? All right, Casey Moran, we don't see. Jeremy Scalzi. Jeremy, if you are, can you accept the promotion? I see you have your hand raised. Okay, perfect. Give you a second to get online here, and then we will take your testimony.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee, for allowing me to voice my strong support of SB 9, an act of supporting commuters and microtransit services. My name is Jeremy Scalzi. I'm a director at M7, which is my family business in West Haven, Connecticut, operating 3 microtransit programs in Enfield, East Windsor, Trumbull, and Milford. Today, I'll highlight exactly what this program achieved and why it is so important to this state. Serving on numerous boards throughout the ground transportation industry, I've come to learn that microtransit is the only cost-effective and viable form of public transportation that can operate successfully in rural areas. For many years, residents of rural communities have had 0 outlets for public transportation. That is not the fault of the state nor the transit districts. This deficiency was created in the vacuum of technology and innovation. There have never been a viable, cost-effective, and service-forward program design to successfully launch public transportation in rural areas. Microtransit, however, is the first program design in history to successfully do that. Offering door-to-door services, these programs were designed to operate with maximum efficiency. Instead of running routes in small areas, microtransit only facilitates trips that have been placed, minimizing cruising rates for vehicles, which reduces their carbon emissions. They feed into existing public transportation to help support bus and train lines to service an even broader area outside of the zones. M7 supports thousands of riders per month throughout our 3 programs, connecting them to vital services and employment. Our top locations include places of work, grocery stores, healthcare facilities, senior centers, and educational institutions. The services are utilized consistently throughout the day, with our highest utilization rate being 70% on one of our programs. All our drivers are trained in door-to-door ambulatory training and certified through NEMTAC, which is an ANSI-accredited standards body for the NEMT industry, which is a crucial part of ensuring that those with mobility impairments can access their local communities as well. We have maintained an average of 98% on-time performance, giving confidence to those using the service that they will make their bus connection, get to work, or get to their doctor's appointment on time. I would like to end by reading a testimonial from our rider. As a one-car household, this service has been a blessing to my family. My husband takes our car to work, but now I can look for a job in town, run errands when I need to, and make it to local doctor's appointments. Before GHTD Link, I was ignoring my doctor's appointments and staying home Monday to Friday. I have 2 teen sons who use it as well. My family really appreciates your service and hopes it continues. It is my greatest hope that the funding is continued for these vital services, which support all 5 pillars of the social determinants of health to make our rural communities stronger, healthier, and more inclusive. I'll
Your
add
3
one
minutes
note.
left. Please summarize.
Thank you. I'll add one note that is just the program designs were designed specifically around public transit to make sure that we did not cannibalize any existing routes. And we only focused on feeding into existing bus routes that were on the periphery of our rural areas. Thank you, and I'm open to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Jeremy, and thank you for anticipating the question around cannibalizing fixed route service. Appreciate that. We heard a lot about the merits of the microtransit pilot today, and hopefully at some point we can see it go statewide. But for now, we'll focus on trying to extend funding for at least another year. Representative Anderson has a question for you.
Jason, I enjoyed your testimony. I actually remember writing an essay about this way back in college. That's a long time ago. And so I'm really curious, how does someone request a ride? How do they pay for it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. So our company utilizes a technology service to take as many rides as we can through a digital ride hailing app. So we have an app designed for each specific program. It's a very intuitive app and accessible friendly. We have a website version that's accessible friendly as well. And our company has call center agents that can take orders through the phone as well. So individuals who do not have access to technology, even a phone or an email address that's required to use the online service, they can call in and be helped by one of our call center representatives.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'll note that the call center is heavily utilized for this program. A lot of individuals do not have access to that sort of technology, so it's a huge benefit to them.
Good to know. Thank you. I see no other questions or comments, so thank you so much, Mr. Scalzi, for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
And I believe Casey Moran has joined. Casey, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you.
Welcome.
Great. Thank you for coming back to me. And I'll try to keep this relatively quick. Good afternoon, members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm here to testify on two components of SB 237. I'm a regular transit rider, and I'll say also a little bit of a dreamer that our transit system in the state of Connecticut could be much better than it is. So first one on the youth fare, the pilot program. I know there's a couple different concepts going on out there. I just think this is really important for starting a kid's life off right, making sure they have mobility, making sure they have access to the high quality extracurricular opportunities and education that they deserve. So I definitely recommend that this goes forward in whatever form it can, and it's kept as simple as possible so we maximize benefit and enrollment. But the one I mostly want to speak about today is on the bus rapid transit concept that's in 237 from Hartford to Manchester, Stores, and some other folks. This is actually something I've been heavily involved in. I'll call it Fast Track East from this point forward. The existing Fast Track system is great. I read it all the time. I wrote it 2 days ago. But expanding it beyond its initial corridor would make it even better than it is today. There have been concepts every now and then to expand it east to the river, as we say, but right now in the Hartford region, getting east to west is extremely difficult. I try on a regular basis, and I often give up for lack of service or lack of frequency. So the concept that I have put forward and is part of this bill is detailed at great length in my written testimony, so I'll refer you there. But it's essentially two bolt-on routes. The first one being Hartford to East Hartford Main Street to Manchester Main Street to Stores and Willimantic, borrowing the high-capacity HOV lanes that already exist to keep costs down. And the second one would be starting in West Hartford Center, Hartford, East Hartford, Manchester, and then going up to Rockville and Vernon. And what this would do is at a very low cost and a very high impact, service 75,000 people, 30,000 students at 4 institutions, multiple major hospitals, key retail and job corridors, with services as frequent as 10 or 20 minutes throughout the day. And I'm estimating that that would be somewhere between 3 and 5 million riders per year, which would put it even higher than the current fast track system and reduce VMT between 20 and 30 million at a, quite frankly, by American standards, ridiculously low cost. But it's been a long day. Let me stop there. I have written testimony that gets into much more detail, along with some more addendums that kind of can bolt on top of that. And I'll stop to see if there are any questions.
Terrific. Thanks for being with us and testifying and sort of underlining and putting an exclamation point on some of the other testimony we've heard today. I appreciate you also submitting written testimony so that we can go back and reference that. I don't see any questions or comments from the committee. So thank you again for being with us and for your patience.
Thank you.
Brandon Dufour, I think you've joined us.
Hi,
Hi, good to see you.
great to see you. Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Brandon Dufour. I'm the founder and CEO at the Next Street Driving School. We are always supportive of legislation that improves roadway safety and raises standards in our industry. I'm here to speak on Senate Bill number 235, an act concerning driver education and student safety. There's two issues in this bill. First, on the issue of instructor gender requirements. We fully respect the intent of this. When families request an instructor of a specific gender, we work hard to accommodate them. But turning that into a legal mandate creates real operational challenges for us and any other driving school. Qualified instructors are difficult to recruit. In some regions, the pool is very limited. There are times when a female instructor calls out sick and we replace her with a male instructor to avoid canceling lessons. Under a strict mandate, that could put us out of compliance, though we had no malintent, just logistics. Many smaller schools operate with only one instructor in their entire pool. They would simply never be able to meet this requirement. And as we move into 2026, gender identity is more complex than it has ever been. A rigid statutory requirement could create confusion and unintended consequences. We support honoring requests. We do not believe that this should be codified into law. As it relates to cameras in driver's ed cars, we strongly support this concept. In fact, every vehicle in our fleet has a 3-camera system facing front, rear, and inside the cabin, all with audio plus GPS tracking. I want to stress that installing these cameras is the easy part. Making them effective is much, much harder. We intentionally chose a system that cannot be unplugged or turned off. If a vehicle doesn't have active internet, footage is stored on an SD card, and if that card is tampered with, the footage is gone. If the system isn't configured correctly, it is ineffective. And without a team reviewing footage and coaching instructors, cameras become a false sense of security. We have built the infrastructure to monitor and maintain this technology. Many small schools simply do not have the financial or staffing capacity to do that. Rather than isolated mandates, we should encourage consideration for a broader safety score for driving schools, something objective and transparent that reflects training standards, camera systems, GPS tracking, compliance history, and audit results. Publish it, let consumers see it, reward schools that invest in real safety systems. Safety is not only one feature, it's an entire ecosystem. A safety score would better codify that with schools that take safety seriously and those which do not. We support meaningful reform, and we urge the committee to focus on solutions that drive measurable outcomes and are operationally realistic for schools of all sizes. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate your testimony. It sounds like you have some of these safety mechanisms in place, but they may not apply to all driving schools, especially some of the smaller schools. So obviously want to make sure that we have some degree of uniformity across the board, and really appreciate hearing your thoughts on, all of the components of this. In terms of gender selection, do you think, do you think that's problematic in terms of, just in terms of staffing? I mean, it does say in the bill, it would be if that particular gender is available, but I just, from an employer standpoint, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. There's obviously some safety concerns here that you clearly had in foresight and made sure that Next Street has some of these tools in place. But I wonder if you could just speak to that a little bit in terms of gender selection and the number of employees that a driving school might have on staff and the limitations there, and how maybe some of these other supplemental resources would be of benefit.
Yeah, no problem. As it relates to gender selection, this isn't a new concept, something that we deal with already. I don't want to say on a daily basis, but certainly on a regular basis. We have religious connotations to consider. I can speak specifically about a school that has Islamic women in New Britain. And in their religion, or in their church specifically, a married woman is not permitted to be alone with a male that's not her husband. And so that community will only allow a female driving instructor. And we work with that community. And there are times that an instructor calls out and we have to cancel, entire days or weeks of lessons. And it often results in those students waiting 60 or 90 days to have a lesson replaced with a female instructor, but it's a non-starter for them. We also have teen students, female students that prefer a female instructor. We have male students that prefer a male instructor. And so we listen to those requests as they come into our call center, and we do our best to match people. And often it comes down to, do you want a sooner lesson with somebody that's a gender that's not your preferred gender, or do you want to wait for your preferred gender instructor? And we just negotiate those with the customers on a case-by-case basis.
Just out of curiosity, what sort of split do you have on male, female instructors?
We're about 55% male, 45% female.
Okay. Oh, that's actually closer than I thought it would be. And my co-chair has a question.
Hi, Brandon. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
One quick question that was brought up by the legislator who brought us the concept for the bill, and wanted to know how, talking about storage, if the recordings that are inside the cars themselves, what would be a reasonable period of time to keep those kinds of recordings?
So 30 days is what we have zeroed in on. We've been working on our camera program for about 4 years. 30 days was the furthest back we've had to go in that 4-year period. Often when there's an issue, it comes up pretty much immediately. We find out about them quickly. So 30 days tends to be the norm. I think the challenge beyond storage is 30 days later, was the camera working at the time that it happened? So many of the camera systems that are out there are what are called incident-based, not always on. And always on camera requires a ton of storage, far beyond what an in-car camera has for capacity. And so cloud becomes the way to handle that. The problem with cloud storage for an in-car camera is it's not like a Ring camera on your doorbell. There's no internet in the car. So you also have to get a car that is Wi-Fi enabled in order to upload everything to the cloud. And then it becomes, okay, are you driving in a place that has cell phone service? So there are certainly real complexities to it. But to answer your original question, 30 days tends to be what we use as the standard for storage. And we very rarely have had to go back that far.
Thank you. And you answered my second question, which was going to be whether or not it was incident based. So thank you for sharing your best practices. I know that you set the standard in so many ways. So very much appreciate you. And back to my co-chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions or comments from the committee. So thanks again for being here and thanks for your patience.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Sean Gargamelli McCrate. Sean, are you with us? If you can take yourself off mute and we'll take your testimony.
Sure thing. Let me just...
Uh-oh, you're frozen. All right, looks like you're back.
Okay, great. Sorry, excuse me. I was just pulling into the house. Let me pull up my testimony here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Chair and co-chair, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Sean Gargamelli McCrate, and I'm a member organizer with the Unhoused Activist Community Team out of New Haven, Connecticut. I'm here today to comment on House Bill 5235. Connecticut is presently facing its greatest housing and homelessness emergency in the history of our state. In the New Haven area alone, there are hundreds of people on shelter, not voucher, waiting lists. And when the warming centers close on April 15th this year, they'll be forced onto city streets with nowhere else to go. Imagine for a moment this was you, your family, your friends, or your loved ones. What would you do? Would you not also attempt to find a safe, secure, dry, and private place to seek refuge and maybe set up a tent for some semblance of protection and stability? The reality is that even if suddenly, by some magic ability, the state released all of the funds necessary to create 1,000 more shelter beds, there are still some of us who will prefer to remain outside because some shelters feel unsafe or like jail or separate us from our belongings or partners. And despite mayors like the one in New Haven who constantly tries to shift blame and argue that unhoused residents are flocking to the city from other towns and states, the reality is that these are our neighbors. House Bill 5235 may be a starting point, but it certainly doesn't go far enough to to protect the legal rights, dignity, and privacy of unhoused residents in this state. Rather than asking, what can we do to prevent and respond to people living on DOT public property, we need to be asking, why is someone choosing to live on DOT land, under a bridge during inclement weather, or behind a fence where it's secure and private? Safety can and should be a factor in revising this bill. However, if someone is out of the way of traffic, has distanced themselves from a train track, and is keeping an area clean where they are seeking refuge, then their mere presence and the discomfort of DOT staff cannot serve as justification for the removal, displacement, and disappearance. Presently, UACT has been witness to many dozens of people being evicted from DOT land without any type of dignified alternative on offer. In fact, during one of the most severe winter weather seasons we have endured in recent memory, residents seeking refuge on state land in the Pond Lily area of New Haven were swept and scattered, putting them at even graver risk of danger to their health and safety. DOT employees are trained to operate enormous trucks and equipment to bulldoze sites and remove trash. And as a result, people and their belongings are treated accordingly. In the absence of reasonably justifiable motives, and until such time when a humane plan can be adopted, which enlists the support and consultation of state residents who are directly affected by these types of sweeps, this committee must adopt an immediate directive to deprioritize encampment clearings on DOT land. We need a policy which insists on documented justification for the removal of people and their belongings from state land, which would require the approval of independent committees to review such measures ordered by the DOT, and a reasonable time frame for the resident to remediate the issue. A right to retrieve one's belongings before, during, and after any justified encampment clearing, and consistent communication with the
3 minutes are
displaced
up, please,
residents
summarize.
by trained staff to help facilitate the process of being reunited with a person's belongings and access to alternative accommodations. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to speak further or answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much, Sean. I know you've waited a long time to testify, and I can hear you're passionate about this. So I'm so grateful for your advocacy around the unhoused population here in the state of Connecticut. I think we're trying to figure out, how to move forward on this, and it's really helpful to hear from yourself and others about how we can best strike a balance here to ensure everybody's safety and make sure that we're working with people with the dignity and respect that all humans deserve. I don't see any comments or questions from the committee, and I just want to make sure you did submit written testimony as well.
That's correct, as well as some of the other colleagues in UACT.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for your help, Sean.
Thank you, committee. Take care.
Timothy Hollister.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, thanks.
All right. Co-chair and members, I live in West Hartford. I have e-filed a letter that I will try to summarize in 3 minutes. I strongly oppose SB 234, which would repeal a critical part of our state's 2008 teen driver law by allowing new drivers to transport siblings without restriction starting the day that they obtain their driver's license instead of 6 months later, as current law requires. My son Reed, 17 years old, the driver, died in a one-car crash on Interstate 84 in Plainville in December 2006. A year later, our state witnessed back-to-back teen driver crashes, 7 teens, both drivers and passengers, killed in a 6-week period. Governor Rell then formed a Safe Teen Driving Task Force and appointed me as a parent as a member. The task force, based on expert testimony and evidence about the dangers of every passenger in a vehicle of a new driver, including siblings, overhauled our teen driver laws and adopted what SB 234 now proposes to repeal. Governor Rell signed that law in 2008, and over the next 5 years, we had a nation-leading 70% reduction in teen driver crashes and fatalities. SB 234 will reverse at least some of that progress. After the 2008 legislation, based on my work on the task force, I started a national blog for parents of teen drivers called From Reed's Dad. And in 2012, I converted that into a book called Not So Fast, Parenting Your Teen Through the Dangers of Driving. The blog and the book have won national awards based on their evidence-based approach. The 3rd edition of my book was published in 2025. My co-author in that edition is Pam Fisher, a senior director of the Governor's Highway Safety Association, acknowledged nationwide as one of the foremost experts on safe teen driving. I have attached chapter 14 of the book. It's only 4 pages. It is entitled "The Unappreciated Danger of Passengers, Even Siblings," quote unquote. I urge the committee members to read that chapter, again attached to my letter, and on page 79 it says this, quote, "Allowing siblings as passengers of newly licensed drivers is guaranteed to increase crash rates and put both teen drivers and their siblings at risk," unquote. This is a perennial evidence-based fact. Since 2008, bills like today, SB 234, have been proposed twice to this committee. Each time the proposal was voted down, and it should be this time. I will leave you with this. The late Dave Preusser, a national expert on safe teen driving and a resident of Connecticut, issued this warning to parents about teens driving siblings. He said, quote, "Don't put your most precious cargo in the hands of your least experienced driver," unquote. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Wow, that was good timing. The bell just went off right as you finished up. So you had that timed perfectly for your 3-minute testimony. And I want to say I really appreciate your testimony, Mr. Hollister. I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm always in awe of parent advocates who are able to, pull together, muster the strength that's required after grieving the loss of a child or a loved one, and advocate in ways like this. So thank you for helping us to understand what could be a dangerous situation and from your perspective. So I'll see if there's any other comments or questions. I don't see any from the committee. Senator Lopes has a question.
Hello, Mr. Hollister. Not so much a question, but I was around when we passed the legislation restricting teen drivers, and despite the abuse I took from my twin sons, who were very unhappy with the fact that they could not drive together for the period of time that we prescribed, I still agree with you 100%. It is the safest and best, one of the best things we've done in this committee in terms of protecting our youth when they're driving. When they are distracted by each other, even more so today. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, and thank you, Mr. Hollister, again for your time today and your patience.
Thank you.
Molly Powers.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Molly Powers. I'm a high school senior from Norwalk, Connecticut, and I attend school in New Haven. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today in strong support of SB 237 as a youth advocate with the New Haven climate movement. I'm here to provide a youth perspective on how critical this transportation is in the daily lives of Connecticut students. SB 237 proposes a grant program for school districts to provide bus passes free of cost to high school students, which is an incredibly significant investment into youth transit. Like many of my peers, I participate in activities that supplement my academic education and help me to prepare for the future. For example, as captain of my robotics team, I led teammates this fall to an elementary after-school program in New Haven to introduce the 5th graders there to robotics. For 6 weeks, we all took the bus down into central New Haven, as well as used buses to help get back home. My reliance on public transportation does not stop there. I have 2 parents working full-time, and I often find myself relying on the bus to make it to my commitments. For example, I commute from Norwalk to New Haven every day in the summer to make it to my full-time job at a research lab, which is an opportunity I'm incredibly grateful for and plan to pursue after high school. I would not have had access to this opportunity without public transportation. Extracurriculars, athletics, volunteer work, and jobs are all essential parts of student and community growth. Transportation is an essential part of student life, and yet it is currently behind a cost barrier. This barrier is incredibly significant to me, as well as many of my peers. I know several students without access to a family car who rely almost entirely on public buses to get to jobs, tutoring, and other extracurriculars. Many of them, even with the current student discounts, struggle to afford the fare. Other students take a car simply because they perceive the bus system with its passes and fares to be too intimidating to navigate. While the current bill fixes many of these problems, the implementation of the program can still be improved in order to be as effective and accessible as possible to students. The current bill language would require students to acquire the pass from the school and for school districts to go through, like Alex Rodriguez said, bureaucratic hurdles. While this is not a significant barrier, it is still a logistical one, especially to a student who has never taken the bus before and does not know to seek a free pass. Additionally, the bill does not explicitly support student transit over the summer, which is often when we need it most. As you continue to consider and support SB 237, I encourage you to consider how simplicity of access affects student usage. A more straightforward method of implementation where we could all maybe simply walk onto the bus and present a student ID would ensure that access is truly universal and the bus is easy to use. The easier it is for us students to use public transportation, especially those who are currently unfamiliar with it, the more consistently youth will turn to it. Because of SB 237's support of student mobility, even without the proposed changes, Connecticut youth statewide will be able to pursue the opportunity we all deserve, simply because we know we'll be able to get to it affordably. I believe that this program, if implemented in the most successful way possible, will build long-term ridership, reduce traffic congestion, and support a more sustainable and connected transportation system across the state. Thank you for your time and for your constant work to improve transportation access for Connecticut students. I'm grateful for your consideration of youth perspectives and for your commitment to building a transportation system that supports students as well as the essential workers that power it.
Thank you so much, Molly, for testifying. We always like it when our young people are able to take the time out to be part of the legislative process. And I hope you didn't miss school today because we were delayed so significantly. Always know that if you are a student, particularly grades K through 12, that we'll do our best to accommodate you and get you in, recognizing that we do want folks like yourself to participate in the process and know that you're balancing school and what have you. So thanks for being here. I really do appreciate your testimony. I wholeheartedly agree with it. And I don't see any other comments or questions. So thanks for your patience today.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have a panel of Katie Jennings and Sarah Fox. Are you both with us here?
I am here. Is Sarah there? I
see. Okay, I think Sarah is joining as we speak.
Okay, great. I can go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Javallo, Senator Lopes, Representative Marcus, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Katie Jennings. I work at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and I'm the director of the CT Can End Homelessness campaign, and I live in Windsor. I'm honored to testify in support of HB 5235, an act concerning a plan and coordinated response to persons experiencing homelessness on property under the control of the Department of Transportation. Prior to joining CCEH, I spent 10 years at the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, where I helped coordinate the federal response to homelessness across 19 federal agencies, including the Federal Department of Transportation. In that role, I saw firsthand that transportation agencies want to be part of the solution. In fact, the Department of Transportation was actually one of our most engaged agencies. They cared deeply about safety and about the people interacting with their systems, but often lack clear protocols, training, or coordination structures to respond effectively to encampments. I think it's also important to recognize that DOT can mean many different entities. It can mean federal, state, local transportation authorities, airport authorities, transit agencies, and sometimes even functions that are contracted out to third parties, like managing parking garages, for example. So I think including all of those people in discussions is really important, and clarifying their roles and responsibilities is essential to a coordinated, consistent response. At USICH, the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, we worked with federal and national partners to develop guidance called the 19 Strategies for Communities to Address Encampments Humanely and Effectively. HB 5235 aligns strongly with those best practices. The bill requires outreach by trained personnel, emphasizes respect for personal dignity and property, calls for cross-sector coordination, and requires reasonable efforts to offer immediate emergency shelter. It'd be great if it also said permanent housing, but I think immediate and temporary shelter. So we recommend one strengthening amendment, which would be requiring an explicit advance notice timeframe for encampment closures in the plan that will ultimately be developed by the Transportation Commissioner. At USICH, our guidance recommended a gold standard of 30 days notice. We suggest at least 14 days, except in rare, and they should be very rare cases involving imminent threats to life and safety. So think of like an impending flood or something like that, where it's really going to jeopardize people's lives. I think that's the case where things can be, the time frame can be shortened as long as that's transparent. Many communities provide as little as 24 to 72 hours notice, and that really, I don't believe, allows for a humane or effective transition. The bill is not about allowing encampments to remain indefinitely. It's really about ensuring that when action is taken, it is organized, predictable, connected to housing solutions, and transparent. As Sean, I think, was talking about in his testimony about documentation of the justification. If this bill passes, the homelessness response system stands ready to support implementation. Our frontline providers have trusted relationships with people living unsheltered, and with adequate notice, we can help engage individuals, identify safe temporary options, and work towards permanent housing solutions. We can also provide training to transportation staff who regularly interact with people experiencing homelessness, and we really welcome, I think, the opportunity to do that. So thanks for your leadership and for considering this testimony, and I respectfully urge you to advance this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, did you want to provide any testimony as well?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Sarah Fox. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. We lead the Connecticut Can End Homelessness campaign, and we work with providers, municipalities, our frontline staff, state partners in every region across the state to prevent and solve homelessness. I'm here in support of HB 5235. Recently, many of us were distraught to hear about a sweeping. And this happens often across the state. So much so that, you know, when I say often, I mean it happens every few weeks. Someone will talk about a camp that has been swept and the impact. And when people lose their tents, when people lose their belongings, they're losing their identification, they're losing their medications, their paperwork required to secure housing, their memories. For someone living outside, I liken this to when, you know, when you have to move from your apartment and it takes a time to find a place to live and you want to bring everything you can with you. And this is also about survival. When items are destroyed, it does not resolve homelessness. It pushes people so much farther from stability. We also have cautionary national tales. In Atlanta, a man was killed when heavy equipment crushed his tent during an encampment clearance. That tragedy underscores why this work must be treated as a life safety intervention, not a cleanup operation. And over the past 2 years, Connecticut has changed. More families, more older adults, more children, people who have worked their entire lives are becoming unsheltered because of a single destabilizing event. A job loss, a medical crisis, a rent increase they cannot absorb. No one chooses this. This is a math equation. Our point in time, which is
Time is up. Please summarize.
shows that we've seen over a 44% increase in unsheltered homelessness. And what this means and why this matters is this responsibility is not the Department of Transportation alone. This rightly centers on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. We must be coordinated. We must have strong protections in place. And that is why we're calling for a 14-day notice. And we recognize the amazing work taking place by the Department of Transportation and DEMIS. What we are asking for is that it's brought to scale. It is standardized across the state. It's put in place. Our frontline staff in our communities and our municipalities are well versed in it. And then we also are asking that there is thought to just like how we respond when people are in crisis and the recognition of what it means to sweep an encampment across the state. So thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. I'm really happy to be in front of you all today.
Thank you, Katie and Sarah, for your testimony. We really appreciate it. You may have heard earlier, I asked Representative Sweet if she knew of other states who have best practices in this regard. And I wondered if either of you knew the answer to that. It's always helpful, especially if there's neighboring states, states in our region that do this well.
I'm going to let Katie take this, and she literally wrote some of the materials for this.
Yeah, so this is always a question that we get, and I think there are a lot of communities doing parts of this really, really well, but I don't think there's any community doing it perfectly because of the lack of affordable housing and the lack of permanent housing. There is just currently a lot of unsheltered homelessness and nowhere for people to really go. But I will say I just moved from Washington, D.C., and our policy was 14 days notice. Again, I'll say like sometimes that we don't always stick to that. In fact, there was a clearing of McPherson Square encampment in 2023, I think, that was moved up 2 months. Granted, this was National Park Service land. It was moved up ahead of schedule, and that's what we don't want to see. We don't want to see dates being changed, moved up, if anything, if they could be moved later. But we've also seen some communities piloting sort of direct from streets to housing, permanent housing models. Denver did this. There's other states and cities that have done it. And that requires really finding that dedicated permanent housing units like in advance, so it takes time to like find those dedicated units. But once those are in place, we see that people can be successfully moved from unsheltered locations to permanent housing successfully. And I can certainly pull together more materials for you all if you'd like.
That's really helpful. And if you could, we'd appreciate it. Also, I mean, there's an obvious distinction between encampments that are in a clearing or away from, the more obvious safety concerns. And so I asked this earlier too, like, what do other states or other cities that are doing something about this in taking a more methodical approach and a humane approach to working with our unhoused population? What do they do in emergency situations? Like I gave the example of we just had this huge blizzard dumping 2 feet of snow onto our roadways, and we've got, encampments under highways or under overpasses, dumping that snow down below, obviously debris from the road, and it just creates an unsafe situation within that encampment. And so how do you respond to that when there's something that comes up suddenly that wouldn't allow for that sort of notice to be given?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and maybe I don't know if Sarah, if you could speak at all to what happens in Connecticut, but what I've seen nationally is a lot of times when there is a need for really emergent action and emergency housing, it'll be hotel motel rooms temporarily that are offered. Or if there is space in emergency shelter, that will be offered. But yeah, I think there are some exceptions where if there is if a bridge is about to collapse on people, or if there's a fire raging or a flood, but I think those instances are really limited. And we need to, I think Sean kind of made this point, but when people are outside and they don't want to go into shelter for various reasons, they feel unsafe, or it feels like a prison, or they can't bring their belongings, then that is a legitimate choice that we need to also respect. But that's not the question you were asking. I don't know, Sarah, if you can talk about what happens in Connecticut when there are emergency situations.
Well, and I think it's elsewhere. What you're talking to, Senator, is the recognition of safe sleep, and then also that it is about connecting a emergency response, and so weaving the homeless response system together with public safety and public health for notification processes. And just like Katie said, I think there are some other states, and we will get you those best practices, who are beginning to utilize this framework and have more protection and coordination in place. But that's sort of like exactly what we're looking for, recognizing that sometimes disasters will strike and weather disasters will strike, but a clear defined notification process. So, and continuous communication to people who are unsheltered regarding that notification process so that all partners, all state partners are aligned in the response. That will make Connecticut stronger and ensure that our unsheltered neighbors have an understanding of when an issue does arise, what the state's response will be, which will lead towards increased public safety. And so that is, part of what we're looking for. It's safe sleep and it's a more humane response instead of a rushed, pocketed response. We're looking for a standardized response and coordination of our state agencies across the state led by the Interagency Council.
Okay, that's really helpful. I know my co-chair, Representative Berger-Javallo, has a question.
Thank you so much. And thank you both so much for being here and for your expertise in the space. One quick question. It was asked initially by our vice chair earlier today. It was asked how are possessions handled when these camps are cleared and swept. If you have any information about what some best practices are elsewhere about storage and return of those items, we would appreciate that. I mean, if it's something you can speak to now, if not, when you're providing other information, I would love to see what some of those best practices are.
Yeah, I think we could definitely provide examples of what other communities, states, cities are doing. That's another one where I would say I'm not sure there is a best practice out there because when you talk about storage, it is expensive. It is, there are logistical challenges in making sure that people can get their stuff back, but there's some examples out there that we can share after this. So thank you for raising that.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And back to my co-chair.
Thank you, Katie and Sarah. I don't see any other questions or comments from the committee. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you for having us.
I don't believe Elizabeth is here. Takia? Tracy Wodach. Sorry. Welcome.
Good. Hello, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Javallo, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tracy Wodach. I'm the President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. I'm also a registered nurse with more than 40 years experience in home health care. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in strong support of HB 5238, an act studying access to parking for home health care service providers. Every day across our state, nurses, therapists, home health aides, and social workers travel directly to patients' homes to provide essential medical care. These professionals are caring for individuals who are older, medically fragile, disabled, or recovering from surgery, many of whom would otherwise require hospitalization or institutional care. Unlike hospital staff, our in-home care providers do not have a parking lot. Their workplace changes with every hour and every visit. In urban areas, they face limited street parking, high crime neighborhoods, other workplace safety challenges, resident-only zones, strict time limits, and high-risk ticketing areas. In some communities, there are no reasonable legal options available within walking distance of a patient's home. Parking several blocks away is not practical or safe. The result? Healthcare workers are routinely issued parking tickets and their cars are sometimes towed simply for providing care. This is not just an inconvenience, it's a workforce safety and an access issue as highlighted by Representative Martinez earlier today. When clinicians must factor in the risk of tickets and towing, the costs of fines, the time lost contesting violations, it creates stress and financial burden. It delays care and discourages providers from accepting assignments in certain neighborhoods. Ultimately, it affects patients and the clients who need the care in their homes. A study is an appropriate and thoughtful first step, and we thank Representative Martinez for raising this need. Connecticut has invested heavily in keeping residents safely at home rather than in costly institutional settings. More recently, laws have been passed to support greater safety for our home health and hospice providers. If we want to continue strengthening home and community-based services, we must address the practical barriers that undermine that goal, and parking is one of them. Additional considerations under this bill should be our hospice providers and our non-medical home care staff, all of whom need access to their patients and clients daily. On behalf of our care at home providers who serve patients and clients in every town and every city in our state, please support this bill, but broaden it to include all care at home providers, not just home health. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Tracy. It's nice to see you. I'm used to seeing you in the Public Health Committee, so a little shift over here. I appreciate your insight into this. If you could provide us with as comprehensive a list as you can imagine for the non-medical home care staff. Another person who testified earlier today spoke about PT and OT and other types of care that are often used for children and for, in family settings. One of the other things that you highlighted that I think is really important, and if you feel like you could elaborate a little bit on this, it really sounds like there is no single fix to this in any, across the state. I work in the city of Bridgeport, and I know that in this home health care field, the city is willing to tear up the tickets, which is great. It solves it for that one problem, but that doesn't necessarily get them closer to space where they're going to be delivering care. So can you speak a little bit to how different the approach would need to be from community to community?
Sure, appreciate the question. I think it totally depends on the type of city or town that we're addressing here. And when you're looking at the highly populated inner city urban towns, parking is really a very rare commodity. So many of our home health care agencies will work directly with the police department to try to get, Representative Martinez talked about the placards for the cars, but not always something that our staff is willing to put in their car because they don't want the target on their car. So that's one possible solution, but then the others, I think the right way to go about this is to really look at the study that Representative Martinez is putting forward. When you're looking at countryside, rural areas, there's different issues. And so I really think that we need to approach this as a study, as getting as many stakeholders together as possible so that we can come up with the multifaceted solutions just to try to make things easier and more accessible for our care providers to be able to reach their patients and clients in the community.
Terrific. I really appreciate you going further into depth on that. It really supports what I know that I personally believe to be true, which is that we really need to be as comprehensive as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see any hands raised, but thank you so much for your time. Great to see you. Appreciate your insight. And if you have anything you want to send on to us, please do.
Will do. Thank you.
Looking at number Ramon Garcia. I see you.
Yes. Could you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Greetings to the chairs, co-chairs, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Ramon Garcia, a member of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and today I am testifying in support of House Bill 5235, and that concerning a plan and coordinated response to persons experiencing homelessness on property under the control of the Department of Transportation. I am currently a resident of Hartford, but originally from New Britain, and oftentimes I travel back and forth by means of public transportation, including the Connecticut Fast Track. Undoubtedly, it is disturbing and painful to see unhoused individuals living or congregating in these areas, and that other properties under the control of the DOT. This is a direct result of the current housing crisis here in our state, which is only getting worse. In just the past year alone, we have seen a 45% increase in the number of unhoused people who are living outside. So as these numbers continue to rise, we see an increased presence of these individuals in places such as those properties owned by the state, forcing people from these areas, often under the threat of arrest and jail, will not reduce homelessness and solve these problems. On the contrary, it will only exacerbate this worsening crisis. The proposals contained in this particular bill will effectively address this problem in a coordinated and humane way that will improve overall public safety. It will ensure that when action is taken, it is done so in an organized and a predictable way, which is connected to housing solutions, so that people are moved towards real housing stability and not just pushed along into a similar situation or one that is even worse. The homelessness response system stand ready to support the Department of Transportation in implementing these viable solutions to address this issue. Thank you all for your leadership and service to the people of Connecticut.
Thank you, Ramon. I actually was inspired to write down a direct quote from you as you were speaking. The concept of coordinated and humane, organized and predictable, and connected to housing solutions. And I think that that's all really important. And I think that that is the that's the main driver behind this, at least as far as the legislators who have brought this to our committee. So I appreciate your insight, appreciate your advocacy. I don't see any hands raised, but thank you so much for your time and for your efforts in this space.
Thank you more.
Samuel Gold, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon or good evening, or I've been with you since the morning, so I've had to adapt. Thank you, co-chairs, ranking members, and honorable members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Sam Gold. I'm the Executive Director of RiverCog, one of the state's 9 councils of governments, and I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 9 and House Bill 237. I'll first start with House Bill 237. RiverCog strongly supports the restoration of service and funding to Shoreline East Commuter Railroad back to pre-2019 or pre-COVID levels. We are grateful for efforts to invest in the line and bring some service back, and also invest into new train stations, such as the train station in Madison. But as we work towards providing more housing and affordable housing in the state, we need to get serious about also investing in transit. And the piecemeal approach of build a station here, but cut the service to it, or also encouraging housing in one place, but the transit's in another. I think we can do better. And I think funding the transit services in House Bill 237, I think would be a great help. I'll just point out an example in the last few years. Prior to coming to RiverCog, I was the director of the Waterbury Cog. When I was there, we had 7 or maybe 8 round trips on the Waterbury branch. Today, they have doubled the service. And with that massive increase in service, you saw a great increase, almost 50% increase in ridership. Shoreline East used to have that level of service and now is down to about half of the service, very similar to where the Waterbury branch was, and our ridership has collapsed. If you use transit to accomplish things in your life, whether to go to work or school, once that service doesn't exist for you, you rearrange your life, and it takes a long time for people to come back to a service once they've had to leave it. So I think there needs to be patience, and there needs to be some investment here to see Shoreline East come back to where it was. On Senate Bill 9, I'd like to just echo the support for particularly Section 10 of the bill, which would fund the state's microtransit pilots across the state. Back in the fall, I was honored to be part of a panel who spoke at the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations conference in Providence, and I shared the dais with Joe Comerford from Estuary Transit District and from my colleagues at Naugatuck Valley COG, talking about the great successes we've had in microtransit in Connecticut. We have 15 microtransit services, many of which were funded through this pilot program that is not funded past June 30th. And in that opportunity to speak at this conference, we were approached by people from around the country who wanted to find out what we're doing in Connecticut and how can they replicate such services and where they live in their parts of the country. This is something that we're leading in, and it's incredibly important to leverage our investments in commuter rail and bus rapid transit. And one last point I'd like to make is that in my colleague Francis Pickering from WestCOG's testimony, he does raise the issue of the federal tax credit for transit, and that SB 9 has a provision about a state tax credit for transit services for workers. It might be worthwhile to coordinate with the federal program to make sure it's not duplicative. So with that, I will say thank you.
And we will say thank you as well. I'm unfortunately my co-chair is not in the room at the moment, but I'm sure this is the one area where I am very comfortable speaking for her when I say you are preaching to the choir when you're talking about supporting Shoreline East. And completely understand the need. In fact, hearing from our vice chair earlier today, who represents Bridgeport, talking about how that access for his own constituents to be able to get out to the shoreline is critical. It is not just an isolated need just for the area that you represent. So I appreciate your advocacy there. And of course, on the microtransit, hear your point on the potential duplicative nature of the federal versus state, and we will certainly be mindful of that. With that, I don't actually see any hands raised, but I appreciate, my goodness, all day long. Thank you. I'm sure we will see you again soon. So take
Great.
care.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Have a good evening.
You as well. Zachary Oberholzer, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's all yours.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm here to speak in support of SB 237, an act concerning public transit. This is, I think, an extremely overdue bill, especially in the wake of the passage of 8002. We want to be building more housing near transit. It only makes sense to beef up those transit systems to handle additional trips and additional people living there. This should create a nice feedback loop of building housing near transit, building more businesses near transit, and providing more access. As I said, I support this bill, but now I want to bring forward some criticisms of it that I have. First and foremost, that the free bus for students and veterans, I don't understand why this is being managed as a grant program or being proposed as a grant program. It's a waste of money and administrative resources. We should use either, I think most veterans get some sort of veterans ID, students, I believe, get students IDs. We should just make use of pre-existing ID systems. We don't need to be doing some weird system where schools have to apply for grants and then they have to get the bus passes and hand them out to students. You're going to make it way less accessible to way less people doing it this way, especially when, again, these systems are already in place. We can just take advantage of existing systems. Honestly, for students, you should just make it so anyone under the age of 18 can ride the bus for free, and just if you look young enough to fall in that category, you get on the bus. That would be perfectly fine. That would be very efficient. We should just do that. We don't need a cumbersome grant program that you're going to have a bunch of bureaucrats struggling to run. It doesn't make any sense. The other thing I want to bring up that is not dealt with by this bill, but there's been recent reporting of reintroducing diesel lines or diesel trains to the Shoreline East. This is a very bad idea and a bad policy. It's supposed to save us like $8 million, I think, which is nothing in terms of a budget. And also, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the news, but it looks like gas prices are going to go back up. So not sure we're even going to see any of those savings. And diesel trains are worse in terms of acceleration, speed, and reliability, as well as in terms of pollution. So we should not be reintroducing diesel trains to any of our tracks, and instead should be trying to finish electrifying the rest of the rails in the state, which is an embarrassment that that hasn't happened already. It's 2026. That's all I have. Thank you.
That's all you have. That's a lot. I appreciate your perspective, especially when we're talking about the diesel trains. I don't disagree with you, and I share the same concerns. Obviously, we are trying to do what we can to hit the goals that we need to hit in a way that will actually be attainable in this massive crisis that we're experiencing. So we don't want to feel like we're going backwards. And I do appreciate that is, I believe, the point you were trying to make. So with that said, I don't see any hands raised in the room, but I appreciate you waiting. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
Matt Hart. McCrog, are you not? We're waiting for him to accept. I see Matt Hart's name, which means he'll hear us momentarily. Matt, are you there?
I am. I apologize.
Do not apologize. Glad to see you. How are you doing? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, honorable co-chairs and members of the committee. My name is Matt Hart, and I'm the executive director here at the Capital Region Council of Governments, serving 38 municipalities in the greater Hartford region. I've submitted written testimony on 3 bills that I'd like to just touch on very briefly. First would be Senate Bill 9, an act supporting commuters and microtransit services. I know you've heard a lot about that today. We certainly support the extension of this pilot into the next fiscal year. We would also, as others have commented on, recommend a new funding source to enable us to expand microtransit to meet demand. We certainly do not want to jeopardize fixed route service. So the Greater Hartford Transit District Link program here in our region that serves East Windsor, Enfield, and Windsor Locks, it's proving very, very successful. We've been averaging over 2,100 trips a month. And we're optimistic here at CROG that fixed route and microtransit can work together to provide a more comprehensive transit system here in our state. Next, I know you've also heard a lot of support for Senate Bill 237, an act concerning public transportation. The CT Fast Track has been a huge success here in our region. I think we celebrated 10 years last year. And here at CROG, we support the expansion of this service to the eastern portion of our region. This would do a lot of good things if you think about it. It would expand public access to employment centers, to higher education facilities, such as UConn and Eastern Connecticut State, as well as healthcare facilities. It would reduce VMT, congestion, help us advance our climate and mobility goals. Would also be an economic and community development initiative that would create and sustain jobs. Importantly, though, we would recommend that the state assess this under the DOT's statewide bus study, where we can explore options to connect to a larger number of communities, including East Hartford, Vernon, Manchester, and our more rural towns, which are sometimes forgotten, such as Andover, Bolton, Coventry, and Mansfield. And then lastly, I want to touch on House Bill 5235, an act concerning a plan and coordinated response to persons experiencing homelessness. I have submitted revised testimony on this bill and would urge you, instead of creating a new initiative, to build on supporting and support existing programs such as the Transit Homeless Outreach Program that have been developed and implemented by the Connecticut DOT and DESP. I think our state agencies have made good progress on a very challenging issue in recent years, and let's continue to build on that. And I think our COGS can help with that conversation. So I appreciate the opportunity to quickly touch on those three bills. Happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
That again. Thank you so much, Matt. I just wanted to go back while I was jotting down. I missed the number. Did you say regarding microtransit? Did you say 2,100 trips per month?
Yes. Yes.
Extraordinary. I think it's really important in each of these places where you're advocating. It really comes down to connecting communities and not just providing this kind of not just providing transportation access within one community, but being able to branch out and allow them to reach one another. You represent a space that has multiple types of communities. Can you speak a little bit to the intercommunity access that you've seen through microtransit?
I think that's a great question, Representative. And to your point, our region is very diverse. We have a handful of urban communities. Most of our members are suburban, but we also have a number of rural communities. And this LINK program in particular serves three of our more rural towns, arguably with some suburban elements: East Windsor, Enfield, and Windsor Locks. And there are many employment centers within those three towns, and it's provided a good service and connection for employees, any number of residents and citizens that are looking for quality public transit. So again, I think if you look at how we can incorporate microtransit within a larger system, we certainly do not want to jeopardize fixed route, but it can be one component of I think, a more holistic approach to transit in our state.
Terrific. I think that your perspective on that is more meaningful, I think, because of the diversity in your communities. So thank you so much for that. I don't see any hands raised. I appreciate that you've been with us for this long ride today all day, and thank you as always for your input and for your insight.
Thank you for your service to our state.
Absolutely. Thank you. Moving on, before we move on to the next one, if you could please, when you are, if you're online, make sure you use your full name so that our clerk knows who is ready to be promoted. If we only see initials, we're not entirely sure that you're part of the list. So please use full names. Moving on, our next, Mr. Clerk, who is in? Susan Feaster, are you? Oh, you're in the room. Wonderful. And you've been in the room all day. Well, an official welcome to you, and the floor is yours.
Hi. Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Rala, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Susan Feaster, and I'm a volunteer and founder of the Shoreline East Riders Advocacy Group. I offer testimony in support of SB 237, an act concerning public transportation. Restoring full service to Shoreline East is critical for sustaining and building economic and environmental success now and in the future along the Shoreline East rail line. Let me share some interesting facts. Shoreline East is the only line that has not been restored to full pre-pandemic service. All other lines have, and their numbers rebounded. Restoring and expanding Shoreline East positions Connecticut to compete for federal rail and climate infrastructure funding. Connecticut emits the highest level of greenhouse gases in the region, 38%. In 2019, Governor Lamont enacted Executive Orders Number 1 and 3 directing state agencies to reduce greenhouse gases by 45% by 2030. The actions these orders implement are part of a broader legally mandated path towards achieving net zero carbon emissions for the state by 2050. As it stands, we are trending to only be at 34%. The Mystic region is the most popular tourist destination in Connecticut, bringing 1 million visitors a year. From 2020 to 2023, this tourism generated 32 million in state sales tax revenue and 28.9% of the total Connecticut tourism spending. These numbers underscore the need to extend the train to Westerly, Rhode Island, which would be serving Mystic, Groton, Stonington, and Westerly. In October 2024, one existing train was extended to Stamford, Connecticut, and 4 more weekday trains were added to the schedule. Because of this, in 1 year, we have seen a 24% increase in ridership, going from 193,000 in 2024 to 225,000 in 2025. This demonstrates that increased frequency directly drives ridership. We didn't have to convince people to ride. We just had to run the trains. Shoreline East serves daily commuters, seniors, veterans, disabled citizens, students, and workers without cars, making reliable rail service a matter of economic and social equity. For many of these citizens, this train represents independence. And lastly, transit-oriented development continues to build along the train line. Lexington Builders from Hartford is constructing a 600-apartment, 100-townhome complex, including a hotel at the site of the Westbrook Outlets, 1/4 mile from the train station. How will 2,000 plus residents feel when they are met with a lackluster train line? Coastal Connecticut is already building around the train line. Now we need to run it like we mean it. In closing, I would like to add that I started this group in 2018 because this train is not a luxury. It is a lifeline for many shoreline residents. This is not a pilot project. This is core infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I just have to thank you, number one, for your patience. You've been here all day listening to all the testimony in the room. And I know it takes a lot. You have to take the day in order to do this. It's a lot of hard work. And I know you've been advocating, one of the fiercest advocates I know for Shoreline East. And I really appreciate that, all of your hard work and advocacy. And I wholeheartedly agree, as you might suspect with your testimony. I don't see any comments or questions from the committee. Did you submit written testimony as well? Okay, I appreciate that because that's helpful as we go through and deliberate the legislation before us. So thanks again for all of your time.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, I am going to just call out some last names as we go down this list that I do not see in the attendee box, but I'm just making sure. We've got Oberholster, Castaneda, Valenti, Harari, Valbuena, Harris, Raisin? No. All right, Ed Hawthorne, you are up. Welcome. Thanks for your patience. Yeah.
Long day. So good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Gabalo, Representative Kennedy. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, Federation of Unions representing approximately 250,000 union members here in the great state of Connecticut, including ATU, which you heard from earlier. It's on their behalf I testify in favor of HB 5236. So everyday workers across Connecticut get up, get dressed, and head to work with a simple purpose: to provide for their families and contribute something meaningful to their communities. Whether you're on a construction site, in a classroom, in a factory, behind a counter, or operating public transit, they take pride in doing their jobs well. That commitment deserves to be met with dignity. At very least, it requires basic health and safety standards that protect workers from injury, illness, and harm. No one should ever have to choose between their livelihood in their well-being. Yet that is exactly the position many of our public transit workers are put in each and every single day. Imagine being responsible for safely transporting passengers across our communities on a public transit vehicle. Now imagine doing it while being verbally assaulted and threatened. Picture navigating rush hour traffic while a passenger becomes agitated or violent. Imagine someone reaching around a so-called protective barrier, which is really nothing more than a spit guard, to dump hot coffee on you, to punch you, to spit on you. Imagine if that happened in this hearing room. The Capitol Police would storm this room and rip them out of here. But that is not what's happening on public transit vehicles. Imagine you're working your entire shift without a single bathroom break because your boss refuses to work it into a schedule because they need to be on time. That is the inhumanity that these public transit workers are dealing with every single day. Most of us have never had anything like this. And like I said, this isn't hypotheticals. These are daily realities for our brothers, sisters, and siblings at ATU, especially with RepDev, which represents Hartford, New Haven, and Stamford areas where those services are operated. Their repeated concerns for safety made us bring this to the governor and bring this bill before you here today. Now, we recognize that the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law requires transit agencies to receive federal funding to adopt expanded public transportation safety plans with meaningful worker participation. That was an important step forward. This bill does not duplicate that. Instead, it acknowledges that not all districts have functioning committees, as you heard earlier from their testimony. CT Transit, despite being a statewide system, lacks a consistent statewide health and safety violence prevention plan. That gap leads to unequal working conditions for drivers and inconsistent experiences for riders. On the issue of security barriers, we understand concerns about cost, glare, and visibility. We hear that, we're concerned with it as well, but that is precisely why our proposal emphasizes labor management collaboration.
Your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Absolutely. We should do everything in our power to ensure that none of these incidents become fatal, like the shootings you heard about earlier. We stand at ready to converse with the committee, DOT, and all stakeholders to ensure that every CT Transit worker can do their job in a safe and dignified environment. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to our members and listening to me. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thanks, Ed. I really appreciate your time and attention to this and for all your advocacy for workers across the state of Connecticut. So important what you do. And obviously the things that we heard today were incredibly concerning. Thankfully, nothing fatal, but as you said, we should not be waiting until something fatal happens, until there's more tragedy. It's already a tragedy that folks don't have the dignity of being able to use the restroom when they need to, and some of the accounts that we heard of just mistreatment of the drivers were really concerning. So we will certainly be talking about that as a committee and deciding how we're going to move forward in the best interests of the workers and the community at large. So again, appreciate what you do. Representative Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hawthorne, for being here. Appreciate it. Just for clarification, because we've heard it throughout the day, all the other people have testified, and I'm going to ask you, being the person in charge, maybe.
Sure.
So currently on the buses, and I can't even imagine being spit at, or, I just can't. But could you just tell me, what is there, because I've read some testimony that says there are some kind of enclosures around where the driver, could you just explain to me what, are there in fact enclosures around where the bus driver is seated? And if so, what is that?
I wouldn't describe them as enclosures. I think that's a little misleading. They're more like COVID guards that were to guard against somebody. That's when they were installed, was during COVID.
That's actually what I was picturing, quite honestly, when I was reading. So I'm reading the testimony of one of the directors of a transit district. And also, they were saying about these driver security barriers that they're equipped. Can you just tell me what is is that what you're referring to when you say that's what a driver security barrier is? That's what that is?
They're using fancy names for sneeze guards, essentially. I mean, if
Okay.
you're able to pour a hot cup of coffee on someone, it's obviously not a real barrier, but a perception of a barrier. It may prevent someone from jumping on top of the driver, but it doesn't prevent them from being spit on, something poured on them, or otherwise assaulted in a way that isn't a physical assault. And for people to point to signs being put on the buses or education or something like that, it's clear that they don't understand how grave this is. And it really is not only safety for the drivers, but a safety for the passengers as well. Do you want to be on a bus while a driver is being harassed by being spit on, something poured on them, or anything like that, and then being told by your supervisor to continue your route, not stop the bus immediately and have this person taken off the bus, banned, and arrested immediately? Because in reality, that's really what should happen. It's exactly what would happen if somebody came in here and did that to one of you. We shouldn't, just because they're on a bus that needs to get somewhere, doesn't mean that there should be a separate standard for somebody that works in an office.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Because, I've been hearing so much about it all day and I'm just reading a couple of reports. And then just because you just alluded to it, what is the process when that happens? I mean, besides the fact that I tend to want to always be proactive. I don't like being reactionary. And we are very fortunate that, thank God, that we know of actually that no one's been seriously hurt. But, if someone's got hot coffee thrown on me, you've got to imagine they've gotten some kind of a burn. But what is the process for an employee, for a bus driver, when that happens to them? Do they just file through their union? Do they file some kind of a complaint could you just clarify that for me, please?
I believe part of the problem is each one of them has their own process for the transit district. So I don't know what all the processes are, but if we pass this bill and get them together on a statewide level, we can have a uniform process that we can point to that's fair to everybody. So we can get you that information about what each one has, because we represent the drivers throughout the state. But there shouldn't be a separate process for reporting that in Bridgeport or Hartford or Stanford or New Haven. I understand that some are rural communities and stuff like that, but safety, no matter where you are located. And if these things are occurring, they should have a statewide process, because they are CT transit. And they really all should work together to have this come to fruition.
I couldn't agree with you more on that, but I just have to ask one last question.
Sure.
How, because you said there's so many different ones, how does that impact their collective bargaining agreement?
Each one of them has, well, it depends on the employer. RepDev bargains together. They just finished their contract. But like, for instance, Mustafa that you heard from earlier, he's part of Greater Bridgeport Transit, which is in RepDev, and Ozzy, who was actually here in person, who you heard from, is Greater Danbury. So they each have separate collective bargaining agreements. But we need a statewide standard to ensure that everyone is taken care of, because for me, and I think we're in agreement here, that it makes sense that these people have bathroom breaks, they have dignity, that they're protected, and that when an assault does happen, something is done about it.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for answering those questions and the clarification. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, thanks again, Ed.
Thank you.
All right, Rachel Briggs. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Cavallo, members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you all so much for sticking it out tonight and hearing all of our testimony. My name is Rachel Briggs. I'm a staff attorney at Conservation Law Foundation, which is a regional environmental nonprofit working in all 6 New England states. And I'm here tonight to testify in favor of SB 237 regarding public transportation. We strongly support both the expansion of routes as well as the youth and veteran bus passes. I've submitted written testimony, and I don't want to repeat the points from others today who have testified, but I did want to highlight a few things. First, as Senator Cohen has noted earlier, public transportation is a way to get people off the road and out of individual vehicles, and that bears broad social benefits, including traffic reduction and improved air quality. I specifically want to note that these programs are an essential piece of the puzzle in meeting our state climate targets and vehicle miles traveled reduction targets. The transportation sector accounts for about 40% of all emissions in the state of Connecticut, and riding just 1 mile by bus in the United States on average contributes about 30% less to climate change than riding in a gas car. So we don't want to overlook the power of these solutions. Robust public transportation options also help to keep people safe. I was struck by all the discussions of safety today regarding teen drivers and bus operators and drivers. As our high school students testified, public transit can provide a lifeline for students to get where they need to go when personal vehicles aren't working. And moving towards a fare-free transit system can also help protect our bus drivers and operators by eliminating conflicts over fares. The last thing I wanted to touch on, we've heard some concerns about costs today and how we fund these things, and I particularly appreciate that the committee included some funding for bus passes for students and veterans here. I also just want to return to another point that Senator Cohen made regarding the Shoreline East, that transportation is subsidized, and this isn't a question of what will make money, but about what we value and what will move our state forward. Fares often make up only a small portion of the funding stream for transit systems. One study in Massachusetts showed that fares accounted for about 9% of funding, and 27 cents of each dollar of fare collected went towards funding the fare collection. So free and reduced fares are really, again, an important piece of this puzzle. And with that, I will just be available for any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your testimony, for your patience. We've been here a long time today, and just always appreciate the folks that are able to hang in with us. And I know there's people that can't because they have jobs and family obligations and what have you. But I just want to thank you wholeheartedly for your testimony and for touching on some points, especially, near and dear to me when we talk about environmental concerns. That really needs to be part of the discussion as we talk about moving public transit forward. And it needs to be a big part of the discussion, as well as connectivity and making sure that students and veterans, as the bill states, but we haven't touched on quite as much today. We didn't hear from our veteran population, but we have heard from them in testimony, and we have heard what a game changer this is for so many people across the state, just in terms of connectivity. So again, I won't reiterate what I've said already today, but I just want to offer my thanks to you, and I don't see any other comments or questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. I think, are we going to Lou Rinaldi? Oh, Lou. Okay. Thank you. You are here. Perfect.
Yes. Hello.
Good to see you.
Likewise. Hello. Greetings. Good evening, Senator Cohen and members of the committee. I fully recognize the marathon session that you've been involved in here today, so I will be brief and I will keep it to the point. I'm here to testify in favor of two bills. Bill number 9, an act supporting commuters and microtransit services. Very briefly, I'm writing here to testify in strong support of the bill, but I have some recommendations about some loopholes that are associated with it. In Connecticut, as we know, the cost of living has been increasing, skyrocketing utility bills, exorbitant housing and property taxes. Middle and working class families are getting pushed to the breaking point. So for a lot of these folks, reliable and affordable transportation is the only lifeline keeping them connected to employment, education, and essential services. And that's why I support Section 9 and 10 specifically of this bill that talk about appropriating $9 million for the continuation of services like Extra Mile. Invaluable, cost-effective resource for communities. On-demand rides will fill the gaps left by traditional fixed-route transit. And by investing in these programs, we provide direct financial relief to commuters and ensure rural areas are not left behind. A couple of changes I'd like to see made to the language as it currently exists to protect taxpayer funds. I think Section 1 lowers the threshold for a traffic reduction tax credit to corporations with just 5 employees. And because the state will cover 50% of the direct costs up to $250 per employee from a limited $1.5 million pool, small shell companies could easily drain these funds using vague traffic reduction perks that don't actually relieve congestion. I'd suggest tightly defining the direct cost to exclude standard corporate perks and require measurable proof of reduced single occupancy vehicle trips. Some microtransit vendor safeguards would be helpful as well. The bill grants the Commissioner of Transportation broad authority to enter into agreements with third parties to provide microtransit services, but without explicit guardrails, tech vendors could secure lucrative pieces of the $9 million without guaranteeing reliable service or fair pricing. So if we just have a mandatory competitive bidding process and strict performance metrics for all third-party microtransit contracts, that would help a lot. We'd like to protect environmental grants from corporate subsidization. Section 4 is diverting federal congestion mitigation funds toward eligible projects, including the conversion of vehicles to alternate fuel vehicles, which sounds great on surface, but the broad language could allow large logistics corporations to subsidize their private commercial fleet upgrades at the public's expense. So if we can explicitly restrict these specific funds to public transportation, municipal fleets, or verified employee commuter van pools, I think that would help. And finally, on this bill, the shield, I'd like to see us shield transit-oriented development from speculation. Section 8 specifically requires DOT to report on sites identified as opportunities for transit-oriented development and estimate the associated housing units. Without transparency, there could be real estate speculation. So if we just require DOT to develop the report in direct, transparent partnership with local municipal zoning boards, I think that could help a lot. So that's what I have to say about that bill. And then very quickly on Bill 237, I'm also in favor of this one, restoring Shoreline East to pre-2020 service levels. And I'll just go straight, I mean, obviously we all know what the benefits are. I'll go straight to my concerns, funding the infrastructure mandates. Sections 1 and 2 require massive capital projects, including the Shoreline East
Minutes,
restoration.
please summarize.
Yeah. So fund mandates, tie them to special transportation fund or federal infrastructure grants, such as they may exist, to prevent DOT from having to delay or cannibalize other vital maintenance projects. There's a fair hearing loophole in Section 3 that should be closed. I'd like to expand transit pass eligibility, Sections 4 and 5. And there's a funding cliff. Sections 6 and 7 only appropriate one-time funding for fiscal 27. Furthermore, if the demand exceeds a combined $4 million cap, there's no guidance on allocation. So securing a revenue mechanism for the out years and additionally adding prioritization guidelines to manage demand effectively if the programs are oversubscribed. So again, thank you all for your time and commitment to these very important bills. And I do support them fully. And thanks again for allowing me to testify. Thank you.
Thanks, Lou. You touched on the $1 million question, which is what is the funding mechanism for transportation in the state of Connecticut? Because the Special Transportation Fund is always stressed, and we are in the red in just a couple of years and need to address revenue absolutely. And I know our agency, CONDOT, has been really good about leveraging federal funds, in terms of capital improvements and where it's available for rail improvements and public transit options. But it's getting trickier and trickier as funding is becoming more strained, both because of federal cuts and federal prioritization or reprioritization. And what we just a failing fuel tax that we're all up against right now. And Connecticut, unfortunately, doesn't have transportation revenue as a lot of other states do by way of tolls and other revenue sources. So I do appreciate your testimony and appreciate some of your thoughts in terms of the tax credit, and we'll certainly take that under advisement. I don't. Yep.
If I may respond to one point that you raised, Senator, real quickly. We've seen successfully implemented in Massachusetts a millionaire's tax that is specifically going to fund infrastructure and education initiatives. And the pushback is always, what about tax flight? What if they leave? Well, there's public data now showing that the population of those who are paying that tax in Massachusetts has actually increased year over year since it was implemented. I know California is looking at doing something similar as well. So there's precedent there. I think there's good reason to do it here. I think we have numerous transportation challenges that can be addressed by something like that. So just wanted to bring that up. I don't know if there's any sort of appetite for that, but it is something that has worked in other states and could potentially work here to help bridge that funding gap as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I am a part of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, as is my co-chair. And we sat through a public hearing on Friday, another long marathon hearing that discussed the merits of that type of tax proposal. So again, appreciate your testimony, and we'll be weighing all of these options as we move forward throughout the session.
All right. Thanks for everything you do for the 12th.
Thank you. Got lots of constituents today. Lori Wallace. Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Gavallo, Senator Lopez, and Representative Brown, and the ranking members and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Lori Wallace, and I'm a public health and healthcare services researcher. I'm also a resident of Hamden, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5235, and thank you for spending your day listening to all of us. I really appreciate your time. I am providing testimony in support of this bill because I'm keenly aware of the unnecessary and perhaps unintended harms that encampment displacements create. And I use the word create that because these displacements, it's a choice. We are choosing to use this as the method to attend to homelessness. And, I understand that this is not just a Department of Transportation decision or that of a city like New Haven, but for the entire state. And I believe that we can do better. Currently, there is no codified statewide timeline for encampment clearances. In practice, I think that the typically 24 to 72 hours notice is kind of what's happening, but that's insufficient for meaningful outreach, housing connection, or stabilization. A notice period of at least 14 days, at a bare minimum, 30 days, even better, will allow for homeless response system staff to facilitate connections to interim housing and services. Rapid, uncoordinated sweeps do not reduce homelessness. They displace people, disrupt medical and behavioral health care, and often result in individuals moving from one unsafe location to another. It often also results in people losing their identification and belongings, things that just set people back even further. HB 5235 will help support the meaningful work being done by outreach workers who are invested in trying to solve the problem of homelessness. Continuing the current approach to encampment displacements will only disrupt this process for their work further. Thank you for considering my testimony and for your leadership. I respectfully urge all members of the committee to vote to advance this bill. And I know that you've heard, and I've heard testimony from a number of people who are very well versed in practices that have been used in other areas that have been successful. And so, as I imagine you will, reach out to folks and come up with a solution that will help everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. I really appreciate your time and your advocacy around this. It's clear that you're passionate about this and helping our unhoused population. And I know we have a lot to consider here before us on this topic. I don't see any other questions or comments. I know you were with us earlier. Thanks for getting
Yeah.
on, making a commitment to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you for hanging in there. I appreciate it.
Sure. All right, we've got Bobby Burial.
Good evening, members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Bobby Burial, and I'm here to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 9 Act, which would allocate funding for the microtransit services in Connecticut. As someone who, and I do want to say, first of all, I did submit written testimony as well. I did, in my written testimony, I did talk about some of the analytical reasons why microtransit services is important. But right now, in my verbal testimony, I want to speak about why it's important to me, both personally as well as people I know in my neighborhood. So I do want to say that I'm both a consumer of Via New Haven as well as a part-time driver. And well, first of all, Via provides employment opportunities to people like myself, people who are economically disadvantaged and who wouldn't be able to have access to flexible and well-paying employment opportunities otherwise. As someone who has autism and who grew up in the foster care system and someone who grew up in poverty, I have to face a lot of economic obstacles in order to, in my quest to achieve my vocational goal of passing the bar exam and hopefully getting a job as an attorney one day. But because the bar exam is so expensive and the Kaplan bar prep courses are like over $2,000, that's a lot of money. And I certainly don't have access to that money, and I don't have a family or anything. So I am very thankful for Via New Haven for providing me with a part-time driving opportunity, which is flexible, so that I'm able to have some time studying for the MPRE and later on the bar exam, but also driving part-time as well. And I also want to say, both as someone who drives other people and as a consumer myself, Via New Haven, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity, it's a lifeline to so many people, connecting people to work, to school, to grocery stores, to healthcare appointments. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with New Haven, but in New Haven, the buses are really good at getting you from anywhere in New Haven to downtown. But if you need to go from Fairhaven to Westville, or from New Hallville, where I live, down to where IKEA is and employment opportunities down there, it's really hard to get there by buses.
Your
So
3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
yep. So Via does connect people and provide a good last mile transit options as well. So I really do want to thank you all for taking time to listen to my testimony, and thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Bobby. I know you've had to wait a long time today, and I appreciate you sticking with us. And I appreciate having your perspective, both as somebody who drives and a user of the service, and recognize how difficult it can be to get to and from work. And as you mentioned, you're a student as well. And I, again, just appreciate having all different perspectives around this. And it sounds like You really value the service and want to see it continue, as so many others do. So thank you. I don't see any comments or questions, but thanks for being with us. Is Demetrius Kutumbis here? No. Hilda Ibarra Munoz? Maritza Sanchez?
Yes,
Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
thank you. Hello, everyone, co-chairs and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Maritza Sanchez, and I'm a student at Southern Connecticut State University. This past fall, I received my associate's degree in chemistry from CT State Community College Gateway. And as a first-generation low-income student living off campus, Connecticut's public transportation has been my primary means of travel throughout my undergraduate journey. And I am incredibly grateful for the UPass program for Connecticut college students, which is why I would like to share my support of Senate Bill number 237, an act concerning public transportation. By creating a similar program for high school students and veterans, this bill would remove many financial barriers and mobility constraints for many low-income families and individuals, especially those who do not own personal vehicles like myself. Reliable transportation is something that I personally believe every individual should have access to. And by expanding this access, it opens doors to employment opportunities, healthcare services, community engagement, and of course, getting students to school on time. And like many mentioned, not only would this bill support our hardworking communities, but it would also benefit our environment. Increased access to public transportation and reduced vehicle usage can help lower carbon emissions and combat climate change, simultaneously addressing multiple challenges at once. I am personally confident that investing in Connecticut's public transportation can lead us to a brighter future and a more sustainable future with higher employment rates, increased educational enrollment, and expanded opportunities for all, which is precisely what SB 237 stands for. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and the opportunity to share my support and opinion.
Thank you so much, Maritza. I really appreciate hearing from you. And obviously, we've heard a lot today about the merits of enhancing public transportation for folks across the state of Connecticut. So really appreciate your time and testimony. And I know you've been hanging out with us a while too. So thank you for that.
Thank you, likewise.
I don't see any questions or comments. Mariah Richardson? Johnny Walker? Could use a shot of that right now. I'm not. I'm just kidding. It's been a long day. Sorry. Okay. Dr. Boubacar Diallo? Keisha Green? Shaban Nunes? Siobhan, if you hear us, okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
How you doing? My name is Siobhan Nunez. I am a driver with Wheels to You via Transit in Norwalk and Westport branches. I began the pilot program when it started in March 26, 2024. Since then, I transport elderly riders, people with physical impairments, disabilities, veterans, working parents, students, and other residents without reliable transportation to do basic day-to-day activities. Many of them would otherwise struggle to access medical appointments, school, jobs, and grocery stores. The service provides independence, dignity, and safety, especially during harsh weather or for those physically unable to reach traditional bus stops. Wheels to You is not just transportation, it fills gaps that fixed route transit cannot cover. Ending or reducing this program would directly impact vulnerable residents who rely on it daily. I strongly encourage continued investment in the extension of this service because it improves accessibility, supports employment, and strengthens our community as a whole. I'd like to piggyback off of what Bobby said. I'm also a student as well as driving for this, and I just received my bachelor's in IT. And with this employment, I was able to have a, flexible schedule versus a regular 9 to 5. So As an employee, it does help that as well. But even with the senior center in Norwalk, they recently cut down a lot of their shuttle bus drivers for people with wheelchairs. So they would have a very difficult way of making it to the senior center just for day-to-day activities. And that's it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for that. And yeah, concerning to hear you close out like that, hearing that services were sort of cut off to population in the disability community because the shuttle bus couldn't, I'm assuming, accommodate or what have you. But you highlight the need for this valuable service throughout the state. So thank you for that. And I thank you for sticking with us for as long as you appreciate your time and testimony. Thanks, Siobhan.
Thank you.
Dennis Bubico? Quinn Meehan?
Hello. Give me 1 second. There you go. Hello. Hi, co-chairs and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 5235, an act concerning a plan and coordinated response to persons experiencing homelessness on property under the control of the DOT, in solidarity with the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I am Quinn Meehan, a Bethany resident and Master of Social Work student at the University of Connecticut, representing the Social Welfare Action Alliance Connecticut chapter, a radical group of social workers, human services workers, allies, and community activists and members negatively impacted by current societal inequities and injustice to educate and organize around correcting these inequities and injustices. Current responses to unsheltered homelessness on Department of Transportation property are inconsistent, disruptive, and too often disconnected from housing solutions. Without a standardized and coordinated approach, individuals are repeatedly displaced without being meaningfully connected to services or pathways to stability. In the New Haven community, where I have built relationships and worked at New Reach, a leading homelessness service provider in the state, unsheltered homelessness is highly visible. Outreach providers, such as the specialist at Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, work diligently to build trust and maintain contact with individuals living unsheltered. However, people without a fixed address are notoriously difficult to locate and engage consistently. When encampments on or near transportation property are cleared with only 24 to 72 hours notice, it undermines that work. Outreach, coordinated entry assessments, and housing placement require trust, time, and coordination, none of which can occur effectively within such a short window. We therefore recommend a codified statewide notice period of at least 14 days prior to any clearance to allow homeless response system staff to complete coordinated assessments, secure interim placements, and facilitate connections to shelter, housing pathways, transportation, and supportive services. Train and bus stations, among other property, are not comfortable places to live. Individuals who seek shelter there are not doing so out of convenience, but out of necessity and survival, particularly those with health conditions that make exposure to the elements life-threatening or who rely on medical equipment requiring electricity or protection, such as CPAP machines. Policy responses should not penalize survival strategies, but instead create structured and predictable pathways towards safe and stable housing. I've listed out, in solidarity with the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, what that response should look like in my written testimony, which I'll submit after this. This proposal is not about allowing encampments to remain indefinitely. It's about ensuring that when action is taken, it is organized, predictable, and connected to housing solutions, so people are moved towards stability and not simply moved along. A coordinated response improves safety for both individuals experiencing homelessness and the traveling public, while reducing the repeated human and financial costs of uncoordinated displacement. Thank you for your consideration and for your leadership on this issue. We respectfully urge the committee to advance HB 5235 and to ensure that state systems respond to homelessness, not with displacement, but with coordination, care, and meaningful pathways to housing stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. I appreciate your help by giving us some guidance on this issue. We've heard a lot today, a lot of compelling testimony to institute some sort of process around this to treat our unhoused population with dignity and respect. well, on balance, keeping them safe from whatever harm may come their way. So from DOT activities and the like. So I appreciate your testimony. Representative Berger Javala.
The hour is getting long, so I will be very, very brief. I just wanted to say that I genuinely appreciated the phrase "move towards stability," not just "moved along." And I think that that can become and should become sort of a catchphrase for what it is that we're looking to do here. So thank you for that. Thank you for the late evening inspiration, and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
All right, thank you, Quinn. No comments or questions at this time. Jennifer Kleindienst. If folks who are coming up to testify can just accept the panelist invites to be promoted into the room to testify. Be on the lookout for that. Things are moving quickly because folks have either dropped off and been unable to testify or other circumstances. So Jennifer Kleindienst, if I'm saying that correctly. Okay. Jennifer, are you with us? I don't either. Okay. All right, Jennifer, welcome.
Hello, sorry, I was having some technical difficulties. My name is Jennifer Kleindienst. I live in Middletown and I'm the Sustainability Director at Wesleyan University. Thank you, co-chairs Cohen and Berger Gavallo and members of the Transportation Committee. I've been with you since this morning, so much respect for your attention throughout this hearing. I am here to talk in favor of SB 9 today. Microtransit fills gaps in bus service around our state and supports workers, students, disabled people, and seniors as they get to whatever they need to get to. In Middletown, we've seen the transformation that microtransit can have for student mobility specifically. Before Wesleyan began a partnership with River Valley Transit about 5 years ago, we had very few students using local buses. And in the first few years before the advent of microtransit and extra mile, we were promoting bus options, but really just had limited success. But introducing microtransit has not only driven students to use that service, but also to use the standard bus routes. Extra mile is very popular amongst students. Last fall alone, Extra Mile in Middletown had over 8,200 student rides. And perhaps more importantly to note to this committee, student bus ridership has increased as well. So during our initial years, we were seeing about 100 riders each month riding all of the buses that are now under the River Valley Transit umbrella. And just this past fall, that increased to 400 riders each month on standard bus routes, demonstrating that Extra Mile isn't taking students and others away from standard bus routes, but is driving increased bus transportation and proving to be something that might introduce people to riding the bus who haven't otherwise, and also providing that last mile connection, which is what it is intended to do. So I urge you to support SB 9, extending funding for Extra Mile, Middletown, and other microtransit services is a real lifeline to all of the groups that I mentioned earlier. And speaking for myself at Wesleyan, I know that it is especially a lifeline to first generation and low income students at Wesleyan, and hope that you will support and that this will just be the first year of continued state support for microtransit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Appreciate you being with us all day. It's no small feat. And I actually am really appreciative of your making the point that that Extra Mile is actually driving fixed route use, because I know that that's a major concern, is that whether it would cannibalize. So to hear you highlight that that would actually grow that, tremendous. If you happen to have any data that supports that, any information.
I did submit written testimony that included some more complete details on that. And I'm also happy to provide, and I have month-to-month data provided by River Valley Transit since the start. And I know that Joe Comerford is also scheduled to give spoken testimony, and he could speak to that as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions.
Okay.
So
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you. Wonderful for sticking around all day. Take care. Jason Mendez. No, Jason. Niani Hunter. Alex Slatke, the guy who usually ends up being at the end of our list, made it. This is much sooner than we're used to seeing him. I see. Should be joining. Yep, he's moving over. Alec, there you are. Great to see you, and not in the last 3 or 4 people on the list for once.
Yes, thanks for having me, and I'm happy to stick around. I did set the over under at like 6:47 p.m. is when I thought it would get on when I saw number 82. So y'all beat it, which is great. But again, thanks to everyone on the Transportation Committee and the staff for organizing the hearing and allowing me to speak. I'm here to focus on SB 234. Which is an act permitting 16 and 17-year-old drivers to transport siblings. AAA opposes this bill. Currently, during the first 6 months of licensure, 16 and 17-year-old drivers can transport their parents or guardians, a driving instructor, or someone 20 years old or older who's held a valid non-suspended license for at least 4 years. And these laws are designed because we know when teen drivers drive teen passengers, crash risk goes up. The presence of even one teen passenger in a teen driver's car increases the risk to the driver, the passenger, and everyone else on the road. According to research from the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety, the fatality rate for people involved in a crash with a teen driver carrying only teen passengers increased by 51% compared to crashes where the teen driver is driving alone. And we know this for a couple reasons, right? Drivers are inexperienced when they're in their first few months of licensure, and teen passengers are distractions. There was a study the AAA Foundation did a few years ago, looked at in-car video from teen driver crashes, trying to find the distractions that were contributing to crashes, and found that distractions, some sort of distraction, was contributing to more than half the crashes. But the number one distraction was not cell phones, it was other teen passengers. And that's why it's so critical to make sure that teen drivers are learning to drive in the safest, most controlled environment. Certainly, Tim Hollister's testimony earlier was very compelling, and he's a great advocate and friend to AAA. But we know Connecticut's GDL laws work. Obviously, you heard from him about what happened in 2008 when we passed those laws. Every year from 95 to 08, there were at least 12 fatal crashes involving 16 and 17-year-old drivers. From 2009 to last year, the number of such crashes was in the single digits every year but one. And last year, there were 4 fatal crashes involving 16 and 17-year-old drivers, which was the lowest since 2014. We don't pop champagne in the roadway safety community as long as that number is not 0. But we are very heartened to see that we're going in the right direction with teen driver crashes, with overall fatal crashes, which I think we're at 21 year to date through February 26. According to UConn, that was 52 through the first couple months 2 years ago. So we're going in the right direction, and that's thanks to the work of everyone on the committee, all the state agencies, DOT, DMV, state police, all the local law enforcement and local public works officials and safety advocates. We're going in the right direction. We want to keep that momentum. We don't want to move in the opposite direction. So I want to thank you for my hearing me out on Senate Bill 234, and just a quick comment on Senate Bill 235 about the driver ed students choosing the gender of their instructors. We certainly support the spirit of the bill, have a few, operational concerns, but want to get to a place where we can make sure we are serving people that have those preferences, but making sure it works operationally for driving schools as well. And happy to chat more offline about that. So thank you for having me, and happy to take any questions or chat later.
Thank you so much, Alec. I think it would be crazy for us not to take advantage of your breadth of knowledge, especially when it comes to comparing what's happening in other states. So getting back to the first bill you were discussing, do you know of any states that took a step in the direction that this bill proposes that have kind of undone some of the laws that were put in place? And if so, what the results were?
I will check with the folks in our national office who would have that information for all 50 states and get back to you.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. And then do you feel like you could summarize some of the operational concerns you might have on the driver ed piece?
Sure. I think it's really just the question of, as Brendan Dufour from Next Street said earlier, there's scheduling changes, right? Someone calls out, or we always accommodate people, right? If people have a specific preference, either we can accommodate them, or if we give them their money back. So we always want to make sure we accommodate people, and we'll continue to do so regardless of whether this bill passes or not. But I think that's some of the operational concerns, is making sure, having a rigid schedule. The schedules in the driving school can be a little bit fluid, so that's what we want to make sure we accommodate.
Understood. Thank you so much for that. And that is certainly in line with what Brendan was talking about. So I don't see any other questions for you, Alec. Thank you, as always, for sticking with us for as long as you have, and always appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Right. Abir, oh, no, excuse me. We have an arrangement.
Okay, folks, we're nearing hour 9 of this public hearing, and we've got a lot of folks still left to testify remotely, but we only have 2 people left in person. And so my co-chair and I have decided to take the folks in person. Presumably, I know everybody online has been waiting patiently as well, but we've got a student here as well as somebody who needs to catch a train. So we are going to take some folks out of order here and then get back to our remote testimony. So first we've got Patrick Boots. Welcome.
Honorable members of the Transportation Committee, thank you for holding this public meeting and accommodating myself and the other public attendees tonight. My name is Patrick Boots, and I'm a University of Connecticut student based at the main campus in Storrs, Mansfield, and here in downtown Hartford. And I grew up in South Central Connecticut. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but transportation is much more than just moving people around. For me, it's opportunity, equity, and legacy. My great-grandfather was a bus driver in New York City. My grandfather was an inspector for Metro North Railroad, and important to note, for disclosure reasons, my mother works for the Connecticut Department of Transportation, although the views expressed here and in my written testimony are my own. I think it's a testament to the success of your concepts that everyone supports the expansion and revitalization of Shoreline East, a necessary rail corridor in our shoreline. I would enjoy taking it so much more if we can get back to the former service levels, as well as the potential future expansion to Westerly, Rhode Island and Mystic, Connecticut, our largest tourism. I had the pleasure of attending a public meeting late last year where supporters from both Groton, Stonington, and Rhode Island were fervently accepting and ready for that expansion when Connecticut was ready. I hope that we can get there with the funding, as well as the expansion of the Danbury branch line up toward New Milford, with hopefully a stop in Brookfield, 2 beautiful communities which I would love to visit by taking the train. My main point of concern is the part of Section 237, which concerns a new bus rapid transit route from Hartford here to Yukon and Storrs, Mansfield, with intermediate stops in East Hartford, Manchester, Vernon, Rockville, and perhaps points in between. We basically already have this, and I take it almost every day when I'm a student. CT Transit runs Express Bus 913, which is a practically hourly bus service that originates here in Hartford at the CT Fast Track station on Sigourney Street and goes to the Yukon campus and stops in the downtown Storrs Mansfield area. I'd like to say that it's the most frequent of the CT Transit Express bus services, although I haven't taken much of the other ones. It uses the HOV lanes on I-84 and stops at Park and Rides in Manchester, the shops at Buckland Hills, and Park and Rides in Vernon, Rockville, and Tolland. My concern is that perhaps the bus rapid transit proposal would not be that dissimilar. I'm suggesting that this committee explore, without a commitment of course, what's called hybrid rail, which could use the dedicated right-of-way which already exists from here in Hartford to Manchester, with the possibility of expansion through right-of-way that's already owned by the state as trails, formerly rails, as part of the old airline in Vernon, Rockville, Bolton, and Tolland. Another version of that line went through Andover and Willimantic, two other beautiful communities. Hopefully we can expand transit in the state. You've heard a lot of other people, students included. I also work as a journalist for the Yukon Daily Campus, the student newspaper. I've spoken with a lot of people who would like to see that corridor and more, especially a high-speed rail route. There's more information about that in my written testimony.
Your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Various proposals. You guys are basically the experts on all this and how to convey this to the state, and I just hope I can be relaxing on the tracks with you.
Patrick, thank you so much. I have to say that I am, having been here all day, I forgot that we had made the deal 30 seconds into deciding that we were going to bring you guys forward. You are no worse for the wear. You presented as if you were the first presenter of the day. So thank you for your clarity and your thoroughness. I actually am really interested in looking more deeply into the Express Bus 913 and what that does, and how not only how maybe it already exists, but also how that could become a model for some of the other changes that we want to make. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it. I hope you folks have a warm and safe evening. If you need anything, the Daily Campus is our organization. I'd be happy to reach out and give you any information you'll need.
Fantastic. And I do believe my co-chair would like to ask a question or comment.
Just a comment, Patrick. I just want to say, I hope you're going into public service or public speaking of some sort. You are wonderfully engaging and articulate, and didn't have any notes in front of you or anything. I am thoroughly impressed, especially given that you have been here since hour one. So appreciate it. And I too, I'll be interested to read through your written testimony. We might have some questions and we may be in touch with you and seek out some more information, but thanks so much for being a part of this process.
And give my regards to the rest of the committee. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sorry, Representative.
Oh, you
I'm
can't-
sorry, Patrick. Just one
You know what?
moment.
It's been a really long day, and I just wanted to say thank you. Your testimony was very uplifting, and I hope you'll write a really nice article for the Yukon Daily Campus newspaper. But thank you. It was very uplifting.
I know that
as our
they're
notes
tuned in at home, and a special thank you to CTN. They do great work too.
Thank you. Safe travels back.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Representative. Jeremy Tillinger, come on down.
Man, I've really tough act to follow, but I will do my best. Chairs Cohen and Berger Givallo, thank you so much for the flexibility today and for all of the patience and listening that you've done today. I will try to be as brief as I can. My name is Jeremy Tillinger. I'm a director of public policy at Via Transportation, the global leader in transit technology. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I submitted written testimony on behalf of Via Transportation in strong support of Senate Bill 9. And I just want to say, without this critical funding, many of the states, municipalities, and transit agencies operating microtransit will be forced to curtail their services on July 1st if this bill doesn't pass, which would result in tens of thousands of Connecticut residents immediately losing access to transit lifelines. As background, Via is the contracted mobility provider for several successful microtransit services funded through the microtransit pilot program that Governor Lamont and Connecticut DOT launched in 2024, including Wheels to You, Stamp Forward, Via New Haven, VTD to Go, and Extra Mile. On every metric, these microtransit services are reaching or surpassing expectations in the state of Connecticut. Our microtransit services that we operate have provided over 370,000 rides since launch and outperformed our peer microtransit deployments elsewhere on the East Coast, both in utilization, where we see 6% higher utilization here, and wait times, where we have 15% faster ETAs. Over 60% of riders on VIA services report having access to no personal car. Over 50% of riders use microtransit to connect to other forms of public transportation, and over 50% of riders report an income under $50,000, and 20% have a disability. Frankly, microtransit is providing a service to some of the most important Connecticut residents who otherwise would not be able to get to their destinations. And for those who raise concerns or very important questions about making sure that microtransit is a complement, not a competitor to fixed route transit, VIA microtransit services have access to a special algorithm rules that we call mode preference, which specifically prevents riders from hailing a microtransit vehicle if a nearby bus or train is available and can provide them with a similar journey. These services are clearly helping residents access jobs and critical services, including healthcare and grocery stores, as well as providing agencies with new solutions to connect to transit services. I will just make two last quick points because I want to make sure we all get to all the other people who are still slated to speak, but just one quick thing in terms of the actual impact if this bill doesn't pass. Without maintained funding, we're looking at, on just the services that VIA operates, over 10,000 microtransit riders and hundreds of good paying jobs in 15 different microtransit zones across the state could disappear. These riders in most cases would be forced into either infrequent fixed bus route options, expensive Ubers and Lyfts, or personal vehicles that can increase congestions on our roads. And finally, just thank you all for the testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions, particularly about what other states in the region are doing that are in very similar states. New York, Massachusetts, and New Jersey are just a few states nearby that are launched similar pilot programs and are thinking about the long-term sustainability of their services in their state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One of the things that you said at the end about what would happen if it suddenly stops July 1st.
Yeah.
Can you walk us through what would happen if we had that gap, even if we brought it back within a few months? Or, I mean, would we resume exactly as it was? Would we lose ridership? What are you able to speak to that at all?
Sure. I can't speak to what would happen broadly across every service because every service is going to be slightly unique in terms of their operations, their flexibility, and things of that nature. But what I can say is, in speaking more broadly from what VIA has seen in similar circumstances with services in other parts of the country, is the first thing you would see is a notice likely in May, as early as May, to riders that the service would have to end because transit agencies need to provide appropriate notice to their riders so that they can begin to make plans so that they can continue those really necessary trips that they make every day, whether that's for school or for medical appointments. And so obviously that would be a real alarm and challenge for, I think, a lot of riders. What we've seen in circumstances where a service either pauses or shuts down for an indefinite period of time is that these services lose trust in their riders. Microtransit and other forms of transit, whatever form it may be, are the arteries that connect people to their communities and to vital appointments and workplaces. And when you lose that vital connection and you lose that trust, you have to make a really quick and important decision, and it's hard to react and plan around a future that isn't sustainable in that sort of a manner. And so what we've seen is, in terms of the practical impacts, is that when those services come back, the calls that agencies are getting is, when is it going to shut down again? How can I rely on this? I've already budgeted for the Ubers and Lyfts that I have to take otherwise, or I'm bumming a ride from family friend to get to work. And, maybe I've just figured out a way to make that work. And I think that's the situation we really, really do not want to get into here.
I appreciate that you had the insight there. It was really it's something that I probably could have and should have asked of earlier testimony. So thank you for triggering that. I very much appreciate it. I do know that Representative Kennedy would like to make a comment.
In the same long lines as my colleague here, when you put it into words like that around May, a notice would go out. So people could be scrambling June, 2 months, just barely. And then if we were to reinstate down the road from that, but other plans have been made, so those gaps, just thinking about all those gaps that could come into play. So appreciate you pointed that out too. And most importantly, thank you for staying till the very end.
Yeah, no problem.
We have chocolate here if you like some.
I appreciate it. And the one thing I'll just highlight that I didn't get a chance to mention, I know there's been a couple of folks who've talked about what does the future of this look like. I know that Connecticut DOT is partnering with the University of Connecticut's Connecticut Transportation Institute on a study of all the different microtransit services, looking at the metrics, looking at how they performed, and then I think providing that as a resource for all of you in guiding, the direction of things going forward. And obviously, I know there members are also thinking about study bills and other things that can kind of factor into this whole situation. Always here to kind of provide a soundboard, but I just think that given all this work that's been put into this, I think it's really important that we continue this so that you can have, the time and the clarity to make an appropriate decision about what the future direction is. Thank you. Ranking
Wonderful.
Member.
Thank you so much. Go get your train.
Thank you, chairs.
Thank you again for sticking around. Have a great night. Abir Hussain, are you online? Mihaela Sefaridis? Claire O'Neill? Molly Farrell? Edith Ramirez? Adrian Huck? John Lindner? Paul Boudreau? Paul Boudreau, we've got one. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome, Paul. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for staying through this whole time. I know it can be grueling. I've been through a few. So I appreciate you all. Good afternoon or good evening, Co-Chair Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Javallo, Vice Chair Senator Lopes, Representative Brown, and the rest of the hardest working transportation committee in America, at least in my opinion, having worked with you before. My name is Paul Xavier Boudreau, and I am a housing advocate, consumer towing advocate, and full-time community organizer here in Connecticut. I want to start by saying HB 5235 will not solve homelessness. It will not create affordable housing. It will not undo decades of structural failure, but it will make the brutal process I've seen too many times more humane. Right now, when people are living on a property controlled by the Department of Transportation, under highways, near rail corridors, along state land, the response too often is displacement without coordination. Clear the site, move people along, and all their belongings, property, and memories go into the garbage. No consistent plan, no safety net built into the process. HB 5235 requires coordination. It requires a plan. It requires a state agency that treats human beings as human beings. I'm not speaking in theory. My good friend Paul, his name was also Paul, lived at the El Grasso encampment in New Haven. It was not a DOT site, but this does illustrate what happens. He was a mechanic just like me. His path to homelessness was his car was towed, just like me. And unlike me, he had no one to fall back on for help, and he ended up in an encampment. When that encampment was cleared, he was pushed out in the middle of winter. He ended up sleeping in a car. He was freezing. He faced a choice no human should ever have to make, risk hypothermia or try to use an unsafe heater to stay alive. The car caught fire and he burned to death. Sorry. He didn't die because he was careless. He died because he was cornered. Because our system left him choosing between freezing to death and risking burning to death. He was not a statistic. He was a man, a husband, and he was my friend and a human being with a name, and his name was Paul. And every person who died outdoors this winter across Connecticut, every one of them was somebody's mother, somebody's son, someone's daughter, someone's father. HB 5235 does not fix everything, but it says that when the state of Connecticut encounters people living on its land, it will not respond with chaos and indifference. It will respond with coordination, planning, and dignity. We cannot keep pretending that pushing these people out of sight is a neutral policy. It has consequences. You know, homelessness, people living outside has gone up almost 40% in the past year or so. That's an incredibly large number considering before COVID, the number was going down, not up. We need to do stuff, anything we can. And I know this committee does some pretty radical stuff for a transportation committee, and I admire that. And I hope you will pass this bill like you have others that maybe not have been as popular as other things. And thank you for your time. Thank you for staying with this process all day and all night. Have a great night.
Paul, thank you. Thank you as always for your advocacy and your the support that you lend to these bills is never strictly based in the emotion that you clearly feel. It's also based in the reality that you have seen. And I am terribly sorry about your friend Paul. It's a horrible story, and I appreciate you sharing it and felt that catch in your chest as you did. And we all felt that at the moment. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that you have lent full support to this. Would love to speak to you in the future about how this shapes up and the direction that it takes. So thank you very, very much. I don't see any questions. We're all grateful you stuck around all day. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Nancy Ellman, I believe you're online. Am I wrong? There you are. Up, Nancy, you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Well, thank you for staying this late to hear everybody and everybody who's come to speak. My name is Nancy Ellman, and I'm testifying in support of SB 9 and for continued funding for the Extra Mile service and for similar microtransit programs around the state. I live in Guilford, and as with a great many town residents, my home is nowhere near within walking distance of either Shoreline East or the 201 bus that comes through the town. We live about 4.5 somewhat hilly miles from the Guilford Green, and that makes even biking more of a rigorous exercise, enjoyable as it is, rather than a feasible commute. I have 2 adult children living at home who have mild disabilities that mean they may never be able to drive. Until recently, they have been dependent on me or their father for their transportation. The Extra Mile rideshare has been life-changing for them. It has given them the independence to go to town by themselves for shopping, recreation, and medical appointments. Since the Extra Mile vans have bike racks, my son can get exercise by biking to the green, which is mostly downhill, without having to worry about whether a parent will be able to pick him up if he doesn't have enough energy to get back home. When he leaves his transition program, he just came back from an Extra Mile. You want to come and look in the picture. Well, my son just came back from going to Ashley's on Extra Mile, so you can see a little bit of him there. He uses it a lot. And when he leaves his transition program at the end of the school year, the Extra Mile would enable him to go to a day program or a work program or a job in town, again, without having to schedule around his parents' workday. It would mean my daughter would be able to take classes again at Gateway Community College without having to schedule around parents driving her to the bus or the train station. And I'd like to add in support of SB 237 that restoring Shoreline East service to its pre-COVID levels would also help a lot with that. The Extra Mile microtransit program has made it possible for me to envision a much greater level of independence for my children without having to find a place for them in a other town where they could be close to public transportation or moving us closer to public transportation, which would generally in our town mean being someplace a lot more expensive. We've heard a lot of people this afternoon and evening talking about Extra Mile and how helpful it's been. I myself have spoken to people in Guilford, one woman who had to give up her license because of medical reasons, but now she can afford to get out regularly, which she couldn't when she had to rely on Uber. Another parent expressed eagerness for her son to turn 14 so that he would be able to use it. And I'm sure there are countless people in Guilford and across the state who would similarly benefit. So I really urge you to keep this program and expand it. It sounds from everything I've heard that there are only pluses and no minuses. So I hope that this bill will pass. Thank you.
Hi, Nan. It's really good to see you. And I want to say thank you for hanging with us today. I know it's been a long day and, you know, folks have busy schedules, and I'm appreciative that you stuck with us. And hearing not only your testimony, but the testimonies of others, and hearing the transit district directors sort of enlighten us on some of the anecdotal responses they've received, but really it's more than anecdotal, because we were seeing survey responses coming through on the microtransit program, not just for Guilford Madison, but across the entire state, where these pilots are in effect, really opening up possibilities for our senior population, our youth, and as you've highlighted so eloquently, our disability community, who might feel otherwise isolated or unable to hold a job because they're reliant on their parents who are also working, or a caretaker, a caregiver, which can be incredibly expensive, or a ride program, transportation program that can also be incredibly expensive. So this is more of a comment than a question. I'm just so grateful that you took the time to testify today and shared some real life examples of, and glad to hear that he's out enjoying ice cream as well as using it for other purposes, and that, it opens up the possibility of your daughter attending classes again. And all of these things are so very important, and exactly why we have programs in place like this, and why we need to ensure they continue and expand in the state of Connecticut. So again, just thank you. I know you and I get to speak regularly, but it's nice to hear from you in this setting and allow committee members to understand the importance of these programs.
Thank you.
I don't see any other comments or questions. So thanks again, Nan. Yeah. Lisa Brandis. What number?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Chairs Cohen and Berger Cavallo and members of the committee. I'm Lisa Brandis. I'm a New Haven resident, and I'm a Southern Connecticut State University graduate student. I'm here in strong support of SB 237 to restore Shoreline East service, and also favor the transit passes for high school students and microtransit. But I'm really here to talk mainly about Shoreline East and intermodal transit links, and I'm a member of the Shoreline East Riders Advocacy Group that you heard from Susan earlier. Connecticut needs a robust rail network for everyone. Shoreline East is not just a commuter rail, even though it seems to have been designed that way. It's a vital service connecting our major hub of education, healthcare, business, and arts and tourism from New Haven to the Rhode Island border and beyond. I see the importance of continuing expanding the Shoreline East service through two focuses: equity and economy. The first is equity. In our largest urban areas, New Haven, Hartford, Waterbury, up to 30% of the households do not have access to a car. These residents rely entirely on transit to reach jobs and services. As a Southern Connecticut State University student, I see firsthand how my classmates, veterans, first-gen, single parents, adult learners, struggle when rail service is infrequent or delayed. But I and my classmates are among the 100,000 Connecticut State University students, including those at UConn we just heard from, who get to have a U-Pass, which is this brilliant rail bus transit program. I believe the U-Pass should be expanded to the other 100,000 private university undergrad and grad students who are locked out of the U-Pass program, so they can't use Shoreline East for free or any of the other rail or bus services like I can. These non-U-Pass holders include my transit riding son at Connecticut College in New London and his classmates, who I think last year you may recall one of them testified about the Shoreline East. And again, this committee could direct the DOT to try to negotiate UPass access for all private higher education institutions in order to boost ridership and to support our students and future workforces. I'm supportive of microtransit, but have been told by the DOT that private services like Via New Haven are not eligible for using UPass. And so I would ask that that can be something that could be changed perhaps in the future, because if you have a UPass, you want to use microtransit and transit. Secondly, the Shoreline East serves our economy and tourism. I serve on the board of the Schubert Theater, and I research Connecticut's tourism and hospitality sector, which generates 70 billion visitors, $19 billion in economic benefits, and $1.5 billion in state and local taxes each year. It's a paradox to me that a Connecticut resident can easily take a train to New York City for a night out to see a show, but we cannot rely on the Shoreline East to see a show in New Haven at the Schubert or Yale Rep or the Garden in New London.
Please summarize.
We pour millions of dollars into the state arts and tourism. We fail to provide transportation links for audiences and visitors to get there and back. To quote the Chamber of Commerce of Eastern Connecticut, if a family gets stuck for 2 hours on I-95 on their way to visit Mystic Seaport, they're not going to come back. So restoring Shoreline East is more than just transit. Thank you, and thank you for all that you do.
Lisa, thank you so much. That's some heartfelt advocacy. I feel like you maybe gave us some homework, some more things to work on. So I don't see any questions. I really appreciate your testimony and your knowledge.
As well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Alvin Cotton? Leah Sophie Mileski? Oh, we did Patrick. Phineas McCabe? Christopher Balfour? Kelly Granfield, do I see you online? I did before. Kelly, it looks like you're there. Whenever you're ready, you have the mic. Kelly, are you here?
Unmute, start video.
Wonderful. All you, go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you see me?
We cannot.
There we go. I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
See you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Co-chairs, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Kelly Granfield. I serve as the Connecticut Legislative Rep for Local 1 of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees. Our members are conductors, engineers, signalmen, rail traffic controllers, yard masters, assistant station masters, and power directors, all of who play a role in fulfilling the mission of Metro North Railroad service, getting our passengers to their destination safely and on time. I would like to offer comments on two bills before you today. Senate Bill 237, an act concerning public transportation, which contains several different provisions. Section 1 directs the Department of Transportation to restore Shoreline East to full pre-pandemic service. That restoration cannot wait. The line is currently operating on only 50% of its former service level. That's just 10 round trips on the week during the week, 8 round trips on the weekends. At these levels, Shoreline East cannot reliably support working families, local businesses, or the regional economic growth. Limited service discourages ridership, weakens connectivity, and pushes commuters back onto already congested roadways. I recall that the 2-year budget passed last year did provide an additional 4 million for Shoreline East. We appreciate that support, but believe if additional funds can be appropriated into the line item to increase service levels, riderships will increase, and that will help on the revenue side. Section 2 of Senate Bill 237 would direct DOT to expand the Danbury branch of the New Haven line to include the town of New Milford. That region continues to grow and could have a solid booking of passengers, and we support, ACRES supports that initiative. Turning to the other bill, Senate Bill 9, an act supporting commuters and microtransit services. ACRES is supportive of this program. Section 9 extends the current microtransit pilot for another year that uses multi-passenger vans that have dynamic scheduling. I have met commuters who have told me that having the vans made the difference for them being able to get to the train stations and have reliable transportation to their work and school. ACRE would also like to express support for HB 5236, the safety for public transit workers. I thank everyone on the committee for considering the views of ACRE. I thank you for being here all day and listening to all of us. And thank you, Madam Chairs and the rest of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you so much for the thorough testimony. Not that I expected anything else from you. We're actually, I don't see any questions. You're going to be followed by your colleague, Ed, who has joined us. So it sounds a little bit like a tag team. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And be well.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Valente, are you there? There he is. Wonderful. It's all you.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Gravalo, Senator Wang, Representative Kennedy, and members of the committee. I'm Ed Valente. I'm the Executive Board Director of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees and General Chairman of ACRE Local 1 on Metro North Railroad. Our members are conductors, signal maintainers, engineers, rail traffic controllers, yard masters, assistant station masters, and power directors, all of whom play a role in fulfilling the mission of Metro North Railroad service, getting our passengers to their destination safely and on time. Senate Bill 237, an act concerning public transportation, contains several provisions. Section 1 requires the DOT to restore service on the Shoreline East rail line to the same level of service that existed prior to the reduction in services due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. We remain concerned about the lack of service on Shoreline East and believe that the current service level could lead that line into a death spiral. It causes a lack of connectivity to other trains in New Haven and incents riders to get to their locations by other means. We appreciate your past support for Shoreline East, but believe additional funds will increase service levels. That in turn will provide service to more riders that will help on the revenue side. Section 2 of the bill would direct DOT to expand the Danbury branch of the New Haven line to include service to the town of New Milford. That region continues to grow and could have a consistent group of passengers. Senate Bill 9, an act supporting commuters and microtransit services, is a program that ACRE supports. Section 9 extends the current pilot program for another year and authorizes $9 million to fund it. We support this initiative and have found that microtransit services have helped people get to the train station where they otherwise might not be able to due to lack of vehicle or nearby bus route. Microtransit services with its dynamic scheduling could be the future. I have met commuters who have told me that this option makes it possible for them to be able to ride the trains or transit to work or get into school. Thank you for considering the views of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees, and happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you so much, Ed. I actually would, I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you adding to the conversation about microtransit when obviously you're here on behalf of rail. I think it's really important to continue to highlight that it is a complementary service and need, and that it is the type of thing that could potentially grow the rail service that we're all very keen on growing. So Thank you for that. I don't actually see any questions, but I appreciate you sticking around and coming back to us. And I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon. Take
Thank
care.
you. You too. Good
Thanks.
evening.
Adrian Huck, it looks like you have joined us. Hi,
Yes,
Adrian.
I'm
The floor
present.
is yours.
All right. Good evening, Transportation Committee members. My name is Adrian Huck, and I'm the co-founder of the New Haven Climate Movement Youth Action Team. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 237 and act concerning public transportation. As a student commuter who uses CT Transit at least 5 days a week as my primary mode of transportation and an alum of New Haven Public Schools, I understand the realities of what it is like getting around to school, work, and events by bus as a young person. Addressing transportation emissions is also of utmost importance to addressing climate change, given that 38% of our state's greenhouse gas emissions come from this sector. When I was in high school, I was privileged to never have to pay out of pocket for bus fare because several New Haven public high schools like mine provided free 2-hour bus passes to students who stayed after school for clubs and other programs. This offering allowed me to fully participate in extracurriculars and jobs and instilled important values in me on the fronts of equity and climate change. So I fully support funding the proposal to provide free bus passes to high school students and veterans. This is a step in the right direction to provide equitable access to education, services, and opportunities for teens, and can help foster their academic and career goals while instilling sustainable transportation habits in them. I hope that this bill lays the groundwork as well for providing free bus rides for all youth in the future. However, I urge the committee members to engage with transit advocates on the best way to implement this program, keeping in mind the administrative costs associated with it being a grant program, the barriers of students and veterans having to retrieve physical bus passes, and any bureaucratic hurdles associated with funneling the program through the DOE and Department of Veterans Affairs. On another note, I'd like to express my support of increasing the frequency of bus service between the Naugatuck Valley region and New Haven. This is my everyday bus route as a student and commuter traveling from Derby to New Haven, and it deserves more frequent service. In the evenings, it can be frustrating to have gaps of 1.2, about 1.5 hours between buses leaving New Haven. Lastly, I support restoring Shoreline East rail service to pre-pandemic levels. Connecting Western and Eastern Connecticut is essential to tourism and to commuters. There have been times that I've had to Uber to and from New London due to infrequent CT rail service and the tendency for Amtrak to overcharge on their trains traveling this route. Also, as a user of the VIA NHB service in New Haven and as a resident in the service area for V2D to Go, I'm in support of another pilot year for microtransit programming in the state under SB 9. And finally, I believe in dignity and respect for unhoused neighbors, and I support HB 5235. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I hope we can build a more equitable and sustainable transportation future together.
Adrian, thank you. I think you win the prize for covering the most bills in one testimony for the day. So thank you for very clearly being well versed in what it is that we're talking about today, and for sharing your perspective. It's important to hear from folks your age, says the old lady talking to you right now, because this is your future in your state. So thank you so much. It's great to see you. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, but appreciate you very much. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you all for your consideration. Have a good night.
John Lindner? No. Paul Boudreau? Oh, we had Paul Boudreau. Yeah, we just talked to Paul. Oh, that's right. We jumped back and forth. Apologies. Seth Mitchell. Jennifer Torres. Mariah Merritt. Elliot Chang.
Yes.
Or there you are. Wonderful.
Hello.
Welcome.
All right. Good evening, Co-Chair Senator Cohen and Representative Berger Giavallo and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Elliot Zhang. I'm a resident of New Haven and a student at Yale University. I'm here today to speak in strong support of Senate Bill number 9. In New Haven, VIA NHB has been a complete lifesaver for the residents. Our city has a radiated bus network, which works well for getting out of downtown, but it leaves massive gaps if you need to travel between neighborhoods or reach the outskirts. The VIA NHV bridges these gaps by providing that last critical mile connection from Union Station to residential areas, and allows us to connect between bus lines that doesn't otherwise meet. And it also reaches neighborhoods that traditional bus service this simply doesn't serve well, such as part of the Fairhaven neighborhood. It acts as a flexible on-demand complement to our fixed routes. It isn't just a luxury for many of us, it's the only way to navigate the city efficiently. For example, I have 3 bus routes right in front of my apartment, but they all go to the same place. So VIA NH3 allows me to reach places like UPS stores, groceries, restaurants, without the need to wait for the transfer at downtown New Haven. While the program is very successful, this bill's focus on expanding and funding is vital for 3 main reasons. The first one is airport access. The NHV used to serve the Tweed New Haven Airport for a very short period of time, but that was discontinued. With the increased demand brought by Avelo Airlines, we need on-demand services at the airport again. Currently, the bus option at the airport is very scattered. You have to call ahead to request for a stop, and the only rideshare service available is Lyft. Secondly, we need more destinations. For example, expanding services to include Long Wharf, the DMV, and Hamden would allow residents to shop, dine, and enjoy the urban spaces. And lastly, safety and oversight. With the proposed funding, I hope to see more resources being put onto driver safety education. We need to make sure that the operators are consistently obeying safety rules to keep the riders safe. Section 10 of this bill appropriates $9 million to continue the pilot program into 2027. This is a very necessary investment. By extending the pilot into 3-year program, you're giving New Haven the stability it needs to build a truly modern transit network. I urge the committee to pass Senate Bill number 9. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Elliot, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around with us all day. And I also just want to thank you for talking a little bit about the use of transit, whether microtransit or the buses and rail and all of that, not just for the things that we all consider needs like work and school, but to highlight the other things that we do really need, which is access to the restaurants, access to airports, all of the stuff that brings us joy. So I really appreciate the perspective, and I don't see any hands raised. So thank you so much for your testimony, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Eliza Rivero. Patrice Medor. I do see Kelvin McCullough. I see you on there. So just unmute whenever you're ready. Welcome.
Good evening, guys. Good evening, ladies. Can you hear me all right?
We hear you fine, Kelvin. Go right ahead.
All right. Good afternoon or good evening, representatives and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Calvin McCullough. I am here under the Connecticut Coalition's To End Homelessness CLIP cohort program. Was brought in for my just to share personal experience from living in a tent myself personally. There's a lot of stereotypes about folks that do live in tents, drug addicts and that we live, unsanitary and things like that. My experience, I worked a 3rd shift job and I also worked a part-time job in the morning. I didn't fit the hours for a shelter. So it made it impossible to get into a shelter at the time. I was missing CAN appointments through lack of phone and things like that. The best option at that time was to get a tent and kind of make my way from there. Known fact or unknown fact, you can only get 10 Social Security cards in a lifetime. The last 2 encampments that I was in, I lost 2 of those, and that puts me at number 10. You lose a lot of items, you lose a lot of things when you're in these encampments, without warning. More or less, one of the worst ones I had little more than 6 hours after I got out of work to collect my things and kind of disappeared. So I'm definitely in support of House Bill 5235 because it's beginning to create a conversation a well-needed conversation for outreach for the Council of Homelessness, for the DOT Commissioner, everybody to get involved. And I think that's what we need right now. So I just wanted to share that experience and thank you guys for your time.
Kelvin, thank you. I appreciate your personal story and sharing that with us. And also just you pulling out immediately jumping into the conversation about the stereotype and how often we get that wrong. The practicality of odd work hours and the availability of shelters when you need to house yourself in the middle of the night is something that we really don't hear much about. So that's another important piece, and I appreciate that. I did not know about the Social Security cards. Can you?
Yeah. And you get two, just to say this, just to advocate for this, you get 2 per year, and you get 10 per lifetime. So, guys, just be careful. It's not easy after that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. One of our colleagues today asked very specifically about what happens to people's possessions when a space is cleared, when a camp is cleared, and whether or not they are stored and how that could look. So my impression is you had more than one time when your possessions were cleared and you did not see them again?
Yes. And my initial time getting my first tent, I actually went to Far's Sporting Goods in Manchester. Got a tent from there, and I spent money getting a heater, a couple of items, even a cot. Just because, like I said, when I get out of work third shift, you want to sleep first. So I had it set up pretty comfortably, and my biggest fear at that time was that people were going to come and steal items, and no, that wasn't the case. I come and the entire tent and everything in it is gone. And I don't have a way or anybody to contact to say, hey, where's this, where's that? I don't know if they keep it. I don't know if they throw it away, or even take it for themselves. So you never know about where your stuff is going. Your personal items, your driver's license, like I said, your birth certificate, things like that are not as easily replaceable when you're starting over and over and over. So I just wanted to give that experience from the people that are in the tents, are sleeping in the parks and different various spots. It's hard, it's very hard.
And exponentially harder when you don't have an address to attach to replace those items. So thank you so much for that. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, but I truly appreciate you sticking around with us all night and sharing your personal experience and your advocacy. It's important. And
Thank you, Sims.
it's nice hearing from you. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to Morikan Sangari, John DeCanto, Camilla Dalen, Jim Gilday, LaShonda Cruz. I think I see you online. Is that correct? Are you there, LaShonda?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. You have the floor, LaShonda.
Hi. So, I wrote something, but it's going to be under 3 minutes. I just want to touch a little bit on some stuff of my own experience. So, I'm a little nervous as usual. I entered a homeless shelter because I made the decision to leave a home where I was living with my abuser. The abuser stopped when I was 11 or 12 years old, but living in the same home continued to mentally affect me. It impacted my mental health to the point where I wanted to harm myself. But the time I turned 13, I had planned to run away because I was desperate to find a safe place. I spent the majority of my teenage years house hopping, just trying to survive. Today, I have had my own apartment for almost 12 years. Stability changed my life. When my van insurance collapsed, I had an opportunity to receive a free bus pass from the Resource Center at Gateway Community College. Because of that support, I was able to continue attending my classes and successfully graduated That bus pass made the difference between stopping and finishing. In 2023, my elderly mother experienced a house fire and lost her home. She lives with me for 7 months. It was not easy, but she is my mom. I'd rather for her to live with me than to go into a temporary place like a nursing home. That night of the fire, she called me crying and asked if she could stay with me because I was the only one she trusted. Later that year, she was able to get her own apartment and now is very happy. That stability made a difference for her as well. My daughter also faced housing instability. She had to choose between staying in college or keeping a job. So she would not become homeless. She chose to work, although that job did not last long. She did not give up. Today she is a successful entrepreneur, have her own car, and is working towards getting her own apartment soon. I have also experienced the impact. Oh, I'm gonna skip that part. I share my story because homelessness, transportation, financial hardship, and lack of stability and lack of stable housing are interconnected. These challenges affect mental health, education, employment, and entire families. Excuse me, I'm trying to rush. Sometimes across generations, stability changes outcome. Safe transportation matters too. And I know for sure the bus drivers go through a lot of unnecessary stress and drama from public passengers. I agree with all the bus drivers' testimonies about safety and bathroom use. They need what they need, and I know for sure they deserve it as our community transportation. And last but not least, I want to say thank you because I've been up here since y'all got on, and I share some of my story to let y'all know that the bus passes do come in handy, and I think that bill needs to go forth, and a lot of many others. And as far as being homeless,
Your 3
I've been in
minutes,
the
please
shelter.
summarize.
Okay. I'm open to any questions, but I'm going to stop there.
LaShonda, I want to thank you. You've done an incredible job of really beautifully weaving together so many of the policies that we're talking about today, just through your lived experience, and sharing that so openly is it's not always easy. And I certainly appreciate you, and I see the folks beside me nodding and in appreciation as well. So thank you very, very much for all of that. At this point, I don't see any questions from my colleagues, but again, I want to thank you for sticking around all day for us and for sharing such a personal but important story to help support the legislation before us. So thank you.
Yes, thank all y'all too.
Mr. Clerk, I see a few names sitting in the attendees side. Number 50. Okay. Hopping back, Joshua Caskey. Have you joined us? Yeah, have you? Just need to promote him. Joshua Caskey, it looks like you have joined us. The floor is yours when you're ready.
Hello, I am Joshua Caskey, a student at Connecticut College in New London and a resident of East Lyme. I'm also a founder of the transit advocacy group at Connecticut College, Camels for Accessible Transit. And I just want to speak a bit on SB 9 and SB 237. I just want to, I guess, touch on how important transit is to the New London community. Our buses, microtransit, and Shoreline East are critical parts of our community. Every day I ride the bus, it's over like 70% full. I just came from downtown New London on the bus, and there are barely any seats available to sit down. And I think that really shows how important transit is, but also how underfunded it is. Our transit system has not improved substantially in decades, which does not track with like the ridership at all. The ridership at Southeastern Connecticut Transit, Southeast Area Transit, has hit record highs even after the pandemic, yet we still do not see substantial investment in the transit system. I do see the discussion between microtransit versus fixed route. I would just say that fixed route transportation is also a key part of the transit system in our cities. While microtransit does have a very important part, especially in like New London, where the bus does not or cannot go everywhere, especially for people with limited mobility, it's a really important part of the transit solution. But I would also like to see the Transportation Committee really focus on improving the fixed route as well, because right now it only goes once an hour, yet it's still very popular with the Connecticut college students. Over the past couple months, I've seen a lot more students ride the transit in New London. A couple years ago, I was the only person I would ever see at the bus stop. Now, probably 75% about 75% of the time, there's at least one or two other people waiting for the bus with me. And from students that I've talked to, collected data about like car ownership on campus. Over 75% of students don't own a car or don't have access to a car on campus. So they really do depend on this transit, as well as students who cannot, or not students, residents of New London who can't afford cars. I think over like around 20% of people in New London do not have access to cars. Just another example of why fixed route, microtransit, and Shoreline East are such critical parts of our community. And I just wanted to touch on why ridership is so low on Shoreline East. People have talked about the train frequency.
Please summarize.
Sure. The train frequency is certainly a part of it. I'd also like to just note the lack of density around some stations. I think that transit-oriented development is a key part, as well as increasing frequency of bus connections. Having more frequent bus connections means that getting that last mile service from the train station is a lot easier for people. That's all the comments I had. I would be happy to ask or answer any questions though the committee members may have.
Joshua, thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you testified here with us last year. Is that correct?
I can't remember which year it was. I think it might have been last year. I think it was on Shoreline East as well, whenever.
You left an impression. We remember. Both my co-chair and I were just discussing. So actually, I just really appreciate your real world view of not only the increase in use that you've recognized, but also on the just your perspective on really a very well-rounded array of transportation issues. So thank you for that. I do believe my co-chair has either a comment or a question.
Hi, Joshua. I just want to thank you again for participating in this process and also raising what I think is really important and really wasn't highlighted a lot today. We did hear from Wesleyan on microtransit, but we talked a lot about connectivity of Shoreline East and its extension into New London and how that could serve a lot of the business community there. But I think we were remiss, or I was remiss in mentioning Conn College and connectivity for students there as well. In the area, getting, students there where you are connected with other places along the line in terms of work opportunities, whether it be down in New Haven or elsewhere along the line. And then the importance of the microtransit for that first mile, last mile, but also just in terms of social connection for college students and for our youth is so very important. So just a comment to say thank you for highlighting that for us and for your testimony today.
Thank you.
I see no other questions or comments, so I want to thank you for sticking with us and coming back to us today. and for your perspective once again. So keep coming back. You're actually a pretty excellent testifier, so thank you.
Thank you for that. Have a nice rest of your night.
You as well. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else? I think we actually have just two left. So Elliot Klein and Sandy Alvarado. We do not see them on the Zoom. Well, that is that. Everyone have a wonderful night. Thank you for sticking around. That's right. If you didn't get to testify, please submit online, and you can be rest assured that we will see it. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you. Oh. Repo Day.
Oh, just saying good night.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
Adios, amigos.